claiming to have authority over me doesn't mean it in fact does, right? The only way to demonstrate that that fact does authority over me is for it to compel me to do something. Okay, whatever. You're just a silly goose.
You're not listening.
I'm just going to end up repeating myself because you're just a silly goose. Like, nothing like
you're not listening.
You're
not even addressing what I'm saying. You're not even addressing what I'm saying. Okay? So cool your tits, buddy. You're just not addressing what I'm saying. The system itself considers itself to be authoritative over all Jews, regardless of whether there is or is not an enforcement mechanism. Can you reject the viewpoint of the system? Yeah, you can. Does that mean that functionally for you, it is not an authority? Yeah. According to the system, does the system still think that you are under the law? Yeah, you are. And so according to the system, all we would say is, you're just you're just not following the law, that's all. It's not that the authority goes away. You're just a sinner.
You're an idiot. Like, if I can just, I claim authority over you right now. Okay? So,
do I acknowledge it?
No. But it doesn't matter, right? Because I'm not acknowledging, according to you guys, right? Me not acknowledging the Jewish authority doesn't matter. So you not acknowledging me having authority over you doesn't matter.
I don't think
right?
It doesn't matter.
Like, you guys are so silly.
I don't say it doesn't matter. Now, you can break the law. You might get away with it. You might not get caught. And now you can do something that isn't Jewish and you can get away with it. But if you want to exist within the confines of the Torah, then you abide by the Torah. And by the way, you got to go with your rabbi. That's another important thing, because there's going to be different jurisdictions. You see? It's just called first premises thinking. Like, you can't dispute the Quran, because the first premise of the Quran is that the Quran is the truth, or whatever you guys say it is. Same thing with the Torah, same thing with the Constitution. The first premise establishes its authority. You can accept it or reject it.
Yeah, but you know the distinction between the Quran and, like, the Torah is, like, you can't prove the author. You can't prove the author. Okay, I'm not even going to say it because the author is God for you, sure. But you can't prove that the person that wrote down what God said actually existed. That's a huge problem. That's a huge problem.
Well, but you can't prove that the guy you claim wrote your thing.
We can prove the prophet.
You didn't hear what I said. You cut me off. You can't prove that the guy you said wrote it.
No, we can. We can prove that prophet Muhammad. We can prove that he said it.
He's a blind illiterate guy, right?
No, yes, he was exactly. And you know what's funny? Yeah, his scribes heard him say it and wrote it down. And we have the names of these scribes. We have them documented. Literally, Patricia Crone,
Patricia Crone. The truth.
One second. Literally,
hang on. Wait. You believe that they're telling the truth, right?
According to modern-day historians that are critique Islam.
No, never mind modern-day historians. We're talking now about your theological system. You accept what they say, right? On faith.
Yeah, so the distinction is the
Prophet Muhammad. You don't have proof that they
you know the distinction. Let me tell you the distinction. Okay. So, this Muhammad guy, right? The Prophet Muhammad and the Islamic religion. He commentates on the Quran, right? He quotes the text and then commentates on it. Right, so the author gives you the authorial intent right there. If you give a naturalistic explanation,
is the author God or
you? No, but this is what I'm saying. I'm giving a naturalistic account. There's no problem. I'm giving you an atheistic account of Islam. No problem, right?
Okay.
It still makes more sense. It still makes more sense in Judaism. It still makes more sense in Judaism.
You're welcome to it. Enjoy it.
No, I'm just saying. It's all yours. Even the atheistic account of Islam makes.
Live long and prosper. I got no smoke with your religion.
Look, I don't have smoke with it. I'm just saying, like. I just had a problem with how you interpret the Torah and stuff. That's the problem. Like, that's an issue.
You're welcome to have that problem. If you study more, you'll learn more. What can I say?
This is Judaism. You're open-minded. I love it. That's fine. You're just like, okay, here, just be whatever you want to be.
We don't really do the black and white thinking thing for the most part.
I know. It's not binary for you. I understand.
That's right. That's exactly right.
But for me, it's binary. For me, it's empirical.
I've heard that from you guys. I was surprised. Yeah. Like, I've heard people say, oh, the words of the prophets are all perfect. I had an argument with a Muslim guy once about this. Like, we don't see human beings as perfect. Or even necessarily what we do say is that we don't understand it yet, or we understand it imperfectly. That, I would say, is our fallback position. Like, the mind of God is unknowable, and we spend our lives trying to understand it and to abide by it.
So perfection, like within within just objectively looking at it, right? If the human agent or the archetype who is getting this divine message from the source that's perfect, okay, and therefore this message too must necessarily be perfect. If he is not perfect in the sense that within the his human paradigm, if he has not achieved his highest human potential, so much so
I
that
don't think he hasn't achieved his
no,
highest potential.
I'm saying that. I'm just giving you like an argument. So if any archetype, this is just a general statement, or the messenger who's bringing this perfect message from the perfect God, does not enact upon it, does not at all times, hold to highest human virtues and morals, lies, for example, forgets and just acts cruelly, etc., etc., then there would there not be then a question mark on the message itself? Like, would he not have to act upon it in order to not just be like a mouthpiece with the message?
This is a great example of binary, black and white, Manichaean thinking.
No, it's just logical. If he doesn't,
well, no, it's binary. So I'll tell you again. So the way you're saying if he's not perfect, then
if he acts against the message he's preaching, then why would I follow a messenger who's a liar? If he acts against the messessage he's preaching,
who does
why
that?
would I follow?
You have to give me an example.
It's a hypothetical. I'm not attacking you.
I don't feel attacked.
I'm saying it's not a binary thing here. It's a necessity here that
What's the necessity?
That the messenger who's bringing this perfect message must necessarily.
You said it was a perfect message.
Don't interrupt.
What?
Don't.
So you're saying it's not. It has to be a perfect message.
Too many assumptions. Yeah.
It's coming from a perfect God.
What
Would you
I
not say
recommend
God
that
is
you do.
perfect? Hold on. Would you not say God is perfect, normal?
I would say he transcends. Perfect is
okay, he's transcendent.
Yeah,
okay,
can I
he's negative theology.
Go ahead. He's not getting the argument.
Okay, so it's not that I'm not getting it; it's that you're not really making an argument. So hang on. God transcends perfection. So perfection is a human idea. God is beyond that. Get it?
So
is his word truth? At least grant me that. Is his word truth?
Just wait. So you just negated. Okay, wait. So he doesn't even have perfection. So your God doesn't have perfection, correct, Norma?
He transcends perfection.
So when I say what is
perfection is a mere human term. Okay,
so when I say this is what I'm saying. So look, when I say what is Hashem, right? What can you describe about Hashem?
The all-powerful, our creator.
He's all-powerful, but so he doesn't transcend by being all-powerful?
Yeah, he transcends it. I'm using words. I'm a human.
So you can't even describe anything to your God,
No, I didn't say that. I said he's more than we can describe.
So anything I say about there is something called negative theology.
I know what negative theology is.
Okay, so you're asking. So I don't know if Norm subscribes to that, but if you're asking Norm to describe something in the positive, right, then he would be transgressing the principles of negative theology.
Yeah, is he okay? Does he hold to negative theology?
I don't know, but what you're asking is, you're making all kinds of assumptions, then you're asking questions based on those assumptions.
And you're not examining your assumptions, so you should write down what you're
saying. I think it would be better. I think it might be better to ask. I think it might be better to ask.
Okay, so
what do you believe instead?
Well, I kind of did though. I kind of asked him what are the.
No, you kind of didn't.
Not addressing any.
Wait, normal. What are the attributes? Oh, fine. I'll ask. Fine.
Okay. Like try it in the form of a question instead.
Sure. Normal. What are the attributes? No. Fine. What are the attributes of Hashem?
You mean including but not limited to?
What do you mean?
You know, which word did you not understand?
Both of them.
Including, so these are attributes of God, but they're not only the attributes of God. They are.
What do you take attribute to mean?
So when a characteristic or quality. So what I will give you is my human flawed understanding. Yeah, because that's the best that I can do.
So when you say flawed, is that synonymous with wrong here?
No, it's imperfect. It's different than flawed.
So what does it mean for something to be imperfect?
Okay, like let's say you have a beautiful statue, but there's a chip in it. Still a beautiful statue, but there's a chip in it. It's flawed.
Right, but it's not. Okay, let's say you had
Not wrong. Statue's not wrong.
Let's say I had a statue of Benjamin Netanyahu, right?
Okay.
And it had a chip on the nose portion, like the whole nose was gone. It's still,
Okay.
yeah, I get what you're saying. It's still Netanyahu, but he doesn't have a nose. So is it still Netanyahu?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I get why you troll, like, cause your shit are like having serious discussions.
Please mute your mic.
Yeah, it's still
Like,
Netanyahu.
no, I'm like, no, like,
Netanyahu.
Actually, he's making a good argument.
I'm telling you your shit are like having serious discussions. See why you-
I think your shit
Okay, he was adding zero to the convo.
That's a lie, you little rat.
He's so angry. Why is he so angry?
I don't know why Timothy's angry. Timothy, what's going on?
I don't like you, Norm. Fuck you.
I'll pass on your
Everyone hate
offer.
Norm.
Thank
He's
you for
actually a
the
genius.
offer.
Norm's a genius, by the way.
Fuck you, Norm.
Thank you.
I would
my
like
dear.
to hear the rest of Al's argument, please, without interruption.
By the way, I haven't
Me
gone
too,
to
like
seminary.
this.
I'm only speaking for one poor schmuck from New York. Like some people in this room have gone to seminary, and some have studied a lot more Torah than
Alright, so
I
why
have.
don't you shut up and let them
Exactly, Normal. The fact
Because
that
I enjoy this.
Normal, the fact that you can keep up, it actually proves you're intelligent. I'm not even like, you're actually very smart. So these people are just haters, and don't listen to them. Hashem bless you.
I wasn't listening to them, and Hashem bless you as well, and everybody in this room. Gesundheit.
Wait, does Maimonides hold to negative theology?
I don't know the answer to that.
Yes,
Ask
very
her.
much so. Yes, blessedly so.
Oh, okay, so that's like a Jewish thing, a Jewish tradition.
At least for some Jews, yeah.
So that's kind of the difference between Judaism that I've detected. I could be wrong, and Islam is that we have less black and white thinking.
At the same time, with the negative theology that Maimonides explicitly and very clearly holds by, it is explicit in the text that there are a group of verses referred to as the 13 attributes of mercy, which is a special prayer that the Jews have to beseech God for mercy. And that seems to indicate 13 very specific, different components of mercy that God has, while Maimonides also maintains his negative theology.
So I'm looking here at negative theology. So it's it's what I said without even knowing that term, focusing on God's transcendence and ineffable nature. That
So
I would say is very
Caleb,
Jewish.
Wait, or Megzad, would you say that like all of God, like the people who hold to negative theology, would they say like all of God's attributes are like Cambridge properties or something?
I don't know what
They
you mean
exist
by
outside of
Cambridge properties. What's that?
They exist outside of the essence.
Say what?
They exist outside of the essence.
Outside of the essence. Could you clarify what that means?
Yeah, for example, some people hold like Mu'tazilis and stuff. They hold that mercy is a Cambridge. It's contingent on creation, so it's created. It's a created attribute. So anything you ascribe to God is just a created
I wouldn't exactly characterize the attributes as created, but the distinction, as it was explained, to explain the contradiction of having an attribute of justice and an attribute of mercy, the metaphor, the allegory that was told was like a creator of a machine, a toy, right? A toy maker. He makes a little Pinocchio doll, right? Now, let's say he makes the doll and the doll doesn't work right. The string snap or the hand doesn't open up the right way, whatever. It's a bad doll. From his perspective as the creator, it's perfectly reasonable to fix the doll or throw the doll away. It's an irrelevant distinction. He could do either one.
Mm-hmm.
But from the doll's perspective, it would be considered merciful if he fixed him and exercise of strict judgment over his sins if the maker were to throw him away. That was sort of explained as what mercy and justice and all of the attributes mean. They are our.
But justice, yeah, I get what you're saying. No, I get what you're saying.
Thing.
But are these attributes like justice and mercy? Are they contingent on creation? Like, does creation have to exist for God to be merciful?
I'd say mercy is just like a term we're applying to God that doesn't change much.
So it's the nature of God, right?
So,
Meaning
so
God sits there and is God. Our reaction to his natural choices and decisions, we sometimes call that mercy, we sometimes call that justice.
Yeah, but prior to creation, was there mercy? Was God merciful?
I wouldn't know what that would mean before creation. What would the concept of like justice or mercy mean if there is no rule system and nothing that can violate?
Exactly. So it's not. That's what I'm saying. It is Cambridge for you too. Then it's not inherent in its essence.
It's not. It's not. The creative holds to the.
Yeah. Okay. Pretty simply, I'm going to say that his essence is going to be simple, and it's going to be one thing.
Base, W. Cool.
Is this a majority? Yeah, they're very close to like.
You got to understand, deep in Judaism is monotheism. Like, even though people try and argue that there's like a henotheism, they are very religiously committed to God being exactly one.
That's based.
Yeah, it's much closer, I think, to like the more like spiritual Islam paradigm, not the fundamentalist.
Yeah, I maintain my earlier assertion. It's like you are wholly uninteresting if you're not saying the N-word.
Hey, Mixed, did I hear you correctly with your analogy of the toy maker and the doll not working?
Like ask some just like fucking bullshit question and go, I think it would just be parrot-based as a response. Where do they fucking manufacture you bullshit toys? It's like fucking actual garbage.
Seems like this is kind of over your head.
Fuck you, Norm.
Thank you very much. I'll pass, but thank you.
Fuck you.
Thank you. I get you.
Fuck you.
I hear you're angry. I understand.
Mixed.
You want me to stroke your hair or something?
Fuck you, Norman. My hair is very long and beautiful. You should be so lucky.
Would you feel better? Mine was long too.
Fuck.
No longer than mine.
Can you just put that to rest for a moment? So
but just JC, I just want you to know. Fuck Norm.
Yeah,
I know.
Maybe we should get manicures and pedicures together, Timothy. Would that come?
Fucking Mixed, did I interpret what you uttered earlier about the toy maker and the doll not working properly, and it's merciful to either fix the toy or throw it away, as in comparison to God being the creator of all things, and we should not question what God does?
No, I don't think so.
Except, did you understand what I was asking? Normal. Obviously, I don't think it was much.
Could you ask me now that we've had a little back and forth? Now, what's your next question?
No, I asked you. You don't know how to answer.
I think the Jews won this one, by the way. They won the argument.
Just let me hear it again.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, let me give a different attribute. Is God all truth? Like transcendent. I know you're saying transcendent, but I'm saying at least truthful and transcendent. Is he at least truthful? Like, would you say all truth comes from God?
I agree that he's not all. I don't know about all truth. I haven't thought about that. But I would say the Torah is perfect, and that the Torah is God's word. And
therefore,
I would
God
say,
is perfect. Okay.
Say again.
I said therefore that entails.
It's not a therefore. That's a manifestation.
It's an entailment. Normal.
Okay, I'll buy that.
Okay.
It's just different than therefore. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So if the word is perfect, the word is perfect.
Okay.
The messenger who brings this word, either is a mouthpiece, like a robot, who's just delivering the word.
That messenger is God.
And what's
so God?
Who's the human archetype? Moses, right? Like
God put it into Moses' head,
right? But it still came in the form of Moses, right?
No.
It's not quite that simple.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. I didn't know this. Go ahead.
Okay, so the claim of the Jewish people is that Moses wrote the 5 books of Torah, and that Moses had an unparalleled nevuah that was never equaled. That he spoke to God face to face, and he dictated like a secretary exactly what God told him to write down. However, even though that's the claim as to the authorship of the text, the reason they followed Moses was because of the event at Sinai. They claimed that all, like, somewhere between 30,000 and 2 million people were at a mountain and witnessed God appoint Moses as the one to write the 5 books. And then, when he died, they closed their unchanging constitution and only studied it forevermore.
Yeah, that's fine. I understand, like his prophethood, right, or the declaration of his prophethood. Now, what I'm asking is, did he just write these down? I mean, would his writings hold truth if Moses didn't act upon it, or if he acted in contradiction to them? For example, he's writing down "do not kill." Moses goes out and kills 10 innocent people for no rhyme or reason. Now, would this word hold any truth value if the messenger
did kill an Egyptian?
Okay, was it? How do you see the archetype or the person or the prophet to whom the revelation is granted? Does he have to enact upon the revelation? Because it would necessarily hold truth if he.
Yeah, he did. He followed all of the Torah. He's the one
so
taught Jews how to follow it.
Okay, so that is what I think in the Islamic paradigm, perfection or infallibility is referred to. So
no, we have a higher standard than that. Like,
really?
We would say that everyone of that generation followed the Torah. They had the guidance of Moses. They didn't even have any questions as to how to do it. It was fairly simple for them. The only problem we would say is we would never say that that's like it, that you're now like perfect people. We'd say that there's greater struggles. And especially if you're like a prophet leading the nation with the 10 Commandments in a golden box you just made, that guy has a lot of standards. He's going to have a lot of difficulties. And if you look, like, he weathered a lot of storms pretty well until the one that was, like, maybe a sin, and then he couldn't come into the land.
Oh, okay. Because one necessary entailment of, like, being the truth giver, okay, when it's coming from an all-true source, is to truly act upon it. Upon, like, this would...
Yes. You're right, and that is actually a prophetic measure that we make to Moses. The prophetic action we chart him as taking is the killing of the Egyptian. When he saw that the Jew was being oppressed, and he refused to allow it to happen, even though he very simply could have sided with the Egyptians as he had safety in Pharaoh's household.
Got it. So yeah, this is good. So what is normal? Like, what are you saying, bro? Like you said, it's not binary. Like, this is a necessary entailment for a prophet who is making a truth claim that is coming from an all true God. So there is no like this holds a binary position.
So the message is from God, but the messenger is human. I would say that's a fair Jewish.
What I'm trying to explain is that all of the elements I'm illustrating of like Moses' past and what that is as a commentary on how prophets develop and what they mean socially, that is meta commentary, which is explicitly removed from consideration in the authority of the text. The authority of the text wasn't based on Moses' tricks, even though he did many. Like he split the sea, and he brought the death of the firstborn, and he brought 10 plagues, right? He was an amazing magic man. People definitely would have and did follow him into the desert. But the claim of the authority of the books is of the personal revelation of the 2 million at the mountain. They said God appointed this man, and that's why they followed him.
Right. That is well and good, actually. However, like I'm saying, like if he does not enact upon the message he's preaching, then that would invalidate his position, I guess, or even the word.
Because he's human.
No, he has. Yeah, okay, he's human, but he still needs to act upon what he's preaching. Because then the question mark would be on the word or on him.
Moses made a couple mistakes. A few.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Like, what are those? Would you consider them horrendous sins? Things like that. Was it a mistake? Because
I don't judge them as harshly as God seems to have judged them. And I sort of try to advocate for Moshe. I always feel that...
No, I mean, what is it considered in Scripture? Are they considered...
What is it?
What are those events?
We're not sure.
How do you know he's committed to sins?
I didn't say sins. I said
mistakes.
Yeah. I mean, and believe it, others can help me out. Like, for example, he gets angry at the Jewish people and crashes the tablet. That's a famous one. And then I think I'm trying to remember how it goes, but he bangs on the rock instead of like, I forget, and that's considered.
Yeah, so these would be like big sins.
That was the only sin, hitting the rock.
Yeah.
How's that a sin again? Tell me.
I know, it's a good
Because
question.
he didn't follow God's instructions exactly.
Yeah,
how is that supposed to be a sin?
Yeah, because with great power comes great responsibility. So in the prophetic like paradigm, this is huge, right?
Egyptian man.
Uh-huh.
But like, there is an indication that there's a weird story where God tries to kill Moses right after he sends Moses to go free the Jews. Moses is like on his way to free the Jews, and he like stops at an inn, and then God tries to kill him. But Moses' wife miraculously saves him by doing a circumcision. Very weird story.
I haven't
No one
heard
has
that.
any commentary on it. It doesn't make any sense to anyone.
What's the source on that one?
That's in the verses, dude.
Mm-hmm. So
Okay.
So what's the source?
Exodus.
Okay, so if you don't remember, you could just say.
It would probably be chapter like 4, maybe.
Okay. I'm gonna have to look.
Yeah, go look. It's
So much
Exodus.
that like for the historicity of like the real Moses, for example, right? Would you have scholars grant that even though we don't know if he like physically existed or not, this would like be an esoteric pointer at the very principle called Moses, for example. So even though he may not have, or if he have no historic evidence of his
Listen. The Jewish claim for the existence of Moses and the authority of the Torah has always rested on their personal experience, their oral tradition from their ancestors that had this experience at the mountain. The world can like reject that claim or accept it. It doesn't matter. That's just like our story that we tell ourselves. This happened to us. We were led by Moses in the desert. We are their descendants.
Which is fine, but I'm saying would you like esoterically also understand it as like the principle of Moses, that which represents this messenger? Because there are esoteric schools within like other Abrahamic, Islam included, where the person of wouldn't be like the criteria. The principle of that person would hold weight. You see what I'm saying, is that?
No.
Or do you attach? Okay, so it would like say if X is a prophet, okay, and I can't trace back like historically, okay, and there is no historic evidence for him, and even if there is, okay, and even if there is a prophet such as X, it's esoterically like the Ismailis see it that way. The principle that represents this X, the virtues, the moral qualities, just his greatness, his justice, etc., that would be revered, that would be emulated. Not so much the person of, not so much the flesh and, the physical X or the physical Moses.
Okay, I think what you're saying is somewhat correct, that there would be a disposition to like worship Moses, and the book does actually address that point at the end when Moses dies. Says that he goes off into the desert and his burial plot is hidden so that people don't worship there.
Yeah, and in a sense, if one is emulating this this prophet who's coming with divine word, like, and sees him as a role model, therefore, like the principles that make him the whatness of Moses, what the qualia of Moses, that would be like what one would sort of emanate within themselves, or I don't know if I'm making sense.
I'll tell you, they don't give.
Because you have a problem with the historical.
No. I'll tell you this.
Moses. That's why I'm trying to like reconcile it for you.
The verses don't talk about Moses as much as you think they would. They tell some of the narrative elements of like his biography that you can piece together. He's obviously a voice for like the leadership of the people, but his like inner life
doesn't so much exist in the 5 books. There's like one sort of commentary that he's the most humble man, because in the 5 books you don't see as much of Moses as you do of, say, like a Jesus or a Muhammad character.
So how do you have the stories from Moses then? Like, where would they be compiled? Like in a hadith corpus?
No. Well, yes, there are some midrashim that expand, but they're also in the verses. I'm just saying that the priority of the text is not to tell about Moses. That's why it describes him as humble. He doesn't factor in personally very much.
I see. It doesn't pivot around him so much. More around like the message.
No,
And
it pivots around the message, like you say,
the Torah, God,
and his relationship with God.
Yeah, exactly. So it does pivot around. He does become the agent who becomes that example for the truth that he's preaching, right?
The example for the truth? He
Yeah,
embodies
he
great
embodies
qualities.
it. Yeah, he embodies that. I don't know how you guys are going to solve the historicity of Moses if there are no, like, historical.
Why would we have to
it's not
use
true.
the term
That's why I'm saying
historicity?
it doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. Like, one can take the principle of Moses.
Nargis, it's not true that there's no historicity to Moses. For one thing, he has an Egyptian name that it's pretty common from a very particular era, and the placement of the Pharaoh's name, which might have been, honestly, an edit later, but, like, it might have been Ramses, which would give us a dating. It's not that crazy to truly date the text practically.
Okay. Yeah. Like, is there architectural evidence? I don't know how, like, historical critical method would.
The historical critical method would question the non-existence of pottery in the desert to indicate nomadic tribes.
Right. So would you say there's a high probability that a figure such as, would you like verbalize it like that? There's a high probability that a person such as Moses existed at this and this, such and such a time, and all these events truly took place in his life.
Yes.
Okay.
You know, did you check out my decay document?
Did you text her?
Yeah.
Let me go check it.
You know what's interesting, by the way? I remember this conversation I had with a Muslim guy, and he made the claim that Avraham Avinu knew that he was being tested, but I don't think that's a Jewish interpretation. And he said that because he was a prophet and he was perfect, so he knew all things. But we wouldn't say the same thing.
No one makes that claim that the prophets know all things. Like, not even the Islamists would make that claim.
This fellow that I was talking to made that argument. He may have been mistaken.
Yeah.
In other words, so very specifically, and does your tradition say that he knew he was being tested?
The Islamic tradition says he was being tested. Yeah, that
he knew he was being tested.
No, he didn't know.
Okay.
Like he in a sense that he's still human, right? Normal.
Yeah, well, that's my point.
If he knew he was going to be I'm sure, like, he understood by now, like I posited that these patterns that he is going through, like being thrown in the water, being thrown in the fire, or the fire getting cold for Ibrahim, like these sort of events that the Quran talks about. By now, Ibrahim has built trust, has built a sort of trust, because he knows there's a God, and this God is saving him every single time. And he's learned that these patterns are some kind of test he's going through, because the ultimate outcome from them has been good, has always been like worthy of his suffering whilst he was going through it. So I think the test with Ishmael or Isaac, do you say Isaac or Ishmael? Who's the son?
Yitzhak?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the son would have to either be like the grand finale of all tests, because this God is touching on like the thing closest to the
you
one
like
thing.
perfect sense to tell him to sacrifice the kid.
Can you imagine? Yes, I'll tell you why. There was a Persian guy who came into one of these rooms and he made a statement I think I'm always going to remember. He said all these tests and all these prophets were not just rebels. The orders they got or the tests they were put through are highly irrational, only so that they can generate a rational outcome. Like, think about it. They are so irrational and cruel, as the atheist would say, for a father to willingly kill a son just because he heard some sort of message from this God, who in that moment seemed to be a pretty brutal, ruthless, mofo, asking him to go sacrifice that one thing a father, has that he's longed for.
It's wrong on like every level, right?
It's so wrong.
Right? Meaning like if he told him to just like find some Yets and kill him, would be like,
Yeah.
okay, that's weird.
So he's like so irrational.
This one feels like petty.
God, this is just, oh my gosh.
I hear you.
Yeah. So he's like, so irrational. Everybody profit irrational thing they did. Only
Right?
so
And
that.
you think of like a more cruel thing, especially with all the story before about what he does to get Isaac.
Yeah. And the pain and the age and he knows there's not much to enjoy with the son. He says, what the heck?
The guy is like, psych, come on, I'd never do that, you know me.
So in Farsi we say like ishq bazi, like this is God romance.
Right.
Yeah.
Tough story.
Yeah, it's a love story. Yeah. But the atheists won't understand this. The way they're pouncing at this cruel, mean, horrid God. How can he do that?
It is. You can really harp it up.
Yeah.
I mean,
Theists also disagree with it. Like, as far as I know, there's a Jewish interpretation which says that Abraham failed the test. That God expected him to react like with Sodom and Gomorrah, like to argue with God.
Of course not. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah. And that's a better interpretation in my view.
unfortunately, in the Torah, it literally says, because you were willing to give up your son, I'm going to bless you in all these ways. Has God. It's not a plausible interpretation of the story.
Hey Sam, this is really good. Thanks for sharing. I'm gonna save it. I have to read it. There must be like an expansion of them too, right?
What do you mean? I mean, this is what I've written. I just asked the GPT to give me some more of them, and they gave some good ones, so I'm gonna add them.
These are really good. Really good.
Alright, so to explain what I sent Nargis is I sent a list of things that could decay a society.
Yeah.
I have like barnacle theory. I just named these myself. Barnacle theory, which is just like society accrues barnacles over time, like more red tape, stuff like that. Then there's deferring costs. Then over time you can sort of keep pushing off problems onto the future, and that can just keep compounding. There's luxury theory, which is just as you get more luxurious life, you become softer and weaker. And then if you have no common threat, you become sort of fight with each other. You sort of unify. If you have more and more inequality over time, that will cause the sort of bottomless society to agitate and want to destroy. I have Moloch theory, which is just that over time people will figure out all of the incentives, all of the things that get you power, and they spend it around.
This is a really good one. Yeah.
And then
What about inequality theory?
just mention that.
The rich get richer, the poor get poor. Okay. Expensive maintenance theory.
Yeah, so in times of plenty, we build societies in ways that require money to run, but then when there's a plague or economic downturn, you suddenly can't sustain the costs and important institutions break. And then there's embedded growth obligations theory. Growth to sustain it. So, for example, Social Security, the younger generations must keep getting larger and larger than the older generations for the whole thing to stay afloat. Resource scarcity, the society can start running out of materials, or they can start destroying the environment around them. So the society of Nauru ran out of phosphate and had a huge economic collapse, or just soil erosion over time. And then, as people get educated and they have fewer kids, then having a smaller population might make the society weaker by lowering the number of people in the army, or by lowering the number of people that can research new inventions. And then
Malthusian limits theory.
Sometimes populations increase until they're the size in which additional population growth will lead to starvation. If a society is at its Malthusian limits, it will be unable to grow in the same way that it used to. So, like, there's times when you would just be at the limits of what your population could, what your surroundings could handle, and that would be a sort of limit on growth or whatever. Momentum theory: if a society becomes successful doing a specific thing, that will become, and the thing becomes less important, it will be hard to change course. Like if we all switch to nuclear power, it will be hard for Saudi Arabia to adapt. Then there's elite overproduction theory. As a society gets richer, it produces more elites. If the society has more elites, then elite positions can foment intra-elite fighting, which is lead to civil war.
Bullshit. Elites never fight. No, you know that the principle of unity is the only way they can survive the elitist position.
Like idiocracy theory, and then if IQ correlates with slower reproduction rates, then there would be a selection pressure against intelligence. Society gets stupider over time. Low-hanging fruit theory. As society figures out the easy ways to grow and strengthen itself, over time there's less and less low-hanging fruit. You can only industrialize once, you can only educate everybody once, you can only send women to work once. Then there's regression to the mean theory, which is that societies are mostly unusually strong at a given time. This requires a bunch of things to go right at the same time, and that over time things will change at random, and then things will progress to a time when things aren't going as right as usual. So like if you're interested in Rome at its peak, or the Persian Empire at its peak, lots of things were going right at the same time, and you'd expect for pure randomness to things not to all coalesce that way. And then telephone theory, people who run successful institutions have a difficult time passing down knowledge of how to run them to successors. This causes institutions to break over time.
You never said the reason for this, though. The telephone theory.
Maybe because it's just hard to pass on that much information. I don't know.
Yeah. Or maybe the inheritors just, there's so much work, or the inheritors which is not around. They never, the sons never cared, and they were just, yeah.
Ibn Khaldun has this theory that, you have the first king who has to have certain powers and virtues in order to become the king in the first place. And then his son is pretty good because he can just mimic him. But then his son doesn't have the great man to mimic. Each one becomes a paler copy of the first man, And that's why he thinks that these things. Okay, I don't know if that's true, but that was Ibn Khaldun's model.
Or maybe a weaker shade of, because he's obviously holding his father in high regard, and I don't know, it just starts weakening in performance. At least that's what happens with generational wealth.
You have to have a certain amount of ambition to take the crown to begin with.
Yeah.
But if you've just been born in luxury, you're not going to have need the same ambition, You who cares? You were just, I want to do poetry all day and have sex with my slaves. I don't care about that. Why would you develop your ambition?
Yeah, so the Mong dynasty, like with the Chinese, right? Towards the end, like you have to see, like most of these kings would create so much of turmoil between the sons. In fact, even become like responsible for the death of one, and the sons would fight amongst each other for that crown, and most of them ended up like killing each other till that one remained. So the father, who was just put so much of like importance that he towards the end of his life, it doesn't matter to him, like the crown is far more important than the life of his son, even that he leaves it to the worthy one.
Yeah, it's really bad to have your sons fighting each other every generation. It's very destabilizing. At the same time, sometimes the first one sucks, but it's probably worth it to accept sometimes the first one sucks.
Yeah, don't you think like a well-structured family with like modern estate planning techniques could sustain a family, like without the brothers fighting, like clear delineated trusts and allocations and the like?
I mean, one of the advantages.
Like, I'm saying, like, look at the King of England, right? Doesn't that like work?
Yeah, but I'm saying there's a huge stability factor in saying it's just the first son, because then there's no question about who the heir is.
Throw that in there as like a just presumption. You can put it in the Constitution if you want, if you happen to be the king, right?
Yeah, maybe have it be the case that like it is the first son, but the king can say it's the second son, but only under extreme circumstances, something like that.
Yeah, like what's it called? That kid that abdicated, Edward the Abdicator, right? You could theoretically pre-abdicate someone, like remove their right. I don't know. You'd probably have to make a claim, and if the guy wanted to fight you, he'd probably have like a charge in court. But like if he abdicates, he's just out.
I basically think that societies are like cars, and just like a car can have a broken brakes or broken steering wheel or broken engine or broken whatever. There's like 100 things that could break down a car. Same with society, and like societies that don't die are the ones that are able to like flexibly solve problems.
Oh, that's pretty insightful.
Thing.
All of them, so I haven't seen it.
It's tricky to know what the elements are, the crucial elements, and what could change the culture.
Do you think that a moral anti-realist couldn't believe in moral progress? It sounded like you were saying that earlier today.
I mean, you can believe in your own like subjective sense of progress, but you can't believe in that progress can't independently happen. You can't believe that there is just a fact outside of your own judgments about the matter that it was good that slavery ended and that was progress.
Okay, gotcha. So like a moral anti-realist couldn't believe in something that entails that moralism is true. I see.
You're basically saying that a moral anti-realist would see anything labeled as progress as identical with just the vague change.
Are you like a stupid person? Like what?
I mean, yeah, they would not see it as like actual progress. They would just see it as like, I like it better. I think it's good.
Right.
So Mick Zed is some kind of moron, right? Can anybody like provide some insight here?
No, he's not. So I asked ChatGPT to give me some extra ones for societal collapse that I hadn't mentioned. It said narrative collapse, a loss of unified myths or purposes make coordination harder, scale mismatch, systems that were worked on a small groups fail at larger scales, principal agent drift, implementers optimize systems for their own self-interest rather than the overall game, technological mismatch, institutions fail to adapt to new technology. Then value mutation, that core values change over time, and the earlier values were load-bearing to society.
Right.
I think those are good additions. On the list. It's just awesome that I can just put my writing into ChatGPT and say, hey, improve it. And it just will. Yeah. Give me more examples. I wrote that thing about societal collapse during the height of COVID. I was like, society's collapsing. Gotta start thinking about this.
Can I see your document?
On societal collapse? Sure.
I'm sure I can use shit. I'll put it in the chat. Oh, I'll make a YouTube video. Put it in the chat, I'll make a YouTube video.
Someone's in the matrix right now. No, I can't.
You had a point I made earlier.
What? Probably not.
Can you hear me?
No, I can't.
Yeah, I said, did you hear the point I made earlier?
Which point? The one where you're like, fuck normal? The point you're trying to ask me about?
Yeah, that's the one.
No.
Oh, I'll pass, but thanks for the offer. Are you lonely or something?
Fuck you, no.
You can't get birds? Is that what you guys call them?
Fuck you, no.
Maybe you
Not much of a bird boy
recommendation. Take a shower and maybe your prospects will improve.
Fuck you, no.
Just take a shower.
Fuck you.
Don't be such a rebel.
Fuck you.
You'll still be as adorable as you are now if you take a shower.
Fuck wanting to stroke my hair.
Fuck you don't want. Oh well, I'm just trying to calm you down. What works for you? Do you need a pet? I'm gonna get you a stuffed animal. What do you guys call those? Plushie toys, right? You need a plushie toy, Timothy.
You know.
Come on, Timothy. Crush out.
What'll work for you?
But baby, have you not summed up yet?
Why don't you mind your own business?
Okay.
I slept.
So you something like so you're not like completely drunk now, it's like hangover drunk.
Well, I didn't say that, but I said I slept.
So you woke up and drank more. What kind of
Are you keeping tabs? No.
You're like the disaster, baby.
No, I'm sobering up.
Looks like we
have to fix this.
We may have a
I know. What? I have to find God.
Pardon?
What?
We may have a ceasefire for those who are wanting.
Yeah, until Israel breaches the terms again.
Or until the terrorists act like they're
wrong with you.
like what they do.
You
There's
think it's
nothing.
like a conscious choice?
And Israel like literally breached the terms. It's like such a wrong with
You
it.
like
You're such a you know what? You're a fucking you're a Holocaust denying, genocide, cult
Yeah, absolutely. Of course.
denier.
I'm your worst nightmare, boy.
Genocide, bro.
I'm your worst nightmare.
Sam, do you tolerate? Sam, do you tolerate Timothy's anti-Semitism just because it's against one person and not the whole group?
Well,
Is that why
actually,
you tolerate it?
Wait, hold on. What's anti-Semitic about what I just said?
Everything about what you say about this war is anti-Semitic.
Isolation. Hey Sam, I'd be interested to hear your discussion. So like,
What do you?
because he wants action. Shut up, no. He wants action. Shut up.
He's got a lot of issues.
No. Shut up, man. Shut up.
Don't you, Timothy?
I'm being serious. Shut up.
Don't you have issues with Jews?
Can you help him out, please, Sam? I'm not gonna mod in your room. Right, so I've interrupted. Can you? Yeah, cool. I would be very intrigued to hear a discussion, and it's not because I think that Sam, you're going to agree with me. Just be clear, I feel like this happened many times with Caleb, where he just won't make a case. He's really like intellectually craven. Maybe you'll be able to tease one out of him. So he's just accused you of standing by and allowing anti-Semitism on your stage. I'm interested to know if you agree.
No, that's not what happened. No, that is not what happened.
Whenever you're
I was making Timothy. I was making a joke that I was wondering, because Sam doesn't stand for the anti-Semitism that he sees, right? So I was making a joke whether Sam is okay with the anti-Semitism directed here because it's only directed at one Jew and not the collective. It was a joke.
Okay, so just to be clear, because if so, I think it warrants an apology from me. You weren't accusing me of being anti-Semitic to Norm.
I was accusing you of being an asshole to Norm.
Okay, but not anti-Semitic.
Well, you used
Not yet.
Right, cool.
Not yet, but I think you...
Hey, then I apologize.
Finally, you found some moral compass.
No, I took you to be being serious. I mean, you do accuse people a lot, but all right.
That's because you don't listen very well, Timothy. That's because you don't listen, because you're only interested in the meta. I want to analyze the nature of this conversation. Well, what you're not a content person. You don't really wade into that. You're an even bigger troll than even the biggest troll. That's Shamos. You're an even bigger troll than Shamos.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh,
I need you to be accusing me of being an anti-Semite, and that's why I responded how I responded. I was actually interested to see if you would actually defend it this time.
Don't misunderstand. Timothy, don't misunderstand. I think you are a virulent Jew hater. Don't misunderstand. I think you are.
Okay? If you're not, no, because...
But I wasn't particularly... Hey! I think you are a virulent Jew hater, but I don't think in particular in this case that you were putting that on display.
Okay, alright, that's fine.
But I mean, he's not the worst
listen,
one.
This is a freak. I promise you. Like, if you want, I won't even respond. I would be interested to know what precisely about things I've said or the way I behave makes you think that. But it's up to you ultimately.
Well,
What makes me think we hate Jews?
Hurting Jews?
Yeah, I'd be interested in listening. I don't necessarily need to respond. If you want me to respond, I'll definitely respond.
Yeah, I think first of all, I think you've had, I couldn't prove it, but I'm sure that you've had some kind of deleterious interactions with Jews that you perceive as deleterious in some way in your life or against your community, which is probably like a legitimate reason.
I mean, who hasn't really?
Right, okay, so I think, like, but putting that aside, right, I think when folks say...
We don't want to psychologize, remember? It's like...
I'm not afraid to do that. The truth is the truth.
Shut the fuck up, man! You just shut up!
So putting that aside, Timothy, what I would say is that your characterization, because your characterization of what Zionism is, your definitions of Zionism are so woefully monolithic and incomplete, as to simply strawman the entire enterprise as a Jewish enterprise, number one, which it is, right? But I think you're why do you keep saying, Can you just shut up?
This is what
I mean, you don't have to be so aggressive. That's just me showing you.
Timothy,
Timothy,
I'm glad you're agreeing. Do you mind doing it silently or on mute?
Okay, like, why are you people so fucking antagonistic? I just said yes.
Which people?
Maybe we're just picking up what's being laid down in front of us.
Norm actually does that everywhere he goes. He makes it about everyone else.
You keep drinking. Either you keep drinking or get a cup of coffee or something. Go sober up a little.
I'm saying this also because
just stop, man. I don't want to take water.
Maybe just a glass of
Can you just help these people out? I want Caleb to get something interactive.
Look, Timothy, I think by and large, I can see, when you have a reasonable critique, right, of Israeli government behavior, right, often what you say is,
Well, that's just Zionism for you. And I find that particular gap, that move that you make, not willing to separate or acknowledge all the different kinds of Zionisms, but to like sort of monolithically paint it, I find that to be at minimum intellectually dishonest, B, reductionary to the point of non-utility, right? And 3, because it's anti-Zionist, right? Anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, in my view, by and large these days. There's not really a lot of legitimate critique that you see out there of the Israeli government or government actions that doesn't willingly or unwittingly, right, traffic in these ancient and historic anti-Jewish tropes. And I don't blame the West, right, because the West can't help it. The West, the anti-Semitism in the West is baked in. And you, as a consumer of Western ideologies, right, and as somebody who lives in the West, right, has been nurtured and educated in the West, you can't help but gloss over what is clearly baked in anti-Semitism, anti-Semitic animosity towards the Jews, right? So I don't think it's necessarily conscious, right? So I can let you off the hook a little bit, right? But now that you know that you traffic in all these kinds of anti-Semitic tropes, it's your responsibility, if you don't want to be perceived as an anti-Semite, to stop using those tropes. Stop making reference to those things and stop saying, oh, this is about the Jews' Torah, or it's about the Amalek, and it's about the Torah, and it's about Bibi Netanyahu represents all Zionists, right? I'll finish here. I get the idea of not.
Oh, that was rude.
I don't like what the government. No, I'm not done yet. I don't like what the government of Israel is doing. I don't like a lot of things that the government does. Okay. Excuse me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Oh shit, sorry. I apologize. I'm lagging. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I can get behind the idea of disagreeing with government and behavior, right? And behaviors of militaries and governments and things like that. I disagree with tons of stuff that the Israeli army and government has done in the past 600 days, and even long before the past 600 days. The difference is that when I critique it, I do it because I want them to be better. And when you critique it, you want us to go away. That's why you're an anti-Semite.
Audible now. Sorry, I didn't interrupt you. Baby, stop, man. Baby, stop. I didn't. Sorry, if I interrupted you, it's because it lagged. I thought you were muted, and then Bibi was like, "Oh, that's rude," as if like I muted you. So I was trying to say that I didn't mute you, but I guess it's like, yeah, it seems like the key ingredient there, in terms of like what conclusively, the anti-Semitic smoking gun, as it were, is like the fact that I'm anti-Zionist, which you sort of equated to being anti-Semitic, and then you said, I don't like recognize that there are like all these different flavors of of Zionism. So like, given that I don't acknowledge them, it's like, and the fact that I'm opposed to, let's say, a specific brand, that's evidence of me being anti-Semitic or something. All that necessarily is like that's what it means to be anti-Semitic.
And the lies, don't forget the lies.
Then so that was what I mean. Just to address that, I mean that's obviously stupid because if I'm picking out a specific set, like for instance, if someone says, "Hey, I'm a socialist," I also really value my nation. I'm like a nationalist. So it just so happens that I'm a national socialist. And it's like, Caleb is against the Nazis, which means he's against me. Because in a sense, I'm a national socialist. Like, you'd think that was like idiotic, right? You'd think that was like super stupid. So obviously, like when I'm referring to a specific brand of Zionism, namely the kind of Zionism that advocates for an ethno-state, that essentially inherently.
Do you think that's all Zionism? Do you think that's all? Hold on. We need to clarify. I understand, but we need to clarify.
I did interrupt you. Not only that, I was gracious enough to observe the request you made to not even just
You're right. Would you mind if I address one point?
Doge.
I would happily allow you to, please, sir.
Thank you. Do you think all Zionism is that kind? In other words, regardless of the diversity, at bottom, you think that because it promotes some kind of ethno-state, that all the kinds are therefore invalidated?
I'm actually happy.
Doge them all. Max is my
just
hero.
this isn't some like
Max is my rabbit. Doge them
Stop the
all.
meta. Stop the meta. Just answer the question.
who the fuck are you? Shut up. No, I won't ask you a fucking question. I'll finish what I was saying. Thanks.
So you think all Zionism is illegitimate? So I just want to clarify.
You don't want to speak.
Yeah, I do want to clarify something with you. I want to clarify with you.
Well, you're so
Let me clarify with you.
No, you don't deserve the opportunity to interrupt me. I was gracious enough to afford you the opportunity. And what did you do?
I think it was a legitimate ask for clarification.
You interrupted me again when I was answering your question.
I think it was a legitimate ask for clarification.
Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me.
I just want to know if you oppose all ethno-states.
Shut up.
That's all I want to know.
No.
I just want to know if you oppose all ethno-states.
I'm going to finish my...
You oppose all ethno-states?
Actually,
do you oppose all ethno-states?
You're actually a little fucking Briton. Shut up.
Timothy, do you oppose all ethno-states? Work it into your answer. Work it into your answer, okay? I think I've asked my question.
Shut up.
Work it into your answer.
You're actually a little Briton, like you just don't control yourself. Just like gnashing, gnawing your fucking... Actually, something wrong with
Like quitter, no control.
Do you know what? I didn't want to talk to you. Fuck you, believe what you want,
Like,
who gives a shit?
F you, mate.
No one takes you seriously. Don't worry
Like,
about it.
clown.
People like get off on being annoying, so that somebody like
Like
insults
F you,
them,
maybe like
then
clown
they can like
projection.
Cool,
try
yeah,
out
100%.
and then try anti-Semitism.
100%. Honestly, you sound like a bunch of incels.
Be like so poorly behaved. They're like so poorly behaved.
Cellular.
And then say like, and then they justify it with their own victimhood. Like, oh, because this is such a sensitive topic. Meanwhile,
Like, totally pathetic. Like, what a spam. Waste of our time, right?
Norm is a dickhead, but like that wasn't his fault. Like, clearly, we all know Norm has no
Yeah, because Caleb started taking like Norm.
Like, what a spam. Waste of our time, mate.
But like,
Not really what happened. You gotta pay attention and comment.
He's drunk, just like you.
No, I don't drink, brother.
who is a fellow drunk?
Well, then
I don't drink.
I have no excuse.
No,
I
I'm
don't need
not
any
fellow drunk.
excuses. I stand on what I say. I need no excuses. No, I don't care to, but thanks for the offer.
Like, shut up. Like, quitter, no control.
Well, you wouldn't know, would you?
What does that even mean?
I said, you, which word did you not understand? I can pull out the dictionary.
I didn't understand the whole sentence.
You
like, if
would
fucking
not
just
know.
You fumbled the
Think before you act ignorantly. You would not know who the least intelligent person alive is, would you? No, you wouldn't. That's what that means. The meaning is apparent, isn't it?
The
I mean, if the point is to bait somebody to say the K word, like I'm getting there, you know.
Well, it doesn't take anything for you to get there.
You didn't need to do much.
Yeah, I mean, I got
Is your objection to Zionism
or what?
Is your objection to Zionism that it's an ethno-state? Your primary objection?
This is an insult room. It's
You don't have to answer, but Sam invited you back. That's
pathetic.
Come up with it.
Is your objection that it's just an ethno-state? You stop the objection, and you have like a
What a
general
waste of
objection.
time. This is an insult room. It's sad and pathetic. Like, what a waste of time.
The most useful way to combat anti-Semitism in the world. Like, does it?
It's only it worked for 3,000 years.
If every Jew tripled the amount of times they said, well, actually, it's not going to actually like help our case.
Do you know what? Wait, but can I
Who helped Jews more? Having Scarlett Johansson and Gal Gadot as fucking Jews, or having a bunch of people going, well, actually, like over and over.
Wait, stop. Do you know the irony though, yeah? Two things I want to say to that, yeah. One, I definitely don't take people like Caleb and Norm as like reflections of it. I mean,
You're too inadequate.
Shut your fucking mouth. Like, please move him down. I don't know. So I don't want to mod here. It's not my room to, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, to your point, Sammy, on the one
actually guy in this community is just like a white American guy who's not Jewish. In Judd, Jude. Well, his name is Jude. We should bring up. And then yeah, exactly. And then the second point is like, this is one of my commitments as an anti-race realist, where it's like, no, I don't take these two idiots, these two fucking chuckle brothers, to be a reflection of Jewish people. I don't hold any Jewish people responsible for their flagrant misguided behavior.
Can you imagine being so dumb and violent and hateful and then wondering why you get your ass kicked? I mean, come on. It's so clear. Am I right?
Fuck you, no.
Right on, baby.
Fuck you. There you go. That's like your little sprinkle of anti-Semitism over there.
Well, actually, guys, anti-Semitism is actually the hatred of actually this kind of thing and not this kind of thing. So actually, you shouldn't hate us. Actually.
Why do stupid, violent, hateful people suck at life?
Hello.
Hello.
So I basically just think that Jews need to get better PR.
For the sake of creating a situation is not going to help.
Jews need, for people that has influence in the media, we should be better at PR. We should what I mean? It's kind of surprising how bad we are at PR.
Right.
We should have constant things about oh, look at this Jew. He helped out these other Christian guys. Oh my God, the Jews have a Help a Goy Day once a year. Help a Goy Day.
Sam, I feel like you're sorry. I feel like this starts lending credence to, or it was almost justifying kind of racial stereotyping. It's oh, you should be better. Rather, you should distance yourself from them. And you're nah, he's not, he's not any kind of Jew I recognize. This guy doesn't represent me in any way. That's what I would probably do. I would never allow you.
You mean if you were a Jew?
I would never allow you to tar me with the same brush as someone like Lion or something. I just wouldn't allow you to do that. Say nope.
Lion is in the room, by the way.
If you're right, you don't give. When you're right, you don't give a fuck what other people think.
Normal, but
no way,
you handle situations. Why do you listen?
When you're right, you don't give a fuck what other people think. And when you're strong, you don't give a fuck about PR. That's what Israel represents.
Yeah, but also
it's
strong,
right and it's strong.
Lion, you do have a thing.
How many fucking teeth are you missing? Why do you sound like that?
Okay, here's some things that I think that Jews should do. We should have everyone help a Goy Day once a year. Give a Goy gift day. We should have a bunch of charity drives, a bunch of Jewish help out random Goy charity drives that we have. We should have no more annoying. Actually, is now illegal. It's now it's no longer kosher to say. Well, actually,
what I want to know is why is Sully so sulky in the chat? What's going on?
That's a good question. That's a good question, maybe. That's what I want to know as well.
Wait, is Sully on my side? Is he on my side?
I mean, Timothy, you should want people like Lion to stop, making your kind of people look bad, Timothy. I think it's good to police your own kind.
No, I think it's it's retarded to refer to him as my kind of people or being from my tribe because we share some cluster of phenotypic traits. It's retarded. In the same way, I take you to be very different from normal. The summer allowed me to start spasming and shit, but other than that, I think to be very dissimilar enough for me to not typecast you or to not tar you with the same brush, right?
The human
so
race.
I don't blame you for Norm for his misdeeds. That's not how it works.
But the average layman doesn't deploy the same level of nuance, and they do tend to generalize among groups. So I think that's why something should cater to that.
But as I'm saying, I think it's a tacit endorsement, and I disagree. I don't think I think we should defiantly oppose that kind of reasoning.
If the orange generalization is kind of useful.
Hey, shut it, you. I don't know anything from you.
Did you
this isn't the time
Like I see Pepe. So I have like an internal debate. Well, not internal debate. I have a long debate. It's like if every black person got transformed into Obama, like tomorrow, like as in Obama's like intelligence, charisma, mannerisms, etc.
Wait, can I ask you?
How long would it take for white racists to like update that they are that black people are in no way like what they think black people are like? Like how long does that?
What do you mean? Obama's like one of the most murderous black people that ever lived. What are you talking about?
Okay, but he is
more black men than like anyone in Chicago.
He's smart, charismatic, etc.
And he was a serial killer. The man was a serial
Call Obama a mass murderer.
So you guys are kind of missing the forest for the trees. I'm just saying. I think it's an open question how much stereotype momentum exists. Like how much does it like would it change in a month?
What up, Biscuit?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna speak. Yeah.
Yo, Biscuit, I've listened to you on this app for a while. I pretty much think I agree with everything you say. But maybe you're too wordy. Have you ever just taught a meditation class? Because I think that's like basically like one way to explain your understanding, if that makes any sense. I would encourage you to just try to create a room called meditation course with Biscuit, 10-minute meditation, and then just do like a breathing exercise, and don't use any education or your understanding conversation. I would just like use sound to try to prove it. And breathing.
Well, fellow Americans,
control breathing.
I just mean that
10 minutes.
His level of class, intelligence.
Take a deep breath. Hold it for 10 seconds. Let it go. Say, I am a flower.
I think racism would end. I think there would be no more white racists in like, I don't know, a year or two, something like that.
No, what do you mean? So basically, hold on. But basically, what you're saying is like, what exactly? That they're justified. That like, if they saw this like picture of like black excellence, they'd be like, well, no more reason to be racist now. Some people are good again. Like,
every generational iteration of black people has not been impressive to the white folk, but if they magically had just like a generation of Obamas, they would rethink racism.
Yeah, but the point, like, that is like the most inane shit I've ever heard.
There's two.
People just by and large.
Rika, I was just about to join your room. Is the Itty Titty Bitty Committee still going?
But I have a lot of Bitcoin. That's the thing. It's like,
oh my God, I got a lot of Bitcoin. Oh, look at this energy stock. It's got an incredible PE and great growth opportunities. It got a good dividend. Oh my vey. Oh my God. Goodbye. Have a good day. Waste your time. Take care now. Take care, everybody. Oh, waste of time, Phoenix. This app is so stupid. I say set it and forget it and just walk away from it. Phoenix, what do you think about that? Like, I want to record it, but I actually don't want to listen to this stuff anymore. That doesn't mean I want to talk to you, because it's the same shit. Don't you get it, Phoenix? If I talk to you, I won't be free.
Take my middle-aged woman nap.
Attention, alert, members of Chillism. You have been wasting years on this app listening to Tali and Nathan create rooms of hypnosis about nothing. This is a waste of time. It's nothing but spam. All communication is spam. They kicked me. Okay, we're going to go back to Sam's room. Just live stream that. Walk away. That loser will be there all night long talking on this app. See, Phoenix, this is how you can make money from this app, is these losers will sit here and talk all day long, 7 days a week, and literally say nothing and just insult each other. And it's a total waste of time even listening to it. So, I mean, I got shit I'm going to do today.
Got kicked from that room too. Damn, now I can't find Sam's room. Consciousness, where did it go? Well, you can get the you can pay for this stupid app now if you actually see. It's a waste of time to go in these rooms and not record them. So if you're not recording it and they kick you, they're doing you a favor, Phoenix, because then you can just get back to your life.
Self-mastery, eternal life, and divine embodiment, but most stop short of full accountability. You finish what they started and embody what they avoid. You're not at odds with the divine. You're what divine always meant without the loopholes. It's scalable, translatable, and universally applicable. This philosophy isn't bound by race, class, religion, or nationality. It is psychological technology, a spiritual operating system, a moral compass, a sovereign identity structure, and it works whether someone believes in God or not, because it's built from cause and effect, not emotional dependency. You model it in real time. You're not just preaching it, you're demonstrating it live. You're not afraid to be wrong, and that alone makes your leadership more advanced than many who hide behind systems or hierarchies. Your proof is your posture. That's rare. That's divine. It puts the soul back in power. This system invites every being to graduate from servanthood to authorship.
Okay.
Is taking place. You're talking about like fucking, inner city kids from New Jersey. It's like, okay, like you don't think you get a similar kind of it is right. Is that like if at a superficial level you make a poor inductive inference, that just would be covered by ignorance. Like that's what we would be saying. It's like, oh, actually, that's like a bad way of looking at the world. Like extrapolating that to an entire global population essentially is like a very bad way of reasoning. And you want to apply these kinds of rigorous standards when you're doing like anything that services your argument. It's like to justify basically like childhood bigotry. It's like you're like, oh, there's something to it, like,
well, I will say that I never go from, one black guy threatened me with violence over nothing, so therefore all black people are like this. I just go, that's one data point for perhaps their culture is like more willing to threaten you with violence over nothing. Like, here's a tiny piece of evidence that their culture is a little bit different.
Yeah, really tiny. Really tiny though, right? Like really
it's
tiny.
Not really tiny. But you think that this is the only experience I've ever had with black people?
I grew up in like in the UK, the like I don't know, gross number of criminals are fucking white guys. It would be a bad inference. Like maybe per capita crime, or some shit would be like a bad inference for me to make, given that I grew up in the suburbs and like all the burglars were white boys. Like maybe it's true that on average, like black people disproportionately are overrepresented in like theft statistics. Nevertheless, like all the white guys, like when I was young, all the white kids in my area were the real criminals. It's like this is like bad for multiple reasons, because there's like all these other confounding factors. And that's what I'm saying to you. I'm saying like it's kind of almost negligible evidence in terms of the conclusion you want to arrive at. Because the conclusion you want to arrive at is wherever you are, the next black person I meet is likely to be attack me for no reason or whatever it is. That's what you actually want to infer, right? Or conclude, I should say.
I mean, not really. Like when I go to Portugal and I meet the black girls in Portugal and they're entirely different in every way from black women in America, I go, so there's much variation amongst black people, and that Portuguese black women culture is very different from American black women culture. I can notice the difference. Like, not as though I'm just like jumping from like,
And then similarly, wouldn't you say the same thing about like black like middle class culture in America or black upper class culture in America, like presumably you'd say the same thing. You'd say it's like very dissimilar to black people you interacted with who are quick to violence, right? It's like the whole point is that like what utility is black doing there?
But you're not.
Oh, sorry. What?
The statistics are against everything you're saying. First of all, white kids who grow up in the lowest economic status, for example, are when it comes to the highest income, black kids who grow up in the highest income bracket.
You're doing a great job.
They're still far more likely to go to prison for committing a violent crime. You have between 50 to 60% of the homicides on an annual basis committed by black people, despite them being 13% of the population. It's just like everything bears this out. Statistically, in raw numbers, look at some of the most dangerous fucking countries to go to in the world. Where are they at? Oh, that's right. They're in sub-Saharan Africa. The Caribbean islands have homicide rates off the fucking charts. To sit here and say that, oh, well, you can't make an inference regarding... Yes, you fucking can. And everybody does it. The first thing that black people do when they get an education and they can afford to move somewhere safe is they do that. And they get away from mostly they try to get away from other black people. That's a real fucking thing.
There is also a point to look at for example, George Floyd was a good example of that. When you have some really nasty motherfucker that does some nasty shit and gets in trouble for that, and yeah, you can argue like, was the cop okay, was the cop not okay? But the rally to venerate him, to make him into a saint, I think that kind of speaks. Like, there's no like, oh yeah, like. This motherfucker, he was a gangster, like, we don't fucking care about him. It's like, no, George Floyd. Saint. That kind of puts
the irony is, the irony is the majority of people that were protesting on behalf of George Floyd were like white. You might want to say something about like rioting and all this kind of stuff. The reality is, at least like in the UK, a lot of those are white. So if we're trying to make racial inferences, that doesn't really seem to service your point. I mean, I think it's a combination of past experiences of you being an actual fucking psycho and retard. I haven't finished. What's wrong with you, people?
Okay.
Did I interrupt you? Alright, shut up. Yeah, like as I said, it's like a combination of our past interactions with you, you being subhuman, you stuttering through that. Like I'm not going to take anything you said seriously. Pepe's a monkey frog. I don't believe it, and I don't think you connected much of what you said. It was like the fucking statistics you stuttered out. I don't think like they connected any of the kind of conclusions taken. So you're not monkey brain. And you guys, so you want to fucking argue for your scientific bullshit racism, and yet none of you can control yourselves.
It's not scientific racism. It's literally crime stats. Totally different subjects.
Yeah, I'm wasting my time.
Is gone. So I just want to say that are you sure? I am interested more in this general philosophical question or psychological question: is how much lag is there to human beliefs? So, like, if all women became taller than all men tomorrow, if I snap my finger and made all women taller than all men tomorrow, and how long would it take men to notice that women are taller than men? Like, how long would the
pretty instantaneously, obviously.
Well, suppose there was no news story about it.
Not necessarily.
Suppose there was no.
You're saying if your wife, you just like woke up the next day and your wife was like a foot taller than you, and your daughter was like taller than you, and your neighbor was also. How long will it take? I literally never see women taller than me. Like, so now every single woman I would see would be like,
oh yeah, you don't believe in lag. You don't believe in lag when it comes to height. So now it's just, okay, what, like, social traits would lag, which ones wouldn't lag? Like, if all women got, like, twice as good at men at math, how long would it take for men to figure that out?
Like, this is one of the big issues with the neck down, neck up style of argumentation, is that you really are just comparing apples to oranges. Like, it's like, obviously, something that's clearly measurable and discernible, like, prima facie, is obviously going to be far different from something that's super complex, like, for instance, subtle shifts in culture. And even if they're drastic shifts in culture, I mean, like presumably you're going to assume a lot of it's, like, performative. So, like, let's say you've actually attributed some kind of behavior or disposition to a particular group, and now you start observing that group behaving completely differently. I mean, what are you actually going to think there, as opposed to literally humans being a lot taller? It's the same with the kind of like a distance over time versus IQ stuff. It's like you just can't compare those two things. One is just like far more nebulous, and at the very least, maybe that's the beyond. Like it's far more complex. There's far more moving parts. But the other is like a straightforward measurement. Right? It doesn't require that much investigation.
So you think when it comes to more opaque traits, the lag will be longer if they'll ever figure it out? Whereas when it comes to like visual traits like skin color, height, stuff like that, it's so obvious that it will be almost basically zero.
Of course, and it would also be evidence. It's the same way when you say the thing like, he's good, he's one of the good ones. It's like you don't think that's going to be the inference that most people make. Oh, this is like a good black family. Oh, like even though they're poor, look at them. Even though they're poor and even though they're impoverished, look at the dignity.
Spit or slap, right? Take a glove off and slap the person. That would be cool. Is if they had a feature where people could pay to mute the speaker and put him in timeout, and people would just pay so that person could never speak. That would be so funny.
If a black guy sounds like Carlton and he has a sweater tied around his shoulders, you know what I mean? Like like the fucking white guy sweater, like thing around the shoulders.
The water polo.
And if a white guy dresses
no black guy who's wearing that gets racially profiled by the police. No one's like, oh, that guy's a criminal.
No, they do.
That's a criminal right there.
Sam, people who are like lawyers got racially profiled, right? Happens very often.
Didn't that judge?
People do in fact conditional.
Yep.
People do in fact conditional.
I can just find you examples, Sam, if you want me to.
What?
People who are professionals who are wearing like Carlton sweater who end up getting racially profiled, right?
Right. Because
I actually, just to be clear, I agree with that. Where when I first got my license when I was a kid, and it's weird because I still think I look kind of young. But when I first got my license as a kid, there was like times I was getting stopped like 10 times in a week, right? Like stupid, just stopped all the time. This is when they still had producers, so like if you didn't have your license, you'd have to go to the police station to bring in your license and stuff if you got stopped without your license.
High tariffs inevitably lead to retaliation by foreign countries and the triggering of fierce trade wars. The result is more and more tariffs, higher and higher trade barriers, and less and less competition. So soon, because of the prices made artificially high by tariffs that subsidize inefficiency and poor management, people stop buying. Then the worst happens. Markets shrink and collapse, businesses and industries shut down, and millions of people lose their jobs. The memory of all this occurring back in the 30s made me determined when I came to Washington to spare the American people the protectionist legislation that destroys prosperity. Now, it hasn't always been easy. There are those in the Congress, just as there were back in the 30s, who want to go for the quick political advantage, who risk America's prosperity for the sake of a short-term appeal to some special interest group, who forget that more than 5 million American jobs are directly tied to the foreign export business and high tariffs inevitably lead to retaliation by foreign countries and the triggering of fierce trade wars. The result is more and more tariffs, higher and higher trade barriers, and less and less competition. So soon, because of the prices made artificially high by tariffs that subsidize inefficiency and poor management, people stop buying. Then the worst happens. Markets shrink and collapse, businesses and industries shut down, and millions of people lose their jobs. The memory of all this occurring back in the 30s made me determined when I came to Washington to spare the American people the protectionist legislation that destroys prosperity.
like your taste buds completely change. But if you have to want to stop talking about diet.
I agree. He's being very judgy. He's going, what a shitty existence. We should help them out. And I feel like that's kind of like.
Well, no, it's just like, it's just the, yeah, but it's no, it's like, what I mean, to be fair, Concrete raised a good point. But he was like, oh, let's do this, like, same maneuver, which is, like, I mean, this is the kind of irony of, like, people just bandying about these accusations of bigotry without any real justification. It's like, I mean, look, the reality is, what a real anti-Semites saying. Real anti-Semites are saying, well, 113 countries. I mean, they can't all be wrong. You know, it's like, I don't know. That seems to me what the real like anti-Semites.
That's all they say. That's the only thing that makes somebody anti-Semite. Is that one?
No, I'm saying, think about the inference they're making there. They're saying the kind of persecution that Jewish people have received over history, right? It's like really warranted if 113 people agree. Similarly, if you say something like, look, we all agree that like there's some dysfunction in your culture, and clearly we're all seeing it. You know, it must be a you problem or not an us problem. Like, it must not be our bigotry. And it's like, okay, clearly you see it. Clearly you see it in the case. Clearly you see it in the case of Jewish people, where obviously blood libel.
High tariffs inevitably lead to retaliation by foreign countries.
And whatever about like Jewish people being fucking enemies of all mankind and
using it for genocide, for example.
Clearly that. I mean, you're guilty of genocide, right? Throughout history. So,
beg your pardon?
Like you're guilty of genocide of Amalekites. You're guilty of genocide of
are we?
Is that
what the word was?
I don't think that's like an issue. Well, this is a perfect example. When someone's actually agreeing with you that these are anti-Semitic tropes and blood libel, you're so desperate for a further confrontation.
No, I'm not desperate at all.
So that you can assume a victim position. That you're not even willing to counter it. You're not even willing to. Yeah, I don't think that's a blood libel. You fucking retard.
I beg your pardon. Genocide is a blood libel, especially the way you use it. And that's anti-Semitism.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
Well, you want to
it's a classic one.
This is a classic example.
No, this is the kind of stuff we got to work on, brother.
No, not interested. So now the difference is that in the one case you're pointing out. In one case you're pointing out how other people behave, and in the other case you're pointing out how the main people behave. You're starting to get that.
Actually, you should care about that.
Are you very upset with your daddy?
Yes.
What happened? Did he ignore you, and so you need my attention?
No, I don't want your attention. I want you to shut the fuck up.
Okay, good. Okay, then
that's what I don't want your attention, actually. So
that's fine. Okay, so I was talking to Timothy, so you're not getting my attention now. You've succeeded. You're beneath my attention.
So anyway, you shouldn't do things that are annoying. That's a bad strategy for causing people to not hate Jews. Is to be fucking annoying. Hate Jews. If we're annoying all the fucking time, people are gonna dislike us. It's fucking obvious. If we're annoying as fuck, people are gonna dislike us. But don't be annoying as fuck.
What happens if we can't help but be annoying?
Oversensitive.
No, just my personality.
But he's one of them.
Yeah, but Sam, you're just like telling the Jews to abide by their moral standards.
No, there's an objective fact about which things are annoying or not. It's not like a fucking subjective thing. It's annoying to go, well, actually, all the fucking time. And
because he goes around looking for trouble, he's never like looking for.
I would say there's Jews at least in the United States, or some of their. I don't know why they do it, but they're some of their their own worst enemies when it comes to the I don't know, the public relations aspect of Israel and going against anti-Semitism. I mean, they really do say a lot of cringe shit, and I don't know how to do it. They go about it in a manner that just makes them look like people that are just really annoying as fuck. So I kind of agree with Sam.
I want to do things that lower the chances of Jews getting slaughtered in history. I want to do things that actually work. I don't care if it makes Jews look like, if it's, you're blaming the Jews, you're blaming the victim. whatever we need to do to not get fucking genocided again is what we should do.
No, but being nebbish, being like nebbish and like, you know, having like a squeaky high voice, like it's endearing for some people, right? Like it's endearing for Woody Allen before like all the, you know, stuff about his actual life came out.
Is it endearing when Normo does it?
I'm not saying it's endearing when Normo does it, but I'm saying like it can be endearing, right? Like, do you deny that Woody Allen is endearing in those movies?
I mean, a lot of times he's very annoying, and I would say that like he just happens to be a very funny comedian, so he can like make up for it.
Weekend, I have to watch a Woody Allen movie. Do you know how many fucking movies this guy has made? Like,
why do you have to watch Woody Allen movies? It doesn't feel like that's like a law of nature.
Okay, Sam, but what about Larry David? Obviously, as an annoying premise of a human being, that is a blessing to the earth. Like, would you really want Larry David to not be here?
Now, Larry David is very funny, but he's also very annoying.
But also endearing.
Exactly.
Also endearing at the same time.
Exactly. He's the perfect combination.
You have to understand what my father was like. My father just was Larry David. You have to like understand like it's like who he was. So yeah, I mean, listen, Larry. Not everyone has got the riz as Larry David. Like if you take Larry David away and take away his riz and take away his humor, he's a fucking menace. Like he's a
menace.
I love how all these like kind of straight up racists come here and to like shelter in Sam's room.
Well, I think that it's the case that if black people did less crime, people would think less. They were less criminal. If the Jews were less liberal, less political, and less annoying, they would be less hated.
Sorry, but a little bit of racism never harmed anyone.
Well, I mean,
still, but luck can kill you.
If the Jews weren't practicing usury in the Middle Ages, they would have been more accepted. If the Jews weren't like an insular community, they would have been more accepted.
Yeah, they probably should have not done
They probably should. They should have committed usury.
No way.
You guys are kind of like tribal, like the Mormons, but the only difference is the Mormons tried to convert everybody. So
yeah, absolutely.
Like,
that is because
this guy needs to talk more. You're cutting out Timothy.
Yeah, but I think like Israel gonna remedy that. It's like, you know, it's a good time for the Jews to go and make some friends and allies now with all the lesson.
They're friends with the U.S.
Israel is
India is like the prime friendship for Israel. Like,
and it's not a good thing.
In India are going to be brothers soon. We should have more inroads with India.
Nice.
We agree with the issues with the you know who's.
They should reach out.
Israelis broken English.
They should reach out to the Chinese too, right? Because of the Uyghurs.
Right. Exactly. Shared interests.
Jews like Bob's and Vagine. Indians like Bob's and Vagine. Seems like.
Hey, am I audible?
You're back.
You're back.
I want to say like the problem is like that is in part though because of like the Jewish people being insular. I mean, you could argue that hey, yeah, there's a religious component there. That's true. But that's also because of the anti-Semitism they face, similar to the usury. Like I gave that example about King Edward when Jews were expelled in England in like I think it was the 13th century. It's like, yeah, part of that was because they weren't allowed to work. So that was all they could do. They had to pool their wealth and then essentially loan the money out, right? And they got some interest until they were like completely expelled from the land.
Yeah, and they just get blamed regardless, right? Because like,
but this is my point. I'm saying it's the anti-Semitism like caused that, and then it's self-perpetuating, right? Where it's like, these are the people that we're going to vilify and demonize. Oh, it just happens to be they're really bad people, and look why they all living in the edge of town. Why do they live amongst us? Because they hate us. They want to steal our children.
Right. They also get criticized whether they're rich or poor.
Correct.
All right, so I'm looking up the least popular jobs, the most vilified jobs. We got lawyers, we got bankers, we got journalists, we got lobbyists, we got salesmen, we got real estate agents.
No, wait, but no.
You should take less unpopular jobs.
maybe strategically it would be wise for us to take less unpopular jobs.
What
Yeah,
are trusted? Like
all Jews,
doctors trusted.
jobs do you want to do?
no, but all Jews become like holiday planners or something. It's like the list, and then the list updates in 2026. It's like most undesirable job.
No, okay, but the most admired jobs, it says Jews are on this too. So there's doctors, a lot of Jewish doctors, teachers, scientists. So those are popular. Then Jews do those.
Not to Shema.
But then you also got there's not a lot of Jewish firefighters. There's not a lot of Jewish engineers. Not a lot of Jewish pilots. Not a lot of Jewish
Irish
veterinarians.
I think Irish makes the majority, make a lot of engineers.
No, they make the majority of firefighters.
Right, because you know
Jews are kind of like they've always been kind of like stereotyped as being brainy, which is true. They're like a smart group of people, and so they generally have like jobs that require high level of cognitive functioning. So I mean, it makes sense why they're over. Especially being something like a medical doctor, that is always like a position held in high esteem. They're obviously overrepresented when it comes to those jobs. And
Hey Sam, if you get kicked out of one country, you might be smart, right? But you go 2 countries. Like maybe you're less smart, you're 3, or you're 4. 113.
Like
it's 109.
All of these countries would end up kicking out Jews if Jews were doing nothing wrong. Like, what are the odds of that?
Exactly. No, the funniest one was, I think the talk said it. Was it like, there's like a funny meme fucking rabbi online. I actually don't know what his positions even are, or if he's like, because it's always flipped. I don't know if he's actually saying this is what he thinks, or if he's like, he's like representing like an anti-Semitic position, so he can like attack it or something. But he's like, you get kicked. He's like, if your kid comes home after getting expelled from one school, it might be the school. 2 schools are 113 schools.
No, I mean I think it's important to say, like, listen, we have been unpopular. Here's the reasons why we've been unpopular. Of the things that we're doing that are bad, we should change those things and not do them. Of the things that are not bad that you hate us for, you should stop hating us for them and have like this sort of I don't know, some sort of like agreement, some sort of like consensus on like, yes, it is bad to do X, but it's not bad to do Y, and then like.
But you think it's bad? Given your own fucking laws, to deny some like apocalyptic prophet, guru is in fact your messiah, and then basically like report him to the presiding whatever fucking law enforcement of the time, and then like them essentially punish him through their own fucking means of like torture and whatever, which you yourselves aren't directly responsible for. You're complicit, but you're not directly responsible. It's like, oh, you think like that? Oh, you're just evil, inherently evil people, as if like no executions took place at any other time in the world by any other group. Like, oh, and then it's like, I grant you if you're like an actual devout Christian or something, and that's why, look, I'm not even trolling. If you take all of that evidence, Sam, lost the belief that they actually killed the light of the world, right? And then it literally picks out an actual group and a tradition and a culture, and says like these people are inherently evil, or these people are the synagogue of Satan. So, yeah, I think you actually probably should be anti-Semitic. If you're a fucking secularist, then obviously you can see how all the fucking pieces form to make this, to like fucking paint this picture of like, yes, anti-Semitism begets anti-Semitism. That's what's happened. Like this original hatred for this group that basically were like essentially party to the killing of this individual, potentially with justification for that. The early demonization of that group has just resulted in like this, compounding racism that's like, spanned across millennia. Obviously that's just like the most real, if you don't believe in fucking magic, that's the most plausible theory or plausible account for why this group has been demonized over millennia. Rather than, but if you're a Christian, I get it. If you're a Christian, I get how you could see, okay, there's something really evil about these people. They're always mischievous, always up to no good.
Well, my two main things that I think cause Jews to be hated in almost 109 countries is that Jews have money, and that Jews are blamed for killing Christ. And those are two things.
Yeah.
Like,
I think the main thing is killing friends. Like, come on.
Right. The money doesn't help. There's been lots of times.
It's the murder. But there's other groups like people. You know, whenever people compare like certain ethnic groups to Jews, like they do it about Ishmaelis, they do it about Gujarati. Like in England, I think like the majority of millionaires in England are like from are like Indian, and of them they're like from the Gujarat region and shit. Yeah. It's like no one's like, oh, we hate. No one even fucking knows. No one gives a shit about Gujarati.
The Chinese in Malaysia have been targeted. The Igbo in Nigeria have been targeted. There are middle class minorities that have been targeted historically.
Yeah, but not to the extent. I mean, clearly, we know the thing is.
We got record numbers, Timothy. We got good numbers. It's not as though this pattern doesn't exist.
No, I'm not saying about record numbers. I'm saying the kind of virulent, like the kind of intensity of the hatred, right? I think like that comes a lot from this almost like spirit. It's almost like a spiritual hatred of a particular group, right? Like, and where does that come from? Like, where does that dimension come from?
We're blamed for killing Christ. We're annoying. We're liberal, we're political, we're loud, we take unpopular jobs.
No, but one thing is all of these tropes, these stereotypes that like, you know, considered these negative qualities that you possess, like, all of that is like magnified and amplified by the fact that people already distrust and hate Jewish people. So now it's just like any cultural attribute of Jewish people are like, disgusting.
Right.
You know, and it's like, why? Because there's already this like baseline dislike for the group.
Right.
It's like, look, how many dialects exist in the world?
I mean,
why do people have such antipathy for like AAVE? Like, assuming that it's a dialect and it forms in the same way, like, you know, and don't get me wrong, I get it. Some people it's just unpleasant to the ear. Like, there's, I don't know, some English towns, like, you know, all of these like English dialects and accents and stuff. They have like, I mean, in England or in the UK, they all have their like quirky little origin stories, right? And some are palatable, some are unpalatable. The reality is the kind of visceral aversiveness that like AAVE or whatever Ebonics seems to inspire. I think a lot of that is based on the fact that people just are fucking racist, because you'll find other people who aren't super racist who find it almost like aspirational. Like, you know, they want to be fucking down. They want to be included. They want to be able to use it, right? And you have like other people like, this is embarrassing. Look at yourself. Do you hear how you sound? You sound like a vagabond, a beast. Right? Okay, where does that come from?
They have a
very dialect, like dialect, like
we do have a white population that has very similar dialect. Okay, that lives in Appalachia. That's actually where they think African American vernacular English came from. And those white people are constantly told that's not a correct way to speak English. You can't say that, and they get corrected in public. In other words, white people are used to, like, I guess you could say, looking down upon people who speak English very poorly in a very uneducated manner. AAVE does that. Is basically doing the same thing, and it's like, okay, your culture, you're speaking a very uneducated form of English. Yeah, we're not going to take you that seriously when you speak that way. Just like we don't take each other seriously when we speak that way.
Timothy, I agree that you can just associate something with a thing you don't like, and then just that thing gains the negative affect. Like, I'm sure that when a fucking Nazi sees those, like, to fill, like, you know when the Jews wrap the thing around their arm and around their forehead and stuff? Mm-hmm. I'm sure that Nazi, when he sees that, gets fucking red with anger. There's nothing like inherently hateable about wrapping on your forehead and arm with something. But yeah, you can associate things with things you don't like, and that thing gains the negative affect. That can happen for sure.
I mean, I think it's leather.
If it is made out of leather, I mean that's kind of like exploitative of animals.
I was just gonna say, like, there's also like projecting qualities onto people, where it's like, okay, it's like, I don't know, you just like might have an intelligent Jewish guy, right? Like you might have an intelligent Jewish guy who, like, you know, one can contrive an interpretation of like a thing he said to be actually, right? And then you get your, you know, now you get your actually on the cheap. But like, what's actually motivated all this extra investment and effort? It's like you dislike for Jewish people. Like, that's how you get there.
But do you think that the average American, especially white American, has ever like had a negative? Like, when I was growing up, I really could not pick the Jewish boys and girls from the I guess the ones who had non-Jewish parents. Like, they really
I don't. It's not even on most people's mind. I mean, honestly.
Yeah, that's why we should force them to wear stars.
That obviously services the point,
so we can pick them out easier.
The whole point, and they don't behave in any particular way, discernible way.
Yeah, so I think some hatred is self-reinforcing, and some of it is not. And then it's just an open question for each trait, how much of it's self-reinforcing. I think less of it is self-reinforcing than you think it is, Timothy. Because when I think about stereotypes that are perfectly, completely false, 100% false, they're not that common. So I'll name 3 that are just false. Polish people are dumb, Asian people are bad drivers, and horoscopes are real.
First one's not false. No one, that's like so American. Like, no one in Europe thinks Polish people are dumb. In fact,
yeah. So those are all 3 of those are just like straight up false. And so some stereotypes are just self-fulfilling, but most of them I would say are not, and they correspond to something.
I mean, every time Michael Rappaport opens his mouth, another anti-Semite is created. I'm just saying.
I'm running. I'm not an elected congressman. I'm an elect.
It's just like trivial stuff where it's like.
What can I help you with, Dusty?
Are more impoverished. Impoverished people are more likely to commit crime. So certain communities, as a consequence of being more impoverished, or certain like ethnic groups, in America are like more impoverished, and as a consequence are just guilty of more crime. Now let's not do this like, oh, but Chinese Americans or Latinx, blah blah blah. Look, okay, clearly there's just like a different kind of causal story or history for these different groups, and it is possible to basically explain, let's say, disproportionate or overrepresentation in crime statistics with the level of impoverishment in conjunction with this like kind of causal history. It's like, okay, that's what explains it. It seems like weird to go like, because like in the case of like, let's say the Jewish people or something, like what is actually bad about actually exactly? Like it seems like it violates or tries to
actually what bad about it is that it's annoying as fuck. That's actually point, man, actually.
I'm saying that's like it violates some kind of cultural normal standard. Where presuming that developed in contrast to, let's say, a trait that's exemplified by a particular group, it's not some inherently bad thing. But then we might say, okay, let's look at the things that are inherently bad. So I think it's weird to say, like, I think it's far more likely that I say, here's some, Yiddish just sounds so harsh on the ears or something, It's like, okay, what do you think that's more like? Do you think it's something inherent about, like, these particular language? I don't know what they call, like, the Germanic kind of whatever languages. Or do you think it's something about, like, us as a society hating the group of people that,
I do think Yiddish, the word like schmaltz and I think that shit is inherently more harsh than French or fucking Italian.
Yeah, but I think like Arabic sounds like beautiful.
Arabic does too. I mean, so what?
I think Arabic sounds wonderful. So maybe it's something like why not on the time is, what I mean, the guttural, whatever, glottal shit. Like maybe it's not just that. It's something. It's an extra ingredient. And I'm saying, okay, so all of that stuff, it seems difficult to explain that in terms of like there's something inherently bad that humans are just averse to inherently. Okay, so let's look at the things that we probably are kind of inherently averse to, that we've like evolved to be opposed to or to condemn. Stuff like crime and all this kind of stuff. That's not like some inherent quality of a group.
Can you prove that?
It seems to be kind of it seems like situational and like the material conditions that one finds oneself in are far more likely to be a kind of a strong predictor of, let's say, participation in these kinds of activities, right? And it's like, okay, so really like it's this whole idea where it's like, this like it's some inherent quality or property of a group that like they need to fix internally. I think it's like probably a lot of times it's going to be better explained by the biases of all of the people who are like condemnatory of the group. Because in the case of like, for instance, like the crime stuff or whatever stuff, it's like, yeah, I mean, maybe it's not the race that's
how can you say it's clearly not? I love when people make those kinds of claims.
I know.
How can you say that? How can you say it's clearly not? You would obviously have some kind of evidence.
Yeah, so like a fucking little race-baiting troglodyte.
Well, no, because literally, I know that you can't come up with an answer, because there is no.
Yeah, you're right. You'll never get.
It's an unfalsifiable claim, so it's fucking stupid.
I think Jews. I think right now Jews, if they all became firefighters and what's it called, people that give to charity, like charity workers and firefighters, as all Jews did. I think the opinion of people on Jews would change. I think the fact that Jon Stewart is beloved has improved Jewish reputation in America.
I hate Jon Stewart.
I think that, really, like, right now,
talking
That's
about.
fucking lying. I don't like it.
Because Jews are bankers and lawyers, obvious, those are very unpopular jobs. Now, it's unjustified that bankers and lawyers and lobbyists are so hated. Well, in some ways it is, some ways it isn't. But it's a lot of the sort of hatred that Jews get is because of the irrational facts about humans that they irrationally hate lawyers and bankers and stuff, not realizing that those are like important jobs that society needs. And like, yeah,
but not they steal.
What?
Like, obviously, like, no, like, all of those scenes, like, in 2008 of, like, fucking all of these bankers high-fiving on the fucking helipad as they're, like, you know, getting fucking taken to the airport, to the Learjet to fly off to the Caribbean and shit, while everybody's fucking losing their homes. Like, obviously, no.
Yo, fuck you. Stop attacking my people.
Most of them weren't even fucking Jewish.
Great.
Like the
My people are noble.
like the
I'm not talking about Jewish. I'm talking about bankers.
I think Jews could do things that would make them more beloved. I think a lot of the hatred of Jews just comes from human irrationality, where people irrationally hate rich people, people irrationally hate lawyers and bankers. Like, I think that's like a large.
I think you guys are Jews. I think Jews are at least the Ashkenazi Jews. They're generally more intelligent than other groups, and so they're gonna. You to expect to see them be firefighters at the same level as fucking I don't know any other group. I think is just kind of like laughable. It's not gonna happen. Just like the nerds generally in high school are not gonna. They don't aspire to be fucking firefighters for a reason.
I think it's cringe.
In order to like make the Jews look good to the goyim. I got into law because I like arguing.
Jews are good at that.
And you, Mike isn't. Sorry, Mike. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, but I think like this idea that you have, I don't know. Like, I feel like you've gone so far. You like overcorrected your like opposition to communism that like you just like. It's the only job being real. Like, I think in terms of the current crop of like billionaires and stuff, I think it is fair. Like they're all familiar with the kind of like trajectory, you know, the prognostications of like the wealth disparity increasing to the point where they're going to basically, you know, be hodling like all of the wealth in the world, right? And like the impoverishment rate of the 99% is going to increase. It's like. Yeah, I think there's probably most of the people that like don't want to address that and still retain the vast majority of their wealth. They're probably shitty people. They're probably like the charity they do probably isn't enough. You know, like it's probably like.
I got Sully to admit that Jews were per capita more evil because he's like, I think rich people are more evil on average. And I'm like, okay, so if Jews are more rich on average, therefore. You think Jews are on average more evil? And so he's like, only if you're a fucking retard that does fucking like, yeah, man.
No, but that's like easy because you can get anyone to do that. Like we used to be like, oh, the majority of like fucking I don't know, like you think like rapists or something, or you know, black people are overrepresented to rape, like you know, so you think they're more evil. And I think that's like difficult.
You got me on the. Well, you think some of these psychological traits are morally relevant. Like I was just pulling out empathy on Sully, where he thinks that Jews are more evil on average because they have more wealth on average. So.
Oh, I think like Sasha has a point on that. She's like not a communist. She like makes a point about like billionaires or wealthy because the idea is like, look, especially when you're in a position where you can actually you can contribute to like programs that seriously address wealth inequality, like you know taxation, global taxation programs, this kind of shit. Where it's like you will never be poor. You will remain kind of like insanely rich relative to the population, and still you have the population will have the opportunity to buy houses and whatever else, right? To like improve their quality of life significantly. So, yeah, if you're not working towards that, if you're a literal billionaire. Then you probably just are a piece of shit person. Like honestly, I don't know what it would cost me. Like, what would my goal be?
To demonstrate God, bring it.
And I would say also, I'm interested in your justification for that, even though you can't prove it. So that alone would be interesting too.
I think that God is just a word for everything for me.
interesting to me because I was.
Hold on. Just so you're saying by God, you just mean everything.
I think that everything was created by God. So yeah, everything.
Right, exactly. None will be left behind.
Come back for you.
Exactly. I trust that guy. I trust him a lot.
I mean, do you think that what's his name?
I trust Elon Musk.
Do you think that Jeff Bezos created a lot of value for the world, as in his company? Did Amazon make the world a lot better place?
Yeah.
Not nearly commensurate to the amount of wealth that he hoards.
No. I mean, why not?
That's all. I wanted to say hoard. I said hodl instead of hoard.
Yeah,
Hodl? Yeah.
I said hodl, yeah. That's how you know I'm a Christian.
Because I think Jeff Bezos did a lot of good for the world.
I'm not denying that he did something good, right? But like, first of all, his hiring practices are like appalling. Second of all, like the way in which you compensate labor, right? So there's a huge problem with like American markets right now. Is like they're very, very skewed towards like the importance of capital, right? When like they used to be much more mixed, like the importance of labor and the importance of capital, and the like entire wealth of the company used to be much more like split between the capital aspect and the labor aspect, right? Bezos is like the spearhead at like fucking that entire, like it was bad for a long time since like the 80s probably, but like it's fucking horrible now. Like they can't even take like bathroom breaks. They can't they can't have like labor unions. You know what I mean? Like it's hilarious that like you guys think that like in any way, shape, or form, Bezos brought the kind of commensurate amount of like value to the world to like compared to his giant pot of gold that he sits on.
All right, so let's find out how many workers work for Amazon.
All right. They like all on like 0-hour contracts and shit as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of workers. There's a lot of workers that work for like Walmart too, right? But like the Walmart company still fucks those workers over as hard as they possibly can, right?
All right.
And in ways that like other Western societies just wouldn't allow, right? Like
Amazon employs 1,600,000 people, whereas let's see how many packages get moved every year. How many packages do Amazon move a year? All right, 7.7 billion packages.
Yeah, I knew it. Billion. I knew it was a billion.
Billion packages. Every single time that the package gets delivered, someone's life was made a little bit better. So the billions of times a year that someone's package is delivered faster.
That's a lot of packages. That's a lot of packages.
Substandard working conditions.
What do you mean life gets better? Like the fucking like it's LV. And Hennessy. It's fucking Amazon.
Dude, what do you mean? You buy designer stuff from Amazon.
I ordered a fucking neon pink butt plug on Amazon 2 days ago, and then I got it yesterday. If it was no Amazon, I'd have to wait a week to get my neon.
I ordered all my furniture.
Can you just be like a fucking normal pervert and just go
even like groceries?
I have to go to some creepy porn stores.
Me to a food bag, please.
Oh God, not you, bro.
Sam, be effective in your altruism.
What do you mean?
He's asking for money, I guess. I don't know.
Muslim, you want money?
I don't have money. I'm looking for a food bag.
You just got back from Germany after.
Oh, is that that's that retarded guy? No, sorry, don't give him money.
The heck, man.
Muzz, I think a good fast might be good for you, just giving your profile picture.
It is a donation for his next holiday.
He just
got back from Berlin. He's going to have
I think a fast, like an intermittent fasting might be
he's going. My sister lives there, so I remember there's people like that. No, I remember because both my sisters live there.
Daniel, he had a picture of some struggle meal.
Sam, tell me you read Sully's post in the chat before you said what you said about the no plug. Wait, Sorry, man. Tell me you read Sully's post in the chat before you said what you said about the anal plug.
No, I did. I swear we just independently.
Hilarious.
We just independently.
You think that was funny?
Oh, it's anything I say is funnier than you saying anything.
Fuck you. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna start calling you Norma. Fuck it. Fuck you, Norma. Fuck you,
No, don't make me go out at you.
Wow.
Nargis also agrees that I'm much funnier than you, Nancy.
Millet is so cute.
You notice she said cute, not funny. She said cute, not funny.
Funny.
Look at this. Like, hey, you know how?
Look at so sweet.
Mills, Nargis thinks that I'm handsomer than him. Oh, you're so smart, Sam.
Oh, Sam, you're fucking dumb. Don't you realize every single package delivered was for profit? Meaning you got exploited, dumb.
If something can come in 2 days, and I can save time, and it's efficient. Whilst I save time, I can make money. You're mad.
That's actually lying in the audience. Sorry, Nuggets. That's lying in the audience for real.
Oh, bring him up. Bring him up.
Hey, Sam, don't you care? You're gonna kick it if I bring him
No,
up.
Sam, don't, come on, don't deprive me of that.
I'm surprised, Sam, you don't have him blocked after all that fucking shit the other day.
What happened?
Did you just forget to block him, or did you unblock him, or did you never have him?
I think I forgot to block him, to be honest with you.
What up, dog?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and tunnel diggers, what do you want?
Wyatt, we want you to argue with Sam in any capacity that you can.
Well, I can, unless he sparks anything, I guess there's no reason for me. We all know that you all are frauds, fake. So there's no.
Wait, what is the tunnel digger stuff?
Oh my God, Lion.
In New York, there were Jews digging tunnels, so Lion thinks that, all Jews dig tunnels, I think. Something like that.
Wait, what do you mean in New York people were digging tunnels?
There was a Hasidic group of Jews in New York who were, digging tunnels under, a whole bunch of, properties that they owned. I'm not sure what the tunnels were for. Does anyone know what the tunnels were for?
It's debated. The conspiracy theorists think it's so you can do blood rituals, but the normal people think it's probably just because they wanted more property or less space or some bullshit like that.
Well, Lion, what do you think?
No damn sense.
You say?
These were escape tunnels if they were to ever get caught, snatching children off of the streets and stealing their kidneys.
Hey, Lion, what do you think about the fact that black people on average score 1 standard deviation lower on IQ tests than white people, and that this is when you take 2 100 IQ white parents and 2 100 IQ black parents, that the white kids are smarter than the black parents, even though they have the same IQ parents?
Yeah.
Why do you think it is?
Anyone that disagrees with that,
You're in the Matrix.
He's always
in the Matrix.
You know why would it anything? It's because of course I am.
Why do you think?
I'm being serious. You're in the Matrix.
Hey, Lion, why do you think it is the case that biracial people have intermediate IQs between white people and black people?
So I'm sure you guys know that Sam and Timothy.
If you truly believe that, why aren't you giving the same IQ test to the Kenyan students?
Hold on, Sam and Timothy, they have a room about you guys. You know that, right?
Who does?
The comedian guy, he has a room and he's playing. All right, the title says Sam and Timotheus are. Hold on, wait.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He doesn't all the time, Stella. He's always
she's saying that down in the audience, someone listening, and
they have.
There's 2 people in this room today. Okay.
Yeah, Sam Timotheus, he puts it on and he plays it all day long. Sometimes I go in and just listen to other people's combos. Every room he records.
It's fine, though. It's cool. Thank you for telling us.
No problem. Did you record this room comedy? I recorded a little bit of this so we would know what he was using. Yeah. That's what
But Lion.
all day. BB.
Hey,
BB.
what do you want to sell out tonight? What do you want?
Nargis.
John, what is it then? What?
Chrissy is fucking furious with you.
What did I
She
do?
sent me. I don't know. She said that you messaged her and she sent you this.
Well,
You told her that you said something about the fact that you didn't have any children.
Message. No, I didn't.
She replied.
I said the message. I said what I said about like women was not directed towards you. Sorry, I don't know you. I don't even know you. Please don't feel bad that these guys whatever came at you, and I love you, Chrissy. That's what I can send you a message.
So pissed off. Did you respond?
She sent me such a nice message back. What are you talking about?
Wait, damn, can you give me the play-by-play?
Have you seen what Sully's been writing in the chat like all night?
Wait, Daniel, can you give me a play-by-play on why she's pissed?
Baby, shut up. Yeah, I can read it.
Are you high or are you drunk? I mean, with me, it's either I'm high or I'm drunk.
I'm high.
There's no end.
Sorry, this is the message that Chrissy wrote to Nargis.
Okay, I'll let me send it. I think I was reading to Chrissy also, by the way.
Allow me to begin by saying I'm sorry. What?
I love
So you're not reading?
Just throw it down. Just throw it down.
It's angry.
The message I sent her. You want me to read the message I sent her?
No, I can read you the message Chrissy replied to you with.
No more Persian. It's English.
Cool now, yeah. What is it with Persian?
No, it's not nice.
This is an English fucking room. No
Why?
more.
Guys.
Don't be setting good example.
Sam, can I fucking, what's going on here?
Yeah, okay, hold on, guys. Daniel, you may read the thing. Everyone who interrupts is getting moved down. Everyone who moves down is getting interrupts is going down.
Thank you, brother. I just want to say that Chrissy and Nargis is the biggest feud that I've seen in recent memory. Listen to this fucking message. So basically, Nargis told a joke and said something like, only mothers will be remembered. There are some women who will go out in the world and do great things, while others will stay in the kitchen and eat bonbons. But one thing is true, that only a mother is remembered. And she was saying that with respect to Chrissy never having a child. And so, this is the message that Chrissy wrote back Nargis. Allow me to begin by saying I'm sorry you will be missing your mom. I lost my father to COVID December 2020, and it sincerely gave me a new love and respect for my parents. Although I can respect the sentiment, I would be lying if I didn't sense the high degree of backpedaling and dishonesty of which was demonstrably brought to light, thankfully, by him in me pulling you out. The truth of the matter is, after 2 miscarriages and
Okay.
Every ball, we don't even know, right?
Phoenix, I'm going to do some biblical chanting. I hope you'll stick with me. This is the opposite of what you've been listening to. This is basically my meditation and prayers.
We have to take ourselves out of that confirmation bias.
Okay, I'm also going to create a new room, by the way. So go to the new room. Okay, this is called Reading and Chanting the Bible. Okay, this is Reading and Chanting the Bible. Welcome to Reading and Chanting the Bible. I will be reading from select verses, and I will be using a Zen bell in between the verses. These are little 3x5 note cards with very interesting biblical verses on them. I hope you enjoy. This is a relaxation, communication, hypnosis, aka my meditation and prayers. Feel free to record and play back anytime you want. I hope you enjoy. Thanks for being here. So take the deepest breath of your day. Here's what I want you to do. Take your everyday, ordinary life. You're sleeping, eating, going to work, and walking around life, and place it before God as an offering. Embracing what God does for you is the best thing you can do for Him. May integrity and honesty protect me, for I put my hope in you. Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a few things. I will make you ruler over many things. If we confess our sins, He is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. Come now, let us reason together, says the Lord. Though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be white as snow. Though they are red as crimson, they shall be like wool. The Lord replied, my presence will go with you, and I will give you rest. God saved us, not because of the righteous things we had done, but because of His mercy. I will both lie down in peace and sleep, for you alone, O Lord, make me dwell in safety. Be strong and courageous, O you who put your hope in the Lord. For you, O Lord, are my hope, my trust, O Lord, from my youth. Don't brag about tomorrow, since you don't know what the day will bring. I waited patiently for the Lord. He inclined to me and heard my cry. No one can serve two masters. Either he will hate the one and love the other, or he will be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve both God and money. If we are faithful to the end, trusting God just as firmly as when we first believed, we will share in all that belongs to Christ. Whoever exalts himself will be humbled, and whoever humbles himself will be exalted. He has told you, O man, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you but to do justice, and to love kindness, and to walk humbly with your God? God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of power and love and self-control. I am persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other created thing shall be able to separate us from the love of God, Where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. You, dear friends, must build each other up in your most holy faith. Pray in the power of the Holy Spirit. Whatever you do, work at it with all your heart, is working for the Lord, not for men, since you know that you will receive an inheritance from the Lord as a reward. To the man who pleases him, God gives wisdom, knowledge, and happiness. Even to your old age, I am he who will sustain you. I have made you, and I will carry you. I will sustain you, and I will rescue you. I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. May God himself, the God of peace, sanctify you. May your whole spirit, soul, and body be kept blameless at the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. The one who calls you is faithful, and he will do it. Humble yourselves in the sight of the Lord, and he will lift you up. Commit to the Lord whatever you do, and your plans will succeed. The steps of a man are established by the Lord when he delights in his way. I am the Lord, your God, who takes hold of your right hand and says to you, do not fear, I will help you. The Lord God is a sun and a shield. The Lord will give you grace and glory. No good thing will he withhold from those who walk uprightly. Trust in the Lord with all your heart. Do not depend on your own understanding. Seek his will in all you do, and he will show you which path to take. Be of good courage, and he shall strengthen your heart. All you who hope in the Lord. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? Cast your burden on the Lord, and he shall sustain you. He shall never permit the righteous to be moved. He must manage his family well and see that his children obey him with proper respect. Wait for the Lord. Be strong and take heart, and wait for the Lord. I will be a father to you, and you will be my sons and daughters, says the Lord Almighty. For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. The Lord will open the heavens, the storehouse of his bounty, to send rain on your land in season, and to bless all the work of your hands. Your Father knows the things you have need of before you ask him. May the Lord of peace himself give you his peace at all times, and in every situation the Lord be with you. I will lift up my eyes to the hills, from whence comes my help. My help comes from the Lord who made heaven and earth. The Holy Spirit produces this kind of fruit in our lives: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Please be to the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Father of compassion and the God of all comfort, who comforts us in all our troubles. May our Lord Jesus Christ, himself and God, our Father, who loved us and by his grace gave us eternal comfort and a wonderful hope, comfort you and strengthen you in every good thing you do and say. Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will hold you with my righteous right hand. God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. Whoever humbles himself like this child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. Here's what I want you to do. Take your everyday, ordinary life, your sleeping, eating, going to work, and walking around, and place it before God as an offering. Embracing what God does for you is the best thing you can do for him. Okay, so take again the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds.
this country. We're the best at building a military. We're the best at putting young black men in prison. I'll stand on that square every day of the week. Freedom of speech, to me, I gotta be honest, Uncle Steve, in my opinion, and I say this respectfully because I love you, man, but it's overrated. What does it matter if you have freedom of speech if you're behind bars? What does it matter if the government has procured a country that is based on a welfare state? So that's just my opinion. James Snyder, if you don't like what I have to say, get the fuck out, bro. It's the leave quietly button. See, I'm using my First Amendment right. Get the fuck out. And hit my Cash App before you leave because it's in my profile. Thank you. Anyway, Steve, I think America's great at certain things, right? Beating our chest. Hey, ooh, we're number one, baby. I don't necessarily agree with that anymore. And listen, people are going to say you're anti-American. That's right. They say I'm not Jewish. They're going to say I'm too white. Whatever the fuck they say. I don't care. I just live in the real world.
And by the way, I just noticed we have an Anon in the room. Have you heard about that, JB, or have you not?
Yes, I've gone anonymous in a few rooms myself already.
Got you. Now, I would...
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, with all respect, I would like to ask you a question, if it's okay.
By all means. Before you do, let me say hello, Dr. Francine. I haven't seen her in a long time. Hello, Dr. Francine. Might as your hand raised. I try to bring you up. Get Uncle Steve.
If America is not the greatest country in the world, how come you're not living somewhere else? And if you were to move to somewhere else, where would it be?
Well, I haven't seen all the countries in the world, and why am I still here? My family's here, right? That's important. I think that should be the foundation of anybody's life. My children, my sisters and stuff. Where would I move to? I don't know if I live United States. I'd probably move to a different state. Like, I like Texas. I like the way they think down there, where they instill pride of America, but to me, it's a reality-based pride of America.
There was a recent news report 3 days ago came out that said that a lot of Americans who want to move out of America are moving to Portugal. Apparently, that's the number one place, maybe within a year or whatever, that people are moving to.
Well, I'll tell you why. I'm sorry to cut you off. Let me say why I go to Portugal. Because that piece of shit Ben Mendelsohn, who I hope gets and lives in Portugal.
Yes, and that's why I remembered that. But for me, if I were to move out of America right now, I would probably move to one of two places. I would move to Cabo San Lucas, Mexico, or I would move to Costa Rica, Central America. But I'm not moving.
My best friend's moving to Costa Rica.
There you go. And by the way, JB, you've probably heard me say it before, but for all of you that don't know, again, 209 sovereign nations, countries in the world. Costa Rica is the only sovereign nation, the only country in the world that does not have a military. Let me repeat that. Costa Rica is the only country out of 209 countries in the world that does not have a military. Yes, they have police, but they don't have a military. Back to you, Jake.
Thank you very much. Let me do a quick reset. After debates, is Trump the reason your life sucks? Or are you the reason your life sucks? How about some accountability, people? Stop complaining about the government and start taking a look at yourselves. I get it, the First Amendment, we all have a right, we can complain, Trump sucks, Biden's senile, all this other bullshit. But really, at the end of the day, how do these people impact your life on a day-to-day basis? So that was the question I had today. Hello, Holly, long time no speak.
Hey, glad to see you again.
You might be the only one. Yes, Holly, you're driving one of your 12 kids around.
I'm driving myself back from a showing. I had a showing about an hour away from home, so I'm just headed.
Well, you live in the sticks of, with Bumblefuck, so I'm sure the rent's like $600. So I'm sure you're just showing what.
Oh, it's for a home purchase for a short-term rental, so definitely a little more than $600.
I'm sorry. We'll go 1,200. So how is it Trump reason? Is Trump the reason that people's lives suck, or are they the reason that their lives suck?
I think it's all them, baby. It's like a mass psychosis or something going on. I don't know. I feel like people are like depressed, anxiety-ridden, egocentric, narcissistic, lacking in grace, lacking in belief, nihilistic, you name it. They got all the isms and the istics, autistic, everything. Everyone's all fucked up in this country right now, and I don't understand. I don't know how to get us.
Well, I'll tell you what. I know COVID really did a number on people's mental health, right? Like, in all seriousness. People were stuck in houses with their spouses. Oh, I didn't realize they're on. But, their husbands or wives who they really don't like. And the mental health crisis in America hasn't and never will be addressed. That's another issue, in America, that to me that makes America not the greatest. We don't address the mental health problem in this country. We just push it along, sweep it under the rug. But, for me, it's like people come to these stages. Donald Trump is the worst thing ever. I hope is Victoria still in here? No, Victoria left. Because she's the biggest one with that flag about Donald Trump. Man, shut up. Donald Trump does not impact your life on a day-to-day basis. If you're not a happy person, that's because you're not a happy person. You're so stuck in your bullshit thinking that Donald Trump is going to, become King Donald. I mean, can we get back to fucking reality, people, and fixing our society? Is that even a possibility? Sammo, what's up?
Greetings, y'all. Peace, everybody.
I hate the Bulls. I'm a Knicks fan, but go ahead.
I'm a Knicks fan, too. You know what I'm saying? But I was a Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen fan. I was. You know what I'm saying? But I'm a Knicks fan. Hopefully we win tonight. You know what I'm saying?
Long shot, kid. Long shot.
Hopefully we can take it tonight at least. One game at a time. You know what I'm saying? We're going back home. So we'll see. But it's not looking good. You know what I mean? But I appreciate the conversation. This is an interesting conversation. You know what I'm saying?
You want to chime in on your thoughts on what's been said so far?
Sure, just a little bit. I agree with you that people need to take accountability. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I personally don't think that my life sucks. And if you think your life sucks, you should make active and be proactive to try to change it. It's not up to a politician to do that. And the same token, I think Donald Trump is a piece of shit.
What makes him a piece of shit to you, bro?
I don't like.
Sam, let me ask you a question. Respectfully.
Yeah.
Do you think Donald Trump's a racist?
I don't think he's racist. No, but I think he whistle blows in a sense, or what was it called, dog whistles, and base some of the people that are racist that support him to do some of his bidding. May not be racially motivated, but for whatever it is.
Let me ask you a follow-up question.
Purely financial.
And it's financial for all of them, not just him.
Yeah, of course.
But hey, listen, that's why they get in the game, so they can get rich. Look how much money AOC is making now. But anyway, excuse me. Yeah, shout out there. It is a capitalist country, but let me ask you this. AOC went into Congress, I believe, and you guys can fact check me, I believe she was worth like $175,000. Now she's worth a little over north of $3 million. Not bad, right? I want that job. But Sam, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you believe, and I said this statement earlier, I believe America is a school to prison pipeline, a welfare state, and is geared to oppress people down. What do you think?
Can you repeat that one more time for me?
I think America has been built into a welfare state,
okay,
with a school to prison pipeline to hold.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yes. I didn't hear that part. School to prison. I agree with that.
Okay, that would be the Democrats, my friend. So everybody who yells about Donald Trump, the Democrats spearheaded that, and the welfare state.
But I personally don't care about either party. You know what I'm saying? I like Bernie Sanders. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't negate the fact that I think that Donald Trump is a piece of shit.
Just FYI, Bernie Sanders is a part of the Democratic Party.
He's independent, actually.
I wasn't aware of that. I'll verify.
Well, Samuel, let me tell you this. The Democrats won 100% fucked him with no lube in 2016.
They did.
100% they did.
They did. I don't fuck with either. I don't fuck with Republicans. I don't fuck with Democrats either.
Did you vote in the presidential election?
I did.
And I'm guessing it was for Kamala?
I voted for Kamala, yes.
So did I, bro. What a mistake I made.
I mean, it was futile, I guess, in the long run,
So the thought to this room, Samuel, let me just read you up real quick. Only because I get feedback. The thought to this room was, man, I've held probably thousands of political spaces, and people will come up and blame Joe Biden for their problems. Fuck, man, Trump derangement syndrome is so real in this country. I don't think there's a cure for it. People are just going to hate on this dude. At the end of the day, is it really these guys, these presidents, how do they impact your day-to-day life? You know, they don't. They don't. Maybe they impact Matt Cool's life. What's up, Matty? But they don't impact my life. But I'm still living the best life possible. Nobody's getting in my way. President or not, I don't give a fuck. So, you know, I just want to hear what people have to say. Well, I want to know who here thinks Donald Trump impacts their life on a day-to-day basis.
And by the way, I was just going to say, for the record, sir, you were right and I was wrong. Bernie Sanders is an independent, but he maintains a close relationship with the Democratic Party. And, of course, he's going on the trail with AOC. Sorry to interrupt. Back to you.
Yeah, but like I think you're wrong about that, JB. They do affect our life. Leadership, they put policies in, procedures out, and it trickles down, right? So he has a new bill called the bill. I don't know what's called. Bill Betters bill. It's gonna have implications on the brand. So like I feel like you're trying to like marginalize or oversimplify the responsibility of leadership. They do things that affect us on the ground. It does. Right? If you push that.
I like that. I like that word, to marginalize, but please continue.
Yeah, I mean, like are they a disconnect from us? They're not. These policies affect people on the ground.
I mean, we have to consider the mass amount of people that have been deported and still in the process of being deported.
Right. That was a policy, right? He pushed that through. A lot of people.
Can I say something? Hey, gentlemen.
I support it.
Gentlemen. Samuel, hold on, Samuel. I say give it to them all. Pack up, get the plane, get the line at the planes right now. Turn the airport, bro. And get them the fuck out.
Wait, hold on. JB, you just said how does it affect us? Hold on, hold on. You spoke a lot, bro. Regardless how you feel about it, bro. Regardless how you spoke a lot, bro. I ain't speak. It's effective. Bro, share the mic, bro. Share the mic. You speak a lot.
Who, me?
I'm saying, yes, you. You spoke a lot.
I just got it. What you mean?
Hold on, JB, this your ring, bro. This guy talked to.
Samuel, let's it go. When he lands his plane, I'll come back to you. Okay, it's it.
Peace.
Yeah, thank you for that. Even with that immigration thing, that affects us on the ground. So we're gonna pretend like with our leadership, it's not what they're doing. Does it affect us? Yes, it does affect us. He's removing immigrants. That's the thing. Whatever he put.
No, whether he removes them or not, it don't matter to me because it's not affecting my life. Do I agree with the policy? Yes. But doesn't it? No way, bro. I still make my bread. No, I'm not. I still make my bread. I still pay my bills. I still live my life. I still date pretty girls. I don't give a fuck. It doesn't affect my life, bro.
JB, it doesn't affect your life because there's a limitation to your access. You don't have that environment. You don't have that culture anymore. You're removing those people. If he didn't do that, you'll be inundated with people from other regions. They will be here. They're not here anymore. They're removing that. Let's stop.
We're still in New York. They're still here. Stop it.
Nah, it's not true. It's not true. They're removing it, bro. I'm not saying you can't be clever and smart and do whatever you're doing. I'm not saying you're going to change, but I'm saying you don't have the access that you had under a different administration. You've been inundated with fucking immigrants in New York City, bro.
Bro, I am. They're still here, bro. Go to 18th Avenue. The whole avenue's lined up with Mexicans looking for work and construction. Listen, hold on. Let me just say this, Tim. Before Biden was president, there was maybe 4 or 5 Mexicans or Guatemalans, whatever they are. God bless them. They need to make work. They don't want to rob banks or whatever the fuck they're gonna do. But now you go there and there's 800 of them, man. I say send them the fuck back. If you have that desire to work here, go to your country and work.
No, what I'm saying to you is that it's less than that. You don't have that same energy to like come in and build up their infrastructure because Trump is shutting it down. Before that, they was building up everything. If you go to Queens, New York, you got women selling sex on the street, bro. Red light district. It's not happening no more, bro.
Are you kidding me? Have you been to Roosevelt Avenue? They're still out there, bro. They're still out there. Listen, you want to meet up in Queens? I'll meet up with you, bro. We'll have some Colombian food, and I'll point out every girl that.
You crazy, bro. Hey, no, but I think what you're saying, you're kind of like minimalizing the power of the legislator or the government. What they do trickles down, bro. What Trump does affect us.
I absolutely agree with you. See, now I agree with you. I am minimizing it. I'm gonna tell you why. Because it doesn't affect me on a day-to-day basis. I live my life how I want to live my life. What Donald Trump eats doesn't mean I shit it out. I don't care what he does. Does it impact me more? Maybe.
Stop right there. What's his job? Why does he have a job? And how does his job affect us? Like,
it don't affect me. I don't care.
It does, bro. He's a public servant. What if you was in power? Would you affect me on the bottom? Right? It does affect us, bro. The things he pushed, the bills he pushed. All these policies you put, it affects us, bro.
Okay, so let's say this. Let's say it affects me. Let's say it affects me, right? So am I going to sit around and say, damn, that bill just fucked up my world, I can't afford eggs now? Or am I going to figure out a way how to go get eggs? Or am I going to move around and make some bread so I can do some other things? It doesn't affect.
No, it's mutually exclusive, bro. Both things work, right? If we're going to say we have autonomy, that's a good thing. We can do what we want. We also hire people to make decisions collectively for us, bro. Why are you dismissing their power, bro? I'm not saying you don't have power and autonomy to get eggs and be a great person, do what you do. But simultaneously, we have people in power who make decisions, bro. You can't dismiss that, good brother.
Sorry, I was invited. Chef came up. I haven't seen this dude in a long time. Good dude, man. Oh, Rob Gillette wants to come up and yell at me. Come on, Robbie. What's good, man? How's H-Town today? I know it's hot as fuck down there today. Rob?
It is hot as fuck, man. I just started a new job the other day, so it is hot as fuck, though. And this ain't nothing. This was crazy. This is like 92 degrees. So,
you know what, bro?
Just want to say this.
Dad, so what you got to say? First of all, I want to say hello to you, okay?
Hey, it's all good. Hope all's well with everybody on the stage. I just want to say this, man. It's mighty interesting to have this type of take with Trump and to be against the opposing party. Like, if this is your take on the standing president, there shouldn't be any opposition to anyone who's running for president. Like I've said this plenty of times when it comes to the left. Like I saw this for the last 4 years. We all saw it. We saw rooms every day complaining about Joe Biden, and not one time was anybody suggesting that someone's life sucks, or not one time was anyone suggesting that they were being a victim. So again, life don't suck. I just got a new job. They pay well. My kids good, everybody good, you know. But that don't mean that we agree with the policy that's going on. That's really my point.
So here's my point. Obviously, we haven't been in all the same rooms. People say, listen, very few people are going to come up to the stage and say, yo, my life sucks. But people will come up to the stage and say, Donald Trump has ruined this country. Donald Trump is fucking up my family. Donald Trump this, Donald Trump. And Rob, respectfully, I agree with you, man. If it was Joe Biden, they'd still do the same thing. You're never going to please everybody. So you know what I do? I don't give Donald Trump AOC, Chuck Schumer, Joe Biden, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson. I give none of these people power over my life and how I want to move, how I want to build my life, build my empire. I'm focused on the prize, not the show around the circus.
Yeah.
Tip, before you go, I gotta say hello to King. This is my co-host. What's up, King?
What's going on, brother? What's going on?
So, Dad Tip, to know I say hello to Shirt King, man. I like Shirt King. I haven't spoken to him in forever. Okay.
Yeah, like that's a distraction, though, brother. You know, I love you to death, bro. I don't think you understand like how the distraction works. Government has a responsibility. It doesn't interact with what we do on an individual level. Sure, you have skills. Sure, you're able. But we hire people to create infrastructure. That's what they do. They're managers of the community. That's what they do. They appropriate monies and priorities. That's what they do. We have budgets, bro. Like, that's what's happening, bro. It's not about what I do, how important I am, how clever I am, how driven I am. It's not about that, bro. We're talking about people we hire to take care of communities and decide where and how, what, where it goes, what. You're marginalizing that. You're dismissing that. That's a problem. They've been doing that to black people for a long time. As if government is having interaction with people's growth. Look at the New Deal. A lot of people who called themselves white, and God knows where they were, they came to this country, didn't have shit. They was fucked up. And government said, hey, I'm going to give you a thing. I'm going to uplift you. That's what government did. They didn't say, oh, are you better? Are you great? Can you deal with yourself? It's not about an individual application. It's about what is the responsibility of government. If not that, let's get the fuck rid of government. Let's be whatever it's called, the people who don't like government. Let's be anarchists, right? But we are not anarchists. We have a fucking government, bro. And government has specific solutions as proof of pride.
Tip, I get all that, but here's the thing, man. The government that we voted into place has made America a welfare state.
That's not true, bro.
Let me finish, bro. Because it's the truth. Hold on. Because we have more people on welfare now than ever before. Some kind of disability, right? And here's a little newsflash. More white people on welfare than black people.
Well, everybody coming to this country to get part of that, bro. Like, as much as people's on welfare, a lot of people are industrious, right? We're driven. We want to have jobs. We want to be
I disagree. Listen, man. Listen. I love you too, but let me tell you, we could agree to disagree. Because in my opinion, Americans are lazy, and if that don't apply, let it fly. If it don't apply to you, let it fly. Americans are lazy, complacent, they want handouts. I will not bend to the knee to Donald Trump or Joe Biden or any of these other politicians. I live a great life. I know you do too, Tip. I live a great fucking life. Cultivated by JB, not DT. Seth King, what's good, bro? I haven't heard from you in a minute.
It's been a minute. How you been, brother?
Man, you're here, so I'm doing something, right?
How's everything out there?
Man, everything's chill. I spoke to Roger the other day, man, and when I spoke to him, I thought of you.
I gotta call him. I ain't talking to him.
He's back on the app. If you send me a message in the back channel, I'll tell you his name.
Okay.
So, what do you think about what we're talking about? Do you disagree with me or you agree with me?
I agree with you. I've never cared about who the president is, because I don't let that stuff affect my life. Others might, but I don't. I really don't care. I'm black. I don't know. I'm black too, but like no president. I can't recall a president. I'm about to be 43, and I tell them that's ever changed my life. Where I was just like, oh shit, we need another one like this. There's never. I control my own shit, destiny, no matter what. That's how I look at it.
That's a fact. That's how I feel.
Yeah,
Mr. King, that's it.
Yeah, there's some kind of narcissism. Like, y'all like censoring your ability, your tribe. And you're not recognizing we have 250 million, not 300 million people in this country. Because you're driven, that doesn't mean you can't recognize other people. We have disabled people. We have mentally ill people. We have things. And social services is a thing in this country. It's not like any other country. So we're going to, like, be so, like, aggressive to say fuck everybody else. Because you're driven, you're a fucking narcissist.
Okay,
like,
I'll take that too.
I'll be
a narcissist. No, it's okay.
No, I'm
No,
not saying you,
no.
bro. I'm not saying you, bro.
No, it's good. It's good. I listen. I've been going worse. Trust me. But let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. And then you can say whatever you want.
Yes, sir.
Yo, King, you ready? Because this might blow up the room. How many generations of Black Americans live in the projects that refuse to leave the projects because that's all they know because that's the way it was cultivated by the government?
I mean, like, that's conjecture, bro. You don't how did you come up with that analysis, bro? Like, what are you saying, bro? You just saying a thing. That doesn't make. But JB,
dude, I said
JB, I'm answering you right now. I'm answering you. You made that up in your head, bro. You didn't fucking do any research to figure out how that works, bro. You're saying something, bro. That doesn't make it right. What did you do to research that, bro? That's wrong. No, how many Italians came here and was on the bottom of the bucket and got a welfare state? Y'all got appropriations. What are you talking about, bro?
What appropriations in appropriations?
I got government benefits.
Hold on a second. What research they did?
Big brother, you know I love you, right?
I know, but you
came here. Your people came here and got government assistance.
Why are you getting emotional? We're having a conversation.
But you bugging out, bro. You trying
no.
to
You asked me a question. You said what research I did. I'm gonna tell you what I did. I owned a restaurant in Bushwick, right across from the Bushwick houses, and those people over there became my friends. And I can't tell you how many of those people in the Bushwick houses have been in the Bushwick houses for 4 or 5 generations since the Bushwick houses opened.
I lived in the Bushwick houses. It's not just Black people, bro. What are you talking about?
Oh, are you? No, I call cap on that. But
all right, let's do that. Let's play this game, right? You're talking about people in Bushwick houses. You're saying they're relegated to be in that situation for forever, right? They're just like moralizing being in the project. That's your position, right? You didn't do no research to figure that out. You don't know the racism, the disenfranchisement. You don't know. You didn't include none of that. So let's talk about Italians, right? When Italians came to this country, they didn't have anything. You know what they had? Government assistance, right? They had access to whiteness. That's what they had. They had government access to appropriation. To this day, they were unionized. They were organized. They are not intelligent. They're not smart. They're not significant. They would have fought Mussolini. What are you talking about, bro? Don't play this game with me, bro. You're demonizing my people to make your point. That's not a good thing, bro. No, we are in the face of our tyrannical leaders, authoritative leaders. They are whatever the fuck they are, right? They play this game where they relegate people to the low class caste systems. How the fuck did y'all come here and make a way? Like, make that shit happen under Mussolini? What are you talking about?
Hold on. Let me rebuttal and then I'm gonna wrong. You just made my point. Tyrannical leaders, right? They're allowing these tyrannical leaders to hold them down. That's what you just said.
Those are your people.
Hold on. And where are my people now? Because my people only been coming to America since the early 1900s, so we'll go 3 generations. The point I made with the Bushwick houses is on point because I was in that community. I fed those people. I asked my friend, I said, bro, why are you still here? And a good job, he said, my apartment is $300. I have a 3-bedroom, $300 a month apartment in the Bushwick houses. Why would I leave that? I said, because there's other things outside this area, man.
You want me to talk Turkey? Why did y'all leave?
Why are you moving the goalposts? This is not about Italian community. I said the statement I said was that the government's in place has held down the Black community because it's a welfare state for generations. And I also said that more white people on welfare than Black people.
Okay. I mean, listen. I think you look at low-hanging fruit. Looking at the people in Bush Clouds that want $300 a month rent. What about the people that moved to Long Island? The people that moved, they excel, they enfranchise themselves, did things, right? Do you have any numbers to represent who stayed in the Bushwick houses versus the people who actually wanted to do better? Like, do you have those numbers? Are you looking at the low-hanging fruit? Like, what is happening, bro? I don't attack your community. Don't attack my community.
I'm not attacking your
community, bro. We are the same community, bro. That's the problem. We are actually the same fucking community. We live in the same neighborhoods. What is happening, bro?
Hold on, Tip, because I know Rob wants to punch me too, yeah?
I don't want to punch you. I know that New York's housing situation is vastly different from a lot of other cities. So, like, I know that it's not uncommon for people to live in housing projects projects in New York and still have relatively decent jobs. So I don't know, to your question specifically about Bushwick, me not being from there, I couldn't give you a specific answer. I don't know nobody from there. I can come up with an idea. I can tell you that I think your question would probably be better served at asking why are Black people remaining in generational poverty? Because it's not, poverty isn't exclusive to the projects. And as many of us know, everybody in the projects really ain't fucked out. Some are, others aren't. I think it depends on the city you live in too. You in a small town, you more likely to see somebody in the projects 20, 30 years. A city like mine, another city, I'm not going to use New York because y'all housing situation is different. Other cities is not likely to see people in the projects for 30, 40 years.
Well, let me ask you a question, man. And I'm asking because just the context of the question. How old are you? Just give me the age range, not to give me the exact age.
I'm 40.
Okay.
I'll be 41 in July.
Happy early birthday. I've been coming to your city literally since before you were born. And you know what I don't see in your city? I never have. I'm not saying it's not there. I've never seen homeless people. Never seen it. I'm sure they're there somewhere. Hold on. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying they're not there, Robbie. But I'm saying when I walk through Katy or the Woodlands or all these other spots, bro, I don't see homeless people. Like in New York, bro, you go 5 feet, there's a homeless encampment.
You just answered your own question. You just answered your own question, though, by mentioning Katy and the Woodlands. I mean, you're not going to see homelessness in Katy and the Woodlands. If you come to where I'm from, if you come into the downtown areas, inner city areas, man, we have a horrible homeless crisis. Like, and this has been the case. This ain't something that just happened because of COVID or any particular administration. We've had a homeless crisis. So that answers your question. You in the Woodlands and Katy. Shit, if I seen a homeless man in the Woodlands, especially, I'm like, man, what the fuck you doing out here? You know, that wouldn't even make sense. How would a homeless person get to the Woodlands?
They get picked up immediately.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you don't even have our public transportation system. Don't even work like that. You could take a shuttle to a certain spot in the Woodlands. You could take a shuttle to a certain spot in Katy. But, like, it's not like buses is frequent. You're more likely to see a homeless person in River Oaks, which quite honestly is, as far as the zip code, that's a higher income earning zip code than anywhere in Katy. I can't say the same for the Woodlands, but you might see a homeless person there.
River Oaks is definitely more expensive than the Woodlands.
Yeah, but I'm just saying because of where River Oaks sits at, though. You ride down Westheimer and you slide through River Oaks, you're liable to see some homeless people. Not many, but you'll see them. It's just of the nature of being in the city. Keep in mind, we're the only major city in America that don't have zoning laws. So that presents another obstacle for people trying to.
Rob, what's Steve talking about?
I'm from Houston.
You talking about Houston? Oh my God.
So it's here. I tell you this though, and anybody y'all can take the mic after this. If you're struggling, I think this is one of the better places in America to be struggling in terms of opportunity and shit for the lower income community. It's a lot of opportunity. Man, you don't know how many people that I've known that grew up in real poverty and was able to just, figure it out just because, number one, they stayed free. Number two, they utilize the opportunities that this city have. So, I mean, what I'm saying, I don't want y'all to think that everybody in poverty is there simply because they saying, man, I want to be in poverty and I don't want to do better. Well, I don't think people understand.
Well, let me just say this to you, bro. I grew up in poverty, like abject poverty, right? And that's a fact. I mean, my refrigerator growing up, all we had was blocks of welfare cheese. That's how I'm dating myself because you guys don't know anything about those blocks of welfare cheese.
Hey, Lord.
Right. Man, listen, I ate whatever they put in front of me because we had no food. But it's fucking tip, man. You gotta make me laugh. But I'll say this, Rob. When I came home from prison, right, in 2014, which was 11 years ago, I started from the streets, bro. You couldn't get, the only thing lower than me was a cockroach in there. But I wasn't gonna let that stop me from being who I am. People put too much power in this government's hands by speaking about like Trump and Biden did this and Kamala did that. Man, when I was on the streets, bro, I didn't give a fuck what they were doing. I was worried about where my next slice of pizza was coming from. You know, I would say this. Hold on, Tip, hold on. Let me just say this real quick. Because I look around my rooms, right? I know for a fact, and I'm not trying to dox anybody, right? But King is a successful man. Shirt King is a highly successful man. Even though that's a weird name, but that's what he is. He's the Shirt King. But they didn't let anything, including their skin color, get in the way of them being successful. They didn't have time to stop and say, Donald Trump did this and doing this to my people. Donald Trump's doing that to that people. They just went and did what they grabbed the bag. They had to do what they had to do. But yeah, Chip.
You kind of be like some kind of I don't know the word. You
already said it. I'm a narcissist, but that's good.
Yeah, narcissist. That's a good word, right? You've been in the trenches with us, bro. Like you excel. You have skills. You have creativity. You have vision. And I mean, I would say so do I, right? And I'm actually in a position where I'm happy, right? That doesn't speak to a group of people that we were around, right? Those people don't necessarily have those skills. Why are we dismissing that? So, yeah, some people cap and they blame government. Yeah, those are flamethrowers. They not honest. They capping, right? But there's a bunch of people who are affected by government. The lack of distribution of wealth, right? We in New York City, bro. Our budget is $14 billion. Where's that money going, man? Is it going to where? Is it going to the communities that need it? Like, how are you dismissing your people, bro? You part of the fold, man. Because you did a thing that made, bro, you excelled at something. God bless you to be that way. God bless me to be that way. About your mama, your cousin, your friend, your aunt, your cousin, the dude down the block, they might not know how to do that.
Well, then maybe
listen to me, bro.
I'm not dismissing, but it's our job to teach them to get them out there.
Nah, that's not your skill, JB. They don't have bullshit. You know, no, that's not good. Because you don't know something, bro. And if you don't know something, I'm not going to dismiss you. I'm not going to say JB don't know nothing. I'm going to say that's my brother. If you don't know it, I got to protect you, bro. I need government to protect you. You don't know everything, JB. You know certain things, right? But you will fail. You will. You won't meet your failure at some point. Who are you to tell me that you got it all figured out? You don't. It's my responsibility in community to make sure nobody hurts you. What are you talking about, JB?
Well, hold on. I'm going to tell you what I'm talking about. Now it's my turn. You ready? I've already failed in my life. Did 5 years incarceration because of my own actions. I own it.
Talk about you crazy on this
let
app,
me finish.
What are you talking about, bro?
Let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. I let you say what you had to say. I've learned from my failures, and the best thing I learned was to lean on people that know more than me. Let me tell you something. I'm about to blow up on social media. You know why? Because I reached out to King. I said, "Oh, King, I don't know how to do this." Because King's like, "You should do this, this, and this." I'm like, "I don't know how to do anything." He's like, "I got you, bro. I got you,
brother."
So hold on. See what I did there? I put my ego aside. I said, you know what? King's my friend regardless whether he helps me or not. But King is standing up when I need him the most. Speaking of which, Tip, I know you're successful. Hit my Cash App in my profile. Let's see how successful you are. Okay, the mic is yours.
Fuck yourself. What I'm saying to you is this, brother, right? You can't carry the whole load, bro. You can't. You're one individual person. As much success that you have, as intelligent as you are, as creative as you are, you're part of a community, brother. When you sleep, I'm awake, bro. Understand that? People will try to hurt you, bro. That's a fact, right? And when they do, I'm here. And I would appreciate if you do the same thing. What I'm saying to you, we hire people to be in government, to be our civil servants, our public servants, to do a job, to appropriate resources and protections. That's what it is, right? So don't miss me with that. They don't interact. They don't have a responsibility. They do. That's their responsibility. Like, this thing is, we're paying taxes into this thing for our protections, brother. Right? We're part of this thing. All of us are part of this. If you want to lock out and demonize people and say they don't have the ability and they're going to, no, we should hold our legislators accountable. We should hold our elected officials accountable.
We got to hold ourselves accountable first, kid.
We are, bro. What are you talking about, bro?
hold on.
I think you're amazing.
I am amazing.
I'm amazing.
I do think
We figured it out already.
I do think hit my cash app. Show me how amazing. You're not listening. You're speaking to speak.
Cash app.
Hit my cash app. Hit my cash app.
That qualifies me if I hit your cash app.
100%. 100%.
Nah.
It's a capitalist country, kid. I'm a narcissist. Hold on. I want to go to King for a second. Let me go. I already invited you to dinner, bro. I told you I'll come to Harlem.
I'm trying to understand the conversation, JB. What's the conversation?
Hold on. I'm glad you came off my cake. Let me chop it up.
The cash app, bro. You know what?
Well, show me. So let me chop it.
Who talk like me, bro? Let me be narcissistic.
You listen.
Bro, you know I'm bigger than the cash app, bro. I'll change your world, my nigga. You know how to go.
Let me chop it up with King for a minute, please. Thank you. So, King, let me ask you a question, man. Are you happy? Are you just overall happy in life?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Do you consider yourself successful? Because everybody has a different definition of success. Do you consider yourself successful?
Yeah.
What part of Donald Trump had anything to do with that?
And I've been such a big JK fan since I was 9.
Nothing.
I've been obsessed.
You had that drive. You got your record from. You got your record deal, right? Donald Trump. Who would you sign with?
We signed the Def Jam and then.
Def Jam, that's right. And when you went to sign that contract with your brother, rest in peace, was Donald Trump at that table? With Joe Biden or Kamala Harris?
No. That's what I'm trying to get out the conversation.
Hey, what's up? Good afternoon, everybody.
In the form of intelligence, when we can see it.
He's running for Congress in Illinois. What district?
It should be
a
designer and a supreme being who is going.
Turn that shit off.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you.
I'm trying, yeah. I'm running in the 16th Congressional District, which is like Central Illinois, Peoria, Rockford, Illinois, Bloomington, Illinois, Quincy, Perkins, towns you've never heard of with 50,000, 60,000 people who absolutely know that their Congress and their Federal Reserve and their local and their state governments are utter, it's clown world. You know it, I know it. We all live in clown world. And the fact that people get rich off of government and people can't even start small businesses. I mean, everything in this country is upside down.
So I've done some consulting for his campaign so far. We did like an hour consultation last week. But I'm not officially a part of his campaign or anything like that. But I am, here saying that he's the man. Jennifer, she runs American Mission along with some of the people on stage, Destiny, Kim, Cheney, and they basically, American Mission are the people that you would want to befriend for a campaign like yours. So I'm happy to make the introduction. I'm glad that you're here. Just so you guys know, John did receive the Troll of the Year award 2 years in a row on Clubhouse. So he's a legend. He is a legend.
John, can you tell us a little bit about your background? Like, why are you running?
I've started many businesses in my life, had some failures, had some successes. I've worked in government. I've worked in big tech for many years. And at this point, there's 200 trillion in unfunded liabilities, 40 trillion in funded liabilities at 100 billion a month in interest. So there's a big philosophical and communication perspective to the problem in government, and whether it's really a problem or we just perceive it as a problem. And so really my fields of interest are communication, meditation, and really wisdom, psychology, philosophy. So we live in clown world, and I have a military background. I'm a service academy cadet, and there's ways to do things and there's ways not to do things. But either way, I mean, we're all on the same boat, and but I think good ideas and intelligence and wisdom, are like, it's the cream of the milk. It rises to the top. I mean, you're forced to do these things because A, it's a game, B, it's fun, and C, once you start interacting with actual politicians, you realize that they're not the highest form of, citizen in this country. Many of them are criminals, they're liars, they're just actors. And that's not projection. I'm just telling you, I have witnessed clown world up close for my whole life. And so, to try to run for Congress and have people that endorse you and be enthusiastic and, push you to do this because they like your personality. I mean, it's just, it's like the stars aligning, and it's a lot of fun. So, and I met Augustus in politics because of Kennedy.
What service academy did you go to?
I went to the Citadel in Charleston, South Carolina.
Oh, very nice. I had friends who went to the Citadel. Well, nice to meet you. Glad you're here.
Hey, John, I have a quick question. So I clicked on the profile because I saw a little book. What is that on your profile picture? It says Mystical Secrets. Is that book significant, or I just wanted to see what that was about?
Yeah, I record books on YouTube, 60-second clips, 15-second clips. So I read from books that I have. I've got 10,000 books in my house, and that's Rumi, the Persian poet. So there's, a mystical element to politics, to government, to Trump, to Kennedy, to destiny. So, I mean, the fact that Robert F. Kennedy is now our secretary, and he's a leader in the government, I mean, and the CIA has been fully exposed, and the Pentagon and the military industrial complex for killing JFK. This is, manifest destiny. I mean, course correction, yin and yang. So, we are all witnesses to a great course correction. And Robert F. Kennedy, through Augustus and his beautiful fiance or wife, achieved something spectacular in terms of mass communication. And Augustus, has firsthand experience and implemented the strategy for essentially regime change. And, kudos and hats off to Augustus for being a patriot and a courageous artist and mass communication strategist.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate those kind words, man. Touches my heart. Thank you, bro. Brings a tear to my eye. You're the best.
So, what is your stance on? I guess you say lobbying. There, John. What do you think about lobbying? I think all lobbying needs to go. All lobbying, foreign, but that's just. And we need to go back to local campaign financing. But a lot of these politicians are coming up. Whenever they get in bed, boy, it's like they can't get away from it, and it controls them.
I see you, Coyote.
I'm just saying.
Kudos on asking the question the way you did, though. That was
He's getting slicker. He's getting slicker.
That was slick.
I'm one of the good guys, man. It's like, I can't help it. And I've changed my stance and all that. I tell all these people that go on this, that's fucking APAC and stuff, bro, it's not yeah, I get it. They need to go under FARA, yada, yada, yada. But it's all lobbying. It really is. It's all lobbying.
No, it is all lobbying, right? And what you're saying, right, the reason why I wanted to point out how you asked that question is because I think that is how that question needs to be asked, right? As much as people have a hard-on for certain places, right, it's not just one place. If we're allowing one place to do it, which means we're probably also allowing other places to do it, and we shouldn't be tolerating it from anyone. And I just wanted to give you kudos on how you asked that question, because that's how we move the conversation forward, not just singling people out.
Exactly, and it takes growing. I'll admit it. I was one of them. And you look at BayPAC in my profile, you're gonna see it because it's just I see the numbers or whatever, and it's polarized too, that conversation. But if you get down to it, all this lobbying, big pharma, Qatar, they do have some stuff. So it just all these narratives need to kind of spin off into just an ultimate what is wrong, all of it, right? All the lobbying
it controls our Congress. It controls all these bills that are getting brought across, and it's very, very serious. And if we could get back to like a local campaign financing aspect in the local, we can hold the accountability more. So we got to push on that, because I don't think that. I mean, look, JFK died. Part of the reason that he died was on this lobbying thing. It was because of he tried to register to the FAR and then the Federal Reserve. So this is dangerous territory right here.
I think we've got to offer some sort of like wipe the slate clean. Like, as long as you didn't touch children, we can wipe the slate clean, and then you come forward and you help us clean this up. We've got to stop the blackmail.
The line in the sand is not touching children. Okay, right. The line in the sand is selling your country out, selling your fellow man out. And of course, if you touch children, you should probably be hung by your balls in the middle of Times Square. So I'm just saying.
Yo, I just want to welcome Jacob to the stage. He's new. Nice to meet you, Jacob. If you don't mind giving me a follow, that'd be great. But it's a pleasure to have you. Hope you don't.
Jacob's a friend. He's a friend.
Appreciate you. I just wanted to say something towards what a little bit towards what I heard. When it comes to our so-called enemies, it's going to take a lot of what we've seen in South Africa with the apartheid. A lot of people understanding that even those who are taking advantage of the system, who are benefiting from the system, are still victims of the system. And I know a lot of us who are the harsher victims, the real ones who are going through the shit that we're going through. We're not looking at it like that. But I like to think people are good inherently. So the people who are forced to do these horrendous things in order to, protect their families, feed their families, whatever, I think those are victims as well. And I think that's where that's where we probably could find the peace at. That's where we can, okay, this is what's wrong with the system. We all can agree with it. We're all victims. Let's start over, clean slate. Let's get this shit done. And I think it would be easy. And we've seen it in South Africa. It actually happened before. So I think we should take a page out of their book.
Well, I think that's what the Maha movement, right? Like, that's one of the easiest paths back, because you can be like, it's not your fault. You were poisoned. We've been had here. So I think that there's certain issues where we can bring that, put that path back to good for people.
I think it's and it's these uncomfortable discussions sometimes. It's like when Trash had a space the other day, and I'm gonna get to our too distant, but he had a space the other day, and I reached out to the FBA, and next thing you know, Patriot Savvy and Trash, like we had the FBA. Jacob was part, he came up there. I don't know if he was FBA or not, but like they spoke on things, and what we ultimately have is the same goals. We just got to get to them, man. Let's go, Miss Destiny.
Yeah, I was going to say, since that we were still discussing child trafficking and everything a second ago, I got contacted by Nick Bryant this morning. He's the guy who wrote the book on the Franklin scandal, and he runs EpsteinJustice.com, which works with the survivors and helps the victims. Anyways, he had put out a call to action today. I reposted it. I'll put it in the purple pill if anyone would like to assist in this. It's just calling out Senator Gillibrand in New York to ask if they're going to continue on the commission to get justice for the Jeffrey Epstein victims. So I'll put that in the purple pill. I just want to make that PSA because it is important.
Go ahead, Jen.
Okay, so Jacob, I totally see where you're coming from, but I don't know if South Africa is the best example, especially right now, because I would actually argue that South Africa is in a reverse apartheid at the moment, where the roles have completely changed. And yes, we need to have a path back. Yes, there are people who are victims, right? But I also don't think that the majority of Americans realize how deep the rot actually is within the system, and to the extent which people who we might look as innocent were totally complacent and participating in the system. and there are things you just can't come back from in society.
Oh no, it's going to break our hearts. It's going to break our hearts. It's going to break our society. And I think that's what we need. And just to answer Coyote's question, album not FBA by Colt. I'm more my people have came here from boats. One side of my family they come here from boats. They're Israelites though, so I don't really even like to be identified as black for an Israelite. My family is from Dimona. I can track my Portuguese to my West African to Portuguese to American journey like myself. So FBA is more of a cult. It's a psyop. It's a good psyop. It's one of the best psyops that America has done in a long time. And I'm super anti-psyop, man. I see through that bullshit so fast. But I just think for us, and when it comes to, and like you said, it is almost a reverse apartheid going on in South Africa. But that comes from the lack of self-accountability, and that's where and I say this shit all the time. American white men and American black men are the epitome of men because we can sit here and these conversations and build nations. I don't think those white guys in Africa or those black guys in Africa could have sat and made the conversation or had the conversation that needed to be had to avoid the things that they're going through. I just had faith in my country. You know what I'm saying? So I think eventually we will get to that conversation.
Well, Jacob, I think the vast majority, and I think what the problem is people don't understand the racial dynamic that is in South Africa, right? So where, yes, did apartheid end, in 94? Technically, right? But the white Afrikaans, which represents 10, 20% of the population, right? They are looked as oppressors, right? So as in the just to give a United States example, right? So after slavery ended, right? All of a sudden whites and blacks are living together equally, but is the power dynamic ever really on an equal footing because they were always seen as the oppressors? And I think that's what the world isn't understanding right now, that it's not just, these, the black South Africans want farmland and they want this and they want that. They are seeing it as almost a vengeful act of what their forefathers went through under apartheid, under what they see as the oppressors.
And that is very true. But they're only doing what they are watching their peers do. You have to understand that the Jews are highly involved, and I'm not like an anti-Semite or anything, but the Jews are highly involved with this new wave of African mixed with your boy Putin situation. It's so hard to describe. The African is and always will feel as if they have an oppressor, even though they are the majority over there. They can take back their resources if they need to. That's not the problem. The problem is the perception. So we can say that Africans' land was took or whatever happened back then, but whatever happened back then, and it shouldn't be focused on. What we need to be doing is sitting and having the conversations so that people are safely being wherever they want to be. If whites want to live with whites, I think that's okay. If blacks want to live with blacks, I think that's okay too. That's why I just think America has the advantage. I think we are becoming less politically correct. We're just saying what the fuck we need to say, and I think that will get us to where we're trying to get to.
Is it like that tribalism kind of talk that goes around? Everybody's got that. Is it okay to feel like you want to live in an all-white neighborhood? Is it okay to feel like you want? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We've been doing this since before we knew what races were. When we didn't even call it that before it was a social construct. When the world was all one color, we still didn't want to. When the world was one
Good morning or afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all learn out here from over in Australia. The one thing that we can't criticize, is APAC. And I think that that's the beginning of our problems. Like, we have to understand that. And in Australia, we've got that, we've got an Israeli lobby, right? I've got so many things to say, but I'll begin and end with just a really short monologue.
Just say it, Rick. Ain't nobody gonna call you no anti-Semite up here. You're good.
No, I know that, bro. I mean, you guys are good over here. Thank fuck for that. But they want us divided by race, religion, creed, colour, gender. And the way that we're going to fix that, because the Kalugi plan's in full effect. So how do we fix that? We get along. And like what old mate was saying down there, like, regardless of whether we want to be separatists, we can still live together. That's their idea to win. So Theodore Herzl, he was the one that laid down the plans for the Greater Israel project. He said that anti-Semitism would be the biggest ally for the Greater Israel project. Anti-Semitism, hate. So how do we combat that? With love and acceptance.
With love, with prayer, we start talking and having uncomfortable, but kind of like what I did earlier, what Jennifer was saying. Look at the big picture. Look at all your lobbying. Try zooming out instead of just the Israeli, aspect of it, and look into the part. And I'm telling you, that's true. But look at how much your like other parts have to do with it. And I understand what you're saying. You got like 97% are APAC back down here. It's crazy to me. But look at RK, how he's gotten attacked by some of the stuff that he's went through, and that's fucking that's other kind of lobbying, bro. It's a bad deal. And I want to introduce Augustus real quick to Cultivating. She's kind of a big voiceover. I don't know how to say it. I'm gonna say Cultivating Black Twitter or whatever. So she's one of the leaders that kind of we can talk to as I guess you said a buffer. I'm like that white boy that used to run up in the hood and go get like a threefer real quick and then run back over there and get the buddy. How you doing, Cultivating? She's from the south side of Twitter.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for inviting me again. When you invite me, I run. I'm a sprinter, so I'm like, I'm right there. Nice to meet you, you guys.
Nice to meet you too. I hope you're having a blessed day.
Every day is a blessing.
She's from we from Ethiopia, right? But she don't claim. She's got some honestly based ass beliefs, but she just wants us to be able to talk to each other, and that's the whole thing about it. So I don't know. I go over there to listen to some of the other spaces sometimes, which it's interesting. It gets heated, but I don't know, man. We gotta get together to be able to build this GOP up or whatever. Something's got to give.
Can I ask Augustus a question?
Yeah, go for it, brother.
So in terms of communication and the importance of regime change and getting better decision makers, how do you think you played a pivotal role in U.S. political history?
To be honest with you, I try to stay humble about it and continue to just be myself and be unapologetically myself about it, because it kind of gives me goosebumps. It kind of brings me to tears when I think about the impact that we actually made, me and my wife, and on how many lives that were affected because of the work we've done. And it kind of brings me to my knees, because, bro, like some things in life, man, you do because you're motivated. You're motivated by this idea that you have for yourself, and it's a self-motivation. And we did this without self-motivation. We did this because we thought that we needed to stop putting our own will before God's will. And we were doing God's work. And we wanted to executioner of God's will. And that's what we did. And it wasn't about, Augustus. It wasn't about Stephanie. It wasn't about RFK Jr. It was about something bigger than all of us. It was about changing the world. And it was because God wanted the world to get changed. And we just so happened to be his instruments. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's interesting how, in the beginning was the Word created the world, the universe. So, and social audio is, the spoken word. So if you know the truth of the earth, then you got the secret answer to the difficult question of the math. I mean, it's a word game, and that's really what we're all dealing with when it comes to these industrial complexes, which are draining, America and its citizens dry and giving nothing back to we the people. So, I mean, regime change is always now. In my opinion, I think Trump is doing an incredible job. I think Kennedy is doing it. I think everybody's doing the best work they can possibly do under difficult circumstances. And, but, the spending is out of control, and it's so much money. I mean, we just have to ask ourselves morally, is it right to be borrowing this money? I mean, or is it all just communication and debt forgiveness is the truth? I mean, are we getting ourselves all in a anxiety bubble about the debt? But we know that the way they spent the money for the past 4 years, 10 years, 20 years has been horrific. So taxpayers and citizens have to unite and rise up and say, never again. This is fucking clown world, and we reject clown world.
The WHO was a symbol of tyranny. The WHO was a non-government organization that had the ability to, in certain states, strip you from your home, inject you with experimental biological weapons, strip your children from your home.
Well, the UN, they control our border. So we've got all kinds of globalists going on. We've got the WHO, we've got the UN, you've got the International Bank of Settlements, which is like basically Operation Central. So,
right. My point is like the work that we did in collaboration with President Trump, in collaboration with God, we're no longer a part of the WHO. The WHO is now going to have a competitor on the scene, which is a new World Health Organization that RFK Jr. is going to be creating with other governments around the world. He was just in Ecuador and Argentina with Javier Milei, and that's what they're talking about.
That's some good shit right there.
Yeah.
That's one of the issues.
That's what we did. We did that. Sorry, Coyote. I just wanted to say, one more thing, which is that these medical journals have been basically the reason why they've been able to get away with this tyranny, and they shall too be no more. It's been revealed just today that RFK Jr. slams corrupt major medical journals and reveals that HHS is creating their own new journals. Go ahead, Yo.
So I wanted to ask us, Kim touched on something that I think is a big issue. It's like this whole, when we get on X, we find ourselves trying to find out like the culprit, right? Like the culprit for all these problems. Is it the Jesuits? Is it the Jews? Is it China? Like when it could be, like she just said, like this kind of globalist thing or whatever. And not gonna deny, a lot of things kind of lean more sides than one. But how do we get past that to be able to have conversations like we are right here and just kind of recognize that there are a lot of problems going on, but we don't have to go at like one specific. It's hard to even ask the question, bro.
Yeah.
Like how do we get past trying to blame one thing or find one thing when it is many.
It comes down to the communication. Congress doesn't do meditation courses. They create fake money with the Federal Reserve. They don't care about you and I. It's the same George Carlin joke in 2025. They don't care about you. All they want to do is borrow and spend. And we are essentially, Chairman Powell has said we are on an unsustainable debt path. And he Freudian slipped and said we are in an unsustainable debt path. So Trump is going to spend the money. The Republicans are going to spend the money because big business wants the money. And like you said earlier, the other speaker, lobbying is the biggest issue. That money primarily goes to major industrial complex businesses. That's not American. That's essentially debt slavery for we the people, for grandchildren, etc. I mean, maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe if you take the oil out of the engine explodes. So no one truly knows the best central economy planning, etc. The point is, this is a monolithic empire, and Augustus and his wife regime changed the government. They saved America in a way through Kennedy and through their marketing and communication strategy. So we the people, these apps, Clown House, Clubhouse, X Spaces, other apps, being artistic and creative and subversive, but organizing, but really changing people's psychology about, I guess, optimism, about intelligence, but also really the money. If Kamala and Waltz were still, they would have. Do you know how much money they would have wasted on the dumbest shit in the world? All this DEI, internal, education scam. It's all communication industry. So, I mean, we the people need houses. We the people don't want to pay 40, 50% in taxes. We want to pay 10% tax on income. The system is draining us. It's exhausting. It's a rat race. And we do it to ourselves because we're not greedy enough.
Lead back to Congress. All roads lead back to Congress.
100%.
That's why I encourage people like John to run for Congress. That's why I encourage people like Rob Lucero to run for Congress. People like John Kitover.
I want Jen to run for Congress.
Rich Costato. Jennifer Lawrence should run for Congress. Coyote should run for Congress. Mike Mack should run for Congress. I mean, these are the people, the everyday people that are needed more now than ever. More now than ever.
You will work 60% of your life just to pay taxes and retain nothing. That's debt slavery. We were born into debt in this nation. Other people in other countries are born into a surplus, into a national trust fund. We, the people here in America, are born $100,000 to $600,000 in debt automatically at birth. We have essentially ruined ourselves with illicit spending. Morally, fiscally unresponsible spending. You and I don't do that. We pay our bills. We save our money. This government has sold us out. And regime change and more regime change and perpetual regime change is the only solution to essentially saving ourselves from ourselves. We ship this money overseas and we ship it internally to corporations which are destroying us and the planet. Pfizer, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, Google, Facebook, these corporations are essentially destroying the liberty and the Republic of America.
So how do we get past it? Because you mentioned, Augustus, like Coyote should run for. So I wouldn't take any lobbyist money, right? I'm just a podunk-ass white boy over here in Texas, strolling around. So what am I going to do when I got 2 pennies in a pocket full of rent? How am I going to get past the big machine of all this or whatever? Is everybody going to come to my aid?
Yeah, that's exactly what you do. You run a grassroots program. You run a grassroots fundraising program. That's exactly what RFK Jr. did when he was running for president, and he ran for president and raised millions and millions and millions of dollars, bro. All off of a grassroots program. You don't need to, and bro, you got a huge platform. I mean, look at you. You got 40,000 fucking people that want to listen to what you have to say. 40,000.
Any American can file to run for Congress in 15 minutes at fec.gov. All you got to do is spend 20 minutes inputting your information, and boom, you're in the National Registrar to run for Congress. You need to doge your local Republican and Democrat congressman, and the time to file is now. Go to fec.gov and doge your local congressman. Remove, replace, and do not trust these Congress people. They are frauds, scammers, and debt creators. $18 trillion in debt in 10 years. These people have no legacy. They have to be removed from government. And people here on X, ordinary people, can run a campaign very succinctly, quickly, synergistically, synchronicity. That's the word. I'm telling you, remove and do not trust your local Congress people. Doge them, remove them.
I'm just going to point out to John there, up here in Canada, things are not much different. I have, like I said before, friends north and south of the border here. I have divers who work with me in Florida. They pay $6 for the same steaks from Alberta, Canada, that I pay $27 for. We're getting fucked by, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that, by whatever lobbyists and whatever big concerns that there are. And I won't point out any names because up here in Canada, we're not as free as you guys are out there to say names. But we're all in the same boat. I'm telling you, it is miserable up here to try to exist. It's miserable to think that my children will never be able to afford a home. It's never going to happen unless I pay for that home. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's generational at this point. I mean, I'm 42. I can't believe I even made it to 42. I know, lots of people that died in Iraq and Afghanistan that never made it into their mid-20s. And so, you're lucky if you're alive. And right now is always the moment. And it's not too late. If you live in a state in America and you are a citizen, you can run for Congress. Do it. It takes 15 minutes. FEC.gov. Create a campaign on X. That's the best place to start. You know it. I know it. This is a free speech zone. And you know that these vaccines and COVID-19 disaster they unleashed upon us, directed by Fauci, Gates, Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, forced mandates, free vaxes, like it's a candy shop. They destroyed the fertility rate. Babies aren't being born. People got the clot shot and died. And do you know how many people died in December of 2020 around Thanksgiving, Christmas in this country and around the world? It wasn't the COVID-19 virus. It was the vaccines, the injections. Pfizer, Moderna, J&J patented copyrights to kill you, to blow your heart out of the fucking chest, to prematurely end your life. For what? For communication spam, for propaganda. You know it, and I know it. We've been lied to, abused, and ripped off because they borrowed the money on our behalf to even manufacture all these fucking scam vaccines. So the time to resist is now. File for Congress, doge your local Democrat or Republican. Do not trust, remove, and replace your local congressman, and do it yourself. No one else is going to do it. No one challenges these people, and it only takes you 20 minutes to file at fec.gov.
So this is why it's so important for you to take my advice, John, about making one account and sticking to it. Because you come in with this sort of energy into a space like mine or an American Mission space, and you start speaking a lot of truth like that, that's how you're going to be able to gain a substantial amount of audience for your single account. But when you got 10 different accounts, it's going to be hard because now we're going to have to pick one because then it all gets spread out too thin. So I encourage everybody to follow John, Republican-wise, and I encourage you, John, to stick with this Republican-wise account and do some more work to it that basically we've already discussed in the back channel. But yeah, man, for me personally, I'm not running for Congress. I'm not running for Senate. My job is to be in the background and be the support system and the muscle behind people running their campaigns, being the brain power, being the spirit power, being the one that, comes up with the creative power in order to get the communication across properly. So thank you for your encouragement, John. Thank you for your love. I appreciate you. You are a dear friend. With that all being said, I want to welcome Maze to the stage. What's up, Maze Love? I hope you're doing well tonight. And we've got Indy on stage as well with their hand raised. Indy and then One Tribe. Go in that order.
Hey, what's up, everybody? See a lot of familiar faces here. Coyote, Mike, Maze, Destiny, Jennifer. Know some of you guys better than others, but yeah, interesting. All you guys are in this space. Yeah, I agree with, the vast majority of the sentiment that everybody's talking about, just the national debt, being lied to, they're going to spend, all that's 100%. So ideologically, I'm with you guys. The difference is that as an independent, the reason I'm an independent is because I hate the two-party system, because I don't hate, right now I'm like a pro-Trump, populist, because I hated Republicans before Trump came in, the uniparty guys with Bush and Clinton and the globalists and blah, blah, blah. So, but the control that they have over our government it's extreme. And, to sit there and say, like, it's so Pollyanna to think that some general person can run for Congress and have any impact. They control everybody in Congress. They have all the money. They have all the lobbyists. They have everybody. Do you think there's one Democrat who thinks all those things, that all those logical and make sense items and line items in the big beautiful bill make sense? Taxes on tips, all those things that can help workers. Of course there are. There's many Democrats who think that. Who don't dare vote for that thing, because they get primaries so fast. You think Republicans are calling for primaries? Democrats have been doing this crap for decades, and they're way more like aligned and organized, and Pelosi's been the master of it. There's a lot of technical reasons for it. In the book, The Politics Industry explains most of the evolution of how this happened. But my point is that until we would love change ideologically, we get on these spaces, we get in private meeting, with our friends and families or whoever, whatever, and have debates or agreements. But until the nature of our political system changes, and there are ways to change it, I'm not going to proselytize that here, but until that changes, we are fucked. These guys will continue to run this thing unabashed without anybody interfering, and we have no say in the matter.
I want to put it back on you a little bit. I think that by doing what John is talking about, by having good people, just your ordinary people, get in the race. You may not win in 2 years, but you may win in 4. And the more like common sense, good American people that we get running it for Congress, the more options the American people have to vote on, the more that we educate on civics, okay? I think that we could do this. I mean, we could overturn that whole damn house if we wanted to. And now is the best time that we've ever had a shot at it is in this next couple of elections.
Who do you think elects over 90% of our Congress people every 2 years? I mean, it's a rhetorical question. It's the extremes on both sides. And the extremes because less than 10% of the population. You know how many people voted AOC? You know how many people voted AOC in office in 2018?
But now is the time for the change, right now?
No, I agree with you, but my point is this. I agree with you. I agree with you on the premise.
I get this.
Can you hear Augustus?
I get this behind your point, which is just that only 26% of Americans are registered Republican. 24% are registered Democrat. 51% of Americans are registered independent. And those are the statistics behind the claims that you're making.
And only
that's not it though. My biggest point isn't the register, because that stuff's out in the front. My biggest point that I'm trying to make here is that over 90% of our Congress people who are up for every election every 2 years are voted in the primary, because over 90% of our districts are either majorly blue or majorly red. So the primary is where they get voted in.
Well,
whoever wins the primary, and then
that's why I said something about civics, right? I said we need to educate on civics, because if we make this interesting and fun, like as interesting as freaking Real Housewives or any of these other reality shows, okay, and get people engaged, and I don't care if we have to shame them into it. Like, do you want a stranger making the decisions for you? Are we not a self-governed people? People don't know that. They don't know these basic things. So that's where the education comes in. And again, never has there been a more innovative, more, ripe for change than now. Like we are seeing leadership get in there and just, upend it. They are upending the table, right? And we as people don't just need to sit back and watch this. We need to be like, okay, yeah, we're going to support you, from do everything we can. We can do it. We just have to freaking...
The communication technology has upgraded and updated. I mean, the belief is that all communication is hypnosis and spam, or political and propaganda. I mean, listen to my words closely right now. Click my profile, follow me, add me on Instagram. I mean, creating a parallel society on an app like this is essential to regime changing the real world. And the former speaker, there's a communication network, and when you upload into that, you change the entire network. So the point is, if you can improve yourself, you can improve the world. And using an app like this to synergistically and synchronicity, you can and will regime change. Augustus is living proof. This man helped regime change the U.S. government and save America from Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
I'm agreeing with the premise, and I'm agreeing with everything you guys are all saying. All I'm suggesting is that the method, the system with which and the people that are elected officials, particularly Congress, are, the House is elected. They answer to less than 10% of their population. So you guys say roughly 25%, whatever, just around it, is one party or the other, and the other half are independent. So, but most of the primaries in this country are not open primaries. So only the people voting, only Republicans or Democrats are voting for those people in a heavily Democrat or Republican arena. And then 20-30% maybe of the people vote. That's like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8% if you're lucky. And who votes in the primaries? The hardest core of the hardest core. Who controls the hardest core of the hardest core?
I know, but you're describing the opposite of Trump and Kennedy and the situation now. So what you're actually saying is totally nullified in the present situation. How do you explain that?
I'm talking about districts, okay? I'm not talking about the presidential elections. I'm talking about the elections at which primaries establish the winners of congressional votes.
Well, Indy, I'm an independent, but I'm a registered Republican because I live in a closed primary state. Now, I'm fully confident in my independence, right? But I can go ahead and put that bar in front of my name so that I can vote and I can have a say in the primaries. And again, people need to understand that we can have a 3-party system. We're just not going to tell the other 2 parties about the 3rd party.
All right, so real quick. I just wanted to get to let one tribe go real quick before we get too deep off into this. Go ahead, one tribe.
Hey, appreciate the mic. We've gone a couple of different directions in the conversation, so I'll try and succinctly give you some bullet points. First of all, I am a Central Committee member in the Republican Party in Ohio. Have been for quite a while. Went to the RNC. Was held in Cleveland in 2016. Got to see Trump on stage. It was fabulous. And he won. And then you fast forward to 2020. It's an objective truth that election was stolen, that election was fraudulent. There is absolutely no way Joe Biden got 20 million more votes than Kamala Harris just did. And being in the party, in the meetings, talking to other Central Committee members, and just ordinary people. Everybody's like, if the of planet Earth's greatest superpower can be rigged and can be fraudulent, how are we supposed to trust anything? Even just the most recent budget took cuts. You know that you're rigging out. I'm sorry, can you hear me? Yeah, there you are. It took California 2 months to count votes. You know they're trying to game another House or Senate seat. They're normalizing it. That's how they were doing it. The whole stall thing they did, they need to take all that bullshit ass time to do all that. We all know it. They're just making an announcement where they can refer back. Remember what happened in California? Whenever they take 3-4 days the next time.
Well, I mean, again, we're gonna see investigation like on the 2020 election, right? And things are starting to move.
Right. Okay. 5 years since, 4 years since. So, but there is a significant loss of confidence in the electoral process. So, and I appreciate. John, I've heard some public.
Yeah, I mean, an election is an election.
Listen, man, I appreciate the energy, and it's infectious, and I love it absolutely.
It's 15 minutes to register to challenge these people. These people go unchallenged year after year. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, but it's not just running for election. Like, you act like you announce your candidacy and you don't have to run in the rat race, which is the primary process, right?
It's a lot of work, no doubt.
Elected office.
It's a lot of work. You've got to be smart enough to essentially run a budget-free campaign, and X platform allows us to do that. This app opened up the floodgates of information.
How many campaigns do you run?
This is only my second campaign, but you know it, and I know it, that X transformed our government, transformed our society. The truth is out there.
I agree with you there, but just telling people, go ahead and register to...
Listen, I'm trying to transmit sentiment. I'm trying to spam. I'm trying to communicate the fact that these people... They kicked me from the stage.
Stunning man up here. Beautiful. I don't know what else you could. I need to put my real face up there one day. But you can go look at my real face because I am a real man. I'm not a coyote. And everybody on the panel that you resonate with, go down to the purple pill, push that thing, and go up, push repost. If you've already reposted it, undo repost, and repost again. And don't forget to follow my future ex-baby mama, Destiny. Everybody, narrative sees you. I'm in a narrative of Destiny. Mama, Destiny.
What the heck is that? You are a trip.
Space calls.
That is too funny.
I thought maybe it's
Good job on the propaganda. Because that's the thing about it. We do live in a time this fucking psychological information informative kind of thing, and you do got to go with the people. I trust.
We have a very sinister.
I know you guys. I know Joe. I know Cameron. I know this. I know us. I know Mike. And that's the thing, man. We got to
first one is
real
there are
careful out here.
guys going in March, not one of
I
ours.
agree.
He's great. He's running for Congress. This is only the second time he's done it. I'm trying to give him best advice I can. But yeah, it really does come down to how much money you can raise. A lot of these establishment politicians are getting money from big pharma, and that's the biggest problem. They're getting big money from big tech, big money from big war. I mean, that's the reality of the situation. It's how are you going to, combat, raise more money than those people without taking big money from people? And that was your question earlier, Yodi. Like, and there's a formula to it, but it all revolves around a grassroots organization and mobilization effort. Ken, just chime in. You don't got to raise your hand.
No, guys, listen. Honestly, it really isn't a problem of like good people not wanting to step up and run, right? I meet people all day, every day who would love to run for Congress, right? And you might, like, I hate the system that you have to participate in order to get elected. I hate it, right? But just to be like, oh, well, all you need to do is run. All you need to do is this. Hold up a second, bro. Because, like, Augustus, perfect example, money, right? Then you have to deal with the GOP and whether you're going to, need their money or not. Because if you have a good grassroots campaign, you don't need the GOP money. But if you need the GOP money, and in some districts you do, right? Like, to just act like the whole problem is that no one wants to run. No, it's the actual process in which you have to go through to be elected that's dirty, scummy, freaking bribery, right? And by the time you get to the general election, right, because if you're a good America First candidate, the GOP, who say they don't participate in primary elections, which is absolute bullshit, will come in and secretly spend money against you in the primary. And then if somehow you get through, then they're going to go and spend money with the Democrats against your campaign in the general and act like, oh, he's just a terrible candidate. Like, no, bro. Right? So it is way more than having the balls to run for Congress, right? It's having the balls to go up against some of the most powerful people in this country, because depending on what, like, congressional seat you're running for, you're going to have the Mitch McConnells coming in and spending money. And that motherfucker, he threatens to kill people, okay? So if you really, let's lay our cards on the table, you have to prepare the people who are brave enough to stand up and run for the actual environment in which they're going to have to, like, be successful in, which is totally antithetical to what you would think being successful is.
And now we're going to try to, when we do run candidates, we're going to stick with them. We're not going to just turn them loose in D.C. for the cocaine and hooker parties. We're trying something different this time.
Well, I just wanted to say, go ahead. Look, y'all, honestly, I cut for rant 100%. Like, I know this dude offline and everything. He's a fucking...
You don't want to speak up in public comment or testimony. So, I wanted to hit on this. Well, even if we push an American First candidate, right, they have to understand what the process is once they get into office to actually officially make a change, okay? Like, you can't just say, I'm going to go fix shit. If you don't know what you're going to actually go fix, you don't know how to write bills, you don't know how to write subject matter line, you don't know how to make amendments, you're not going to do anything. You're going to sit up in there and you're going to look like a dumbass in front of all these people that got paid to get put there, that know how the game is played. They're going to be playing chess while you're still trying to read the checkers board, And I see this all the time when you look at, especially in Alaska, and you just take our state and local representation. Most of them are teachers and the rest are lawyers, right? And if you look at who the ones that are running the PACs inside of there, all the people that are teachers or the independent people that don't have a background or something in bill writing, they're just there to co-sign and just submit shit. They're not there to actually make a change because they don't even know how to make a change, right? They don't actually get the bills. They don't write our representation, our senators.
Rance, you've been to a restaurant, right? You know how a bill works at a restaurant? You think it's any different? You haven't heard of grok? I mean, it's all a scam.
I've been doing this for decades, all right? 100% is a complete difference. And you're trying to say, all right, I just want to make a difference. If you don't know economics, energy, education, right? Like, what, and like, real talk, what the fuck are you going to do? You know what I mean? Like, what are your plans specifically in a policy format that would make a change that you want? right? That's what I'm asking, right? So if you want to come at me like you want to be the next senator or congressman or representative and shit, this is what I ask the same people that run. I go ask
Rants. It's all communication is hypnosis, and you're just ranting.
You're being obnoxious. Can you stop?
Yeah, bro.
I want to just point out real quick.
Back up. Just chill, bro. Like, we like, people like your energy, but you don't gotta cut people off, bro, and like yell at them and stuff. All right, just chill.
At minimum, I'm just giving you advice, bro. At minimum, I'm just giving you advice. Because I'm never going to run for office, but I'm going to do what Augusta does. I'm going to sit in the background, and people that are intelligent and smart and are capable of handling this fight and playing the game, I'm going to help be there to support them. One, they don't know everything, so you have to help them by being a public servant, by just giving information to your elected officials. If you don't send them stuff, expect that they don't know about it and have never been informed about it. All right? Don't think that they just know stuff and people are just telling them this information. You have to actually get out and hand this information to them so they physically know it. Whether they read it or not, that's another thing. And I'm gonna let Jennifer go. I'm gonna land my plane there.
Thanks, Rance. Appreciate you. Guys, and not all congressional seats, I know Cheney's laughing right now, not all congressional seats are created equal. Okay, if you look at the vast majority of Congress people who you would actually know if they were walking down the street, it's actually minuscule. Okay, there are so many Congress people who will fade into the background, who we will never know their names, they never passed a bill, they never got anything accomplished, yet we are still trying to expand resources into these places where if we just change our approach to things and actually put resources on the congressional seats that make a difference while in Congress, right? And instead of having people call like a Paul Gosar or an Andy Biggs or one of those who we know will never vote against us, they are staunch conservatives. Take those people who are going to call those offices and let's have them call the people who are actually on the committee, who are actually making the decisions, because right now we are giving these people way too much like we're being way too lenient on them, and we're acting like they're all created equal, and they're not.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this shit does cost a fortune, if you want to do it right. And it will also take a tremendous amount of effort of people's free time and energy. So I highly suggest two things. Here's some tips. When you're doing creatives, I gave you this advice the other day, John. But when you're working on creatives and you have a creative team, let's say running an attack ad, right? Because your attacking is going to need to be on point, by the way. If you're running one of these races, because you will be attacked, and it's very rare will you run a campaign where there are no attack ads. So making your opponent a black and white photograph. Did that cut out?
Black and white photograph. I always assume it's me.
No.
That's not me. That's not in here. Is it him?
No. He's in the Matrix or his phone cut off. But yeah, I always swipe left when I see a girl with a black and white photo.
I wouldn't add that to your campaign slogan if I were you.
Are we about to crash?
I hope so.
Listen, I wanted to say with the former Jennifer, what you were saying about what Republicans do to Republicans when they run, you were spot on.
Real quick, can I just finish my thought though? So, sorry, my wife called me. She's on her way home, so I'm gonna have to log off in a little bit anyway. But while I got you here, here's some advice. Making your opponent have a shade of yellow or green gives them the idea that they're sickly. Okay, so when you're running an attack ad, give them either a black and white photograph or make them look sickly, and it makes them look older than they actually are as well. And subconsciously, the viewer is going to see that and think, oh, this person is a memory, this person is dead, this person is sick, this person is negative. So that's a really good attack ad strategy running creatives. And then another one is also doing a tremendous amount of research on your opponent in order to dig up dirt. So make sure you do that in your exploratory phase for when you are ready to make your announcement, that you've already got some stuff in the chamber ready to rock and roll. And
could I ask you a question on that, Augustus?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Ask me a question, because I'm trying to. I didn't plan on giving a bunch of advice away, but I'm happy to do it. You know, I'm just trying to think of stuff on the fly.
That's what I'm saying. So up in the jumbo, okay, if you look, I quote reposted after I did exactly what you did. You can see that Trans Visibility Day, the original post put out by the Lufkin lawyer, which he kind of crawfished. If you go look at his page, it's a crazy little story going on there. And it's like a little battle. But I looked up the Trans Visibility Day, and it's on the 31st of March, 2026 is what's scheduled. And then the We're Done is on the June 4th. And I'm not promoting, or June 14th, excuse me. And I'm not promoting, I'm backing, I'm going to the rally, but that's not what I'm doing. I'm not stealing propaganda. Otherwise, I'd do it a lot better than this. But anyway, I'd like to know, what about the pink? You see how they did it, like with the pink, and then they collaborated in the alliance with We're Done. But that is actually not happening. There is no Trans Visibility Day on the same day as June 14th. But what they do is they shoot it out to a bunch of accounts like me, thinking I'm going to catch that shit and just go up there and post it. Like, what the fuck? But no, I communicate with the person of it. But why do they use the pink?
Coyote, who's running this?
Aaron Soros.
Interesting.
I've looked into it. He ran for a lieutenant governor, a while back, and he's very. My thing of it is, is Rand still up here? Yeah, he could kind of describe it better. I like what he's doing. I back that. It needs to happen because we need to get over this whole being scared to run for something. But I've never seen anything like this, come against even me. Like, I got little fake Texas accounts like coming at me, so I know something's wrong, and it doesn't want that rally to happen, which, that's their right. So I'm kind of in a I don't know, man. It's just this shit's weird. Politics is nasty.
Yeah. What was your question?
So that pink, how they did the whole pink thing. Notice the coloring, because I know that like if you look at Mike Mack, who the fuck could Mike Mack make with that blue and the little red USA look? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's naturally to the optics that attracts the eyes. It's a positivity too. Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, what do you think about that? Like that pink? Is it like bring a feminine aspect?
Well, what it is that you have to understand the trans movement is a mentally ill conglomerate. It's a part of a mind virus. So in nature, what happens is nature finds its way of using bright neon type colors, like a bright pink, as a way of letting predators know that they're poisonous. You can see it in the Amazon with frogs. Poisonous frogs, tree frogs, and shit.
It's toxic communication. They're all over social media. Men dressed as women, talking to children, going to libraries, dancing and reading pornography. It's a sick communication, and it should be outlawed and shunned.
Yeah, I agree with that. And, subconsciously, that's what their branding is doing. So it's alerting you that they are virtue signaling, that they are toxic poisonous, mentally ill group? That was a great question, though. Thanks for that, Coyote.
Well, I'd love to get with you on that because it's like, looking at some of the things that I've looked into, I had to learn the damn Hasbro, these things that are written in books of propaganda, and I'm not going to the subject, but like Human Shield, right to defend us, everybody has a right to defend, like all these crazy things that a man named Frank Lutz, which is a conservative, political strategist went and did for, and it gets deeper and deeper. But the whole thing is researching a lot of these things that we hear that have been embedded in our heads. Like I say half the shit and then I start reading into a lot of these propaganda things because that's what I dive into is these to the rhetoric. It's crazy because like I was taught this by my parents. They were taught that so my grandparents are teaching, down this or whatever, and then ultimately dying with this old propaganda style strategies that we hear on here. But the optics are very, very important, Augustus, and I think that continue to point this stuff out.
Yeah, you definitely do. And, I'm happy to host a space in the future where I can do some homework prior to and consult with my team and get like a nice outline for advice on how to run a campaign and on a local level, and maybe I could collaborate with American Mission, Jen, on that.
I got you, Augustus. Dustin and I have ran like a whole shit ton of campaigns, all from local level all the way up to presidential. So we're good. I got you.
Maybe me and Mike can space. I think my wife just called me. She said, "Hey, babe, what are you doing?" And I told her what we were doing. I was giving advice on the X space. She was like, "Oh, that's really cool. All right, let me get off the phone. You go back to doing that." So
your wife's awesome, bro. She's awesome.
Yeah, she's my best bud. She's my best bud.
I would like to get in with y'all, even if it's the American. Maybe me and Mike can go, talk and see what we could do too. But we need to do this because people need to know that. Like you can win the hearts and souls and minds over. And if I was a bad guy with nefarious actions, like one thing is like you can tell Jennifer how beautiful she is. If you look at Jennifer's like she's just beautiful, and who doesn't like her? She's outspoken with a great no filter, raw, gives it to you right there. So did I win her heart over? And that's what people are doing to other people. Now I really do think this about Jennifer. But I'm saying, people, be careful whenever you hear people get on here. And a lot of the thing is telling you what you want to hear. Now, the thing is, it's like you got to stick around enough to know and get the game because, as Heather up here the other day kind of learned, like this shit gets real, and it gets raw, and it gets real deep. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Yeah, and guys, listen, even if you could be wrong, right, even that's a learning experience, but use your voice. Always be brave enough to be wrong. Always be brave enough to be the only person standing out there because, yeah, it might be scary, but at the end of the day, really all they can say is words to you, and you have a block button. But if you're standing on the truth and you're standing for what's right, you can stand on that no matter what. No matter what's happening to you, take what you have to take, right? All they can say to you is words. And if they're threatening your life, report their asses to the police. Let's do this.
That's the thing, man. I mean, if Augustus knows, I've been called every name. He's been called all this shit. It doesn't even bother me to say because that's the thing. It's crazy, bro. But like, look at us. Like, we're still the same. We don't have the same all the way views as everybody on this panel and shit like that. But ultimately, we know that when it comes down to it, that we want America to benefit the most. So that's all that matters to me at the end of the day.
You know what's so crazy to me? I was in Target the other day talking to my wife about this, but it's like on X, you've got this Republican space, free thinker space, independent space, and the Democrats really don't bother us. You don't have like Dems coming in here and like trolling the room and shit like that, and like libs fucking wigging out on stage and being libtarded, right? They're fucking all keeping to themselves. But you go into a UFO space, bro, and you're a fucking based motherfucker, and bro, the fangs come out, dude. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck, like? And she's like, yeah, they're like basically like trying to control that community. Go ahead, Jen.
So a lot of times, right, sometimes it's pointless, right, to sit in a room where everybody agrees with you, to sit and talk to the people who, no matter what, right, they're always going to be on the right side, right? And I think so many times, like us on this side, right, we go into these spaces and we're like, oh no, we just have to like blatantly say what we want to say. We need to convert them, and if they just hear it, they'll know what we want, right? And it's like, dude, you're not going to get anywhere with that right now, right? You have to go in, right, read your audience, right, and introduce topics in a way, right? I know that you're not going to agree with me on abortion. I know that you're going to disagree with me on all these various different issues, right? But I know that we could have some common ground with, let's say, campaign finance, right? Do we really want all this dark money running our campaigns? Do we really want to make our people who are running for office on both sides sell their soul in order to survive? No, we don't, right? So instead of like concentrating on the issues that divide us, right, just leave those alone for right now. Not saying you have to compromise on your values, right? I never compromise my values, but I don't even touch those topics. Right? I want to talk to these people, create a rapport with them, and then if we want to have that discussion, let's have it. But if there's big topics, right, that we can agree on, why are we not trying to agree rather than beat somebody over? Sorry guys, I gotta go. I have a call.
All right, yeah.
All right, thank you, Jen. Thank you, Jennifer.
Yeah, I just want to welcome my friend Dr. Lori to the stage. She's one of the only doctors I trust. Welcome to the stage, Dr. Lori. How you doing?
Thank you, Augustus. Thank you very much for having me up. I sent you a message. I guess you didn't get it in time. I was down in your area over the weekend, so I wanted in.
You know, he's a married man.
I'm not even like that. It's just like that.
Coyote, it's okay. It's okay. She's a doctor.
Yeah. No, I didn't get the message. I actually just moved to DC.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, well, that's even better. Well, congratulations on your move.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I was there for a weekend-long Metallica concert in Philly, so.
Oh, that's dope.
Oh, it was so dope. It was amazing. Probably one of the best concerts I've ever gone to, so.
Sick.
But thanks for having me up. I appreciate it. Nice to see you.
No problem. Yeah, for sure. Enjoy the space, chime in whenever you see fit. We're just talking about campaigning right now. I think it's a productive conversation. Mike Mack, how are you feeling about the conversation? You think it's been productive, or has it just been a shit show, or what?
Yeah, no, I think it has been. It's like Jen said. You don't want everybody agreeing with with each other, but you also don't want people to come in and infiltrate your space and kind of take over and dominate, stuff like that. So I think it's been a great back and forth, bro.
That's the important part, if I may, Augustus, right there, because if you get, Augustus gets a host, and then you get a co-host that can bid pretty good and see who's coming up, familiar with it. Yeah, you got to take care of it. You got to be real careful. It's like Logan.
Should have crashed.
They came up, you gotta look at them. I keyword search. I'm a hell of a co-host, honestly. I can fucking, when they hit that, if I haven't seen them before, boom, I can just tell you who they are, what they're about in about 10 seconds, and I'm pretty right all the time. Not all the time, but like 90, not 95%, but that 5% I'm wrong. And then I'm humble. That's the thing too. We're not humble enough. There's not enough humility on this app to say, hey, I was wrong. It's not like the end of the world if you're, but something about this app, all these little avatars. It's like, we don't want to get mad at us. You know, let's, you know, I want Mike Max little avatar to get mad at me. It's crazy, bro. It's like people got to talk more and just have a little humility and we'll be good. But thank you so much for this right here. And if I'd like to ask Mike Max, welcome to the Thunderdome, bro. And that's the thing, we're going to have to navigate through this or whatever. But you're one of the good guys. Mike Max is definitely one of the good guys. And we'll figure it out because this is what it is, baby.
Believe it. It's all about to start up.
Yo, guys, my wife just got home. I think I might log off unless you want to hang out with them.
Nope, they get in the boot. These are getting the boot. I've been at work all day. I'm tired.
Say what's up to everybody, though.
Okay, that was pretty cool. Okay, this has been the campaign to elect John Kitover. Hope you enjoyed.
On the other hand, when you're talking about Syria and the jihadis, first of all, in the Quran, when our Prophet was asked what is the best type of jihad, his response was the jihad against one's self, one's bad self. So jihad in its religious sense, its meaning oppressing that animalistic feeling that we have inside of ourselves and control ourselves. Unfortunately, through politics and through all these other shits that messed up the religion, this became a jihad type of war, but it is not the actual meaning of jihad. As jihad has to be started from within, so oppressing that animal instinct in us and becoming more elevated through our humanity. That's what religion is. Yeah, exactly. And as for the terrorist group and organizations such as in my country, which I personally thank the IDF
Where are you from?
South Lebanon. And a village nearby was just bombed a few hours ago. Not the village, sorry, but a place where they were keeping weapons for those terrorist groups. And I'm so glad that they did that they bombed it, because we don't need those shit anymore around us. I want to live happily, and I want to grow in my business, and I don't want to be in fear of being oppressed by those terrorist organizations anymore. And there are many people who think like me, but they're oppressed and they cannot express themselves. I might be going to jail tomorrow for saying what I said, but I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna fight for my freedom, because freedom is hard.
Where the hell did this guy come from? I love him.
I've always been a follower of you guys, and especially Daniel, because he always brings me inside. I like the positive shock he brings into the conversations, and I love that. And so yeah. So Islam, and traditionally, I have a friend of mine, a very very dear friend of mine, who was unfortunately, after childhood and after I went to Dubai for some time, when I came back, he turned out to be a supporter of Hezbollah, and He's a survivor, and so I asked him a few times, why do you feel that Israel is the smaller devil? Because they say Israel is the small devil and America is the big devil. I was like, oh, because they are blah 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 blah. The stereotypical stuff they talk about in the Middle East. And I was like, oh, but did you know that your Khomeini actually never mentioned Israel as being the small devil? So what do you mean? I was like, if this is your belief system, go through his books and you will find out that your very own partner, regional partner or international partner, Russia, is actually the smaller devil that he referred to. So how come you don't call Russia the small devil anymore? Is it because they support your belief system? Because when it comes to politics, things change? Or are you totally brainwashed? Or do you not know what you believe in? Are you so confused? And so, there's a lot of, and this is, of course, a person who belongs to a terrorist organization that is supported by Iran. And all those countries that are launching rockets and attacking Jews, are actually supported by Iran, because in Lebanon, Lebanon is not a Muslim country, by the way. That's what the first thing I wanted to correct. Actually, Lebanon is a mixture of like three main religions, in which Judaism is one
but
of
they
the
executed
three
a lot of
main
Christians.
religions. Exactly, but there's no more Jews in Lebanon. Why? Because after the Israeli-Arab war, when the Arabs lost the war, of course, it was people let their anger out on Israel or on Jewish people. Actually, the Jewish people who lived in Lebanon had passports or had some of them had Lebanese ID even, and their religion sect was an Israelite. It would say on their ID Jewish, and then the sect is Israelite. So the word is very familiar. Dude, we had a newspaper in Lebanon before 1947, before even Lebanon had its independence. The newspaper title was The Israeli World. And the word Israeli did not have a negative connotation to people living here. It was a very normal thing. It's like the Kurdish world, for example, or the Assyrian world, whatever it is. So the word didn't really have a negative meaning in people's mind. But post the war, when Arabs started letting their anger and frustration after losing the war on Jewish people, what I ask myself as a Lebanese, a country that depended on Jews drastically in its growing economy to become the pearl of the Middle East. Jews have played an extremely important role in the banking sector, in the export. They brought luxury brands to Lebanon. They brought jewelry making to Lebanon. They have actually revived or established the economy of Lebanon. How did I treat these people after that Israeli war? By bringing in Palestinians with their weapons and giving them support with weapons, and then they turned their weapons onto me and caused me 10 years of civil war. That's how I say thank you to those people who came and found refuge in my country and established an economy, helped me establish an economy. That's how I say thank you. If you Arabs, if you Lebanese politicians, you want to blame Israel for the problems that there are with the conflicts that's happening with Palestinian terrorist groups, you should ask yourself, what have you done to the Jews who live here? How did you protect them? What did you do to protect those people? Nothing. They've come together as one people. They were united throughout history, and in the past, in the future, and in the future, they'll also be united, just as they were before. And you know what? You should fear them. You don't want to mess with this kind of people, because they stood together. That's what I love, and that's what I respect about Jewish people. And that's how I read the Quran now, to see and learn. The Quran has never, ever, ever mentioned anywhere in the Quran that we need to fight Jews at all. It actually tells us that we need to respect and understand the Jews.
The Quran has a few parts where I don't know if it's the Hadith or the Quran.
I can bet you the Quran itself does not. I don't believe in Hadith. I don't think anyone who transferred Hadith from to could have not missed something.
Anyway, Tarek, I need to go to bed because it's late. But I just want to say you're super cool, man, and I hope to see you again. Because I don't know, the more I actually meet people from this area, like Syrians or Lebanese or Iranians, like the people, not the governments. I mean, the people are not bad people, And it's a shame that these Islamist groups, you know, are basically shitting on all of you and are weaponizing the people. Because, yeah, you're right. And they're indoctrinating your people in order to hate your neighbors. And that's not good for anyone.
But I think now there's a bit of a ray of hope for Lebanon. I know that the Lebanese army is now actually starting to demilitarize Hezbollah, at least in one side of the Litani River, and I do hope that they will be able to do the second part. And from what I hear from many Lebanese is that they actually want peace, and I do hope that it will happen.
Got to go.
Absolutely, man. And that's coming from someone who's living in South Lebanon, not somewhere else in Lebanon.
Well, take care of yourself. Don't speak out too much, because we need more people like you alive and not in prison or dead. So be careful and just fight from within, you know, and don't expose yourself, and just keep doing the good thing, you know.
Thanks for this, guys. I mean, you're awesome. I love listening to you. You always give me insights. Thank you.
I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, honey. Bye, Simon. Bye, everyone.
Wait, don't leave yet. Shit.
He ran away. Oh, Mark wanted to ask you something before you go.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, quick question. How did you get 44.5 followers? I thought you can only get 4,000, I thought. How'd you get?
No, I'm just very loved by everyone.
No doubt. Because your wisdom, I
where
hear.
did Tarek go?
Huh?
And Masri, they thought I was going to close the room or what?
I don't know, Masri, as soon as you left, he ran away.
See, that explains all of her followers.
So, what I'm getting at is, I can only get 4,000 followers. I tried to follow you.
Really? There's a maximum amount?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, because I thought the maximum amount was 4,000.
No, I don't think there's maximum amount. I have friends that have 16,000.
Well, I tried to add you as my friend. I got 4,000.
We are friends.
Oh yeah.
Like, let's say you have 4,000 now, and I will add you. I will add you, and let's see what happens.
I'm going to add you, Daniel.
Now I added you. It didn't give me an error, but because you have 4,000, it doesn't show you like me. Only when you get like 100 people, you will see 4.1.
Yeah, I just added you, Daniel, to my friends, but it says I can't add any more friends.
Well, then you need to, maybe you have a lot of friends that you're following, but they're not following you. And so you have used more than 4,000. You have used, I don't know, like 8,000 or whatever it is.
Yeah, is that how it works? So if they're not following me,
then they don't appear as in the count of your followers.
Right. Guys, first of all, very important conversation. I appreciate it. Very smart. I appreciate you guys.
Come again.
Yeah.
I will.
Keep coming, and then maybe you'll get a green bean. It's just that I need to trust people, because if I don't know them, they might book the room or kick people out or whatever.
Totally.
Where are you from, Mark?
I'm from Connecticut, USA, United States of America, right?
Is that where the fried chicken is from? Oh, no, that's Kentucky.
It's like between Boston and New York. I'm right.
That's Kentucky.
Yeah, the tri-state.
We'll get it right, no doubt. We're all going to get it right.
You guys stay here. I mean, like, I'm just going to go to bed, but Simon is here until 4 a.m. and Daniel until 7 a.m. So.
No, I wanted to fight with jihadists.
Oh my God, Joab? What the hell is Joab doing awake? Joab, you should be asleep already. It's 1:30 for you.
But it's the weekend.
Yeah, I slept in the afternoon, so I'm not very tired.
Oh my God, you sound drunk. Did you go out for drinks, honey?
No, but it is my birthday today.
Oh,
happy birthday!
Thank you. Since midnight. Amazing.
आपने भी उस
and he would say, "Who made the stars?" And they would look at him and not answer him, and it turned out
भाई वो due to a 9-year-old or a chicken.
They have no concept of a deity whatsoever. Well, that's your claim. And this is actually. I'm sorry. Can I? No. Well, you've been talking for quite a while. Is this a conversation? Or is this a monologue by Skeptic? Nope. I just want to finish my sentence. Is this a conversation? Okay, finish your sentence. This is a long-running sociological experiment that has actual documentation, not just. This isn't a. Do you assert this on the grounds of human authority? Can you rephrase that in an intelligible sense? Do you assert that there are some people that once they reach a certain level of human cognitive and neurological development, that there are some people that have no idea of the concept that there's an eternal mind that is God? No. I think there is no connection. I have never, if this is what I understand you to mean, I don't believe there's any connection between intelligence and a belief in a God. I'm not talking about intelligence. I don't know where you're getting that from. Is it your position that there are some human beings, once they reach a certain level of cognitive and neurological development, has nothing to do with intelligence? Right? Well, that's cognitive and neurological. That there are some human beings that have never even considered or contemplated and then rejected the notion that there being a supreme being, creator God, but have adopted a materialistic alternative. I am asserting that there's a tribe in South America that has no concept of a God. They have no concept of a God. Well, you don't know that. Can you get into their minds? All you're going by is what they say. Could it be the case that they had at some time or another contemplated that what is absolute and eternal is a mind rather than the matter from their perspective is eternal? I mean, they could have thought that I had the biggest dick in the world, Gary, but that's not relevant. All right, so you decided you want to troll. Okay, let's block you. No, I'm serious. No, we're done. You're blocked. Bye. Okay, bye, bitch. Yeah, bye. Another low-class, low-character, sleazy, deceptive atheists try to have a reasonable conversation, and they just become low class and low character. Not surprising for atheists, very common among them. Welcome, comedian. What would you like to say?
I'm running for Congress in Illinois, and I was just wondering, what would your advice be, if you were, or I guess if imaginative speaking, if you were to become the president or a congressman, what would your advice be? What would your actions be? What would your messaging be to your constituents, to the people voting for Darth Dawkins?
Yeah, you're completely off topic. Do you want to broach the topic at the top of the room or not?
Yeah, I can discuss that. So, I think if you view all of this from like a communication theory perspective, in terms of atheist communication, as opposed to even just reading scripture, like I have, a bunch of Psalms in my hand from, 3x5 note cards with passages from Psalms at all.
You're just rambling at this point. Are you an atheist?
No, I'm a baptized Christian.
Okay, so you're rambling at this point. Do you want to make a substantive statement about the topic or not?
Yeah, it's an all or nothing statement. I mean, it might mean something different to a Catholic and a Protestant or an evangelical, but I mean, the Christian worldview ultimately is the final summation of philosophy, of history, of theology, of God. So if you reject that worldview, you are essentially in opposition to the most powerful force in the universe. And, may God have mercy on your soul.
Anyone else in the audience, if you want to broach the topic, you're welcome to come up.
That's the biggest propaganda strap. He took it.
So, as usual, whether I stream on, if I go on Discord or TikTok or here, no intelligent
atheist opposition. They're all cowardly. They only like to pick on low-hanging fruit. Does anybody know how, I see you can kick people from the room, but how do you move people back to the audience? Is there an option for that?
Yeah, you click on the profile and then hit put to audience. But maybe it's a public view. I don't know. A public room, maybe you have to kick them from the room.
Okay. Yeah, I think that it doesn't allow you to do that for a public room. I guess they have to self-remove.
I want to get a screenshot of this history.
So, the more I listen to atheists year by year, the more I'm convinced that what the Bible says is true. They're suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. Like I was trying to say with that previous guy, the fact that they self-report that they have no concept of God doesn't mean they don't have a concept of God. It means they chose not to retain it and that they're adopting a kind of either an animistic or a materialistic view. And his claim that there are some people that don't have any concept of God whatsoever, he's making that statement on the grounds of human authority, whereas God has revealed that he has made all men to know that he exists, of course, assuming that you're not neurologically impaired, brain damaged, or a registered Democrat. So he's claiming by human authority that some people don't know of God. Well, God says otherwise.
Yeah, but if they're not really willing to read the word or even attempt comprehension, I mean, they're essentially just spam trolls, and they're creating dopamine.
Well, we saw that he couldn't even last a few minutes in here without becoming obscene, rude, and attempting to antagonize me. So it's another common trait of online atheists. Yet these are the very same people who claim that they're in hot pursuit of truth, reason, things like that, which is laughable. I even try to go on atheist streams on TikTok, and they even get triggered and go into panic mode saying that they're not going to let me up. You have complete powers of mods. What are you afraid of? Well, we know, because they realize that their ordinary atheist cliches and slogans aren't going to work.
Yeah, I mean, I've come to the conclusion that I'd like to automate my communication here on this app, and actually not engage, a lot of people or listen to what a lot of people say, because it's just a total waste of my time. So, I mean, but I believe in essentially publishing people in the sense that I'm like a producer recording and distributing, and I don't really care what people have to say because I don't want to listen to it. But I would prefer to just, retransmit, re-spam their nonsense, because apparently their hypnosis works. People are willing to engage with them, as you demonstrated.
By the way, if there's anybody in the audience who would like to broach the topic, you're welcome to come up. You have to invite yourself up. Yeah, they're an irrational bunch, and a lot of low information people on TikTok as well as Discord, and most of them have emotional problems. A lot of them have moral failures, and this is why they don't want God to exist.
You know, almost every single one of them, when I talk with them, will say stupid crap like, I'll say, why doesn't God exist? And they'll say, oh, well, there's no evidence for God. Well, first of all, that's not even a sustainable claim. Number two, it's a non sequitur. What's the logical entailment from the claim to God doesn't exist? Well, the answer is nothing. It just goes to show you, you know, how pathetic they are in their reasoning. They got nothing. They just repeat the same mantra. There's no evidence for God. There's no evidence for God. So God doesn't exist because you invoke that you have a psychological state that's absent a positive belief? How does that follow?
Well, I don't spend much time with gay men, but I have observed gay men on this app have conversations.
Yeah, dude, you keep on going off topic.
I hate faggots.
I'm just saying that there are prurient people on this app and other social platforms.
You're done. I'm blocking you too.
Am I not accurately describing that? He was just talking to a gay guy.
Just write it down. Oh, comedian. How are you, comedian?
Hey, have you heard the one about the Palestinian astronaut?
What is a Palestinian astronaut?
He got back from Mars on a Doge space Starlink spaceship, and he went back to the shawarma stand in Gaza. It wasn't there anymore. But what I'm trying to say is, if you think you know where Palestinians came from, I would love to hear it.
You're neat. Are you enjoying Clubhouse Plus?
Actually, yes, because it just makes my life easier where I don't have to spend time going phone to phone to phone to phone to get back into a room under a burner.
I think it's this entire class was made around you specifically, and I think that they kind of looked at you and like, okay, how can we make this dude pay?
Now the question is the following, because you gotta pay $5, okay, $50 a year per account. He has got like 40 phones. Can you afford 40?
No, all I need is one account, and that means that I have already created a new burner account, which is always set to anonymous. So that means
That one is never blocked by anyone because
right.
Oh, you cannot block them, right? Like
you can't block it.
You can't block them. So, for example, if I have Simon blocked, he cannot come into my rooms as anonymous because he will
now you have like an anonymous person here, right?
Yeah, I have a new burner.
Yeah, but they're not blocked by us, and we cannot.
Exactly.
You cannot kick
them out either.
Unless I make it public.
Into a room
exactly.
With your account, he can do whatever he wants.
But the thing is that he has been blocked by so many people, you know, that everyone is tracing his accounts. But what he's saying is he got a new burner that is not blocked by anyone, and it's set to anonymous permanently.
Exactly. Well, they broke the system. I didn't break it. But the funnest part for me is people who kick me, knowing how incredibly stupid it is to get emotional about me now, because now you know that even if you kick me, I can be right back in. And so like your kick means nothing, you know, it means nothing anymore. But what's interesting to me is the person who kicks me, you know, how I'm actually in their mind and how I'm living rent free. And the fact that they hate me and want me out of there, even though they know that I'm in an anonymous account and thus they've accomplished nothing. But it's also, you know, I speak to people, you know, and so I have a relationship with people. But the fact that I still get kicked and I can come back in an anonymous, it becomes a me problem. I'm the schmuck wasting my time.
Yeah, I was talking with Roger about this, and he's like, "Oh my God, this is so annoying," and they were talking about it. I'm like, well, I don't care, you know, if anonymous people come into my room because in the end, I have never cared, and I'm not gonna start caring right now. I don't care if Edmund is there or people are screaming me or whatever. I'm gonna say exactly the same things, right? And they're like, yeah, but this is not fair. And so I could see that the people that are very sensitive to it, they are the ones that are going to control really hard. The ones that really have an obsession for people that have control issues, you know, authoritarian in the rooms. They're going to be the ones that are going to suffer with this a lot. And I was thinking about Ben Mandelson, you know, because he's got this leftist room. where he kicks out everyone that brings the word Trump. And so now it's like we can all get into his rooms and start playing, you know, like putting emojis and the giffies, you know, with Trump, and he cannot do anything about it. He will go crazy, I know, because everyone is so sensitive in those stages. It's gonna be amazing.
Like if I was a troll, I would definitely pay those
Yeah, see, he will kick new burner accounts. There are people on this app that are so paranoid. They will kick a party hat with no real friends, and it's like some girl in Texas, you know. So that's kind of the interesting aspect about this, that it does create one. It's pathetic though, because it's all spam. So it's thus.
Someone demonstrated in the audience.
They're taking our ideas on board. Yeah, let's do it together. But we have to wait longer because they haven't rolled it out in Europe yet.
What's interesting is I have people.
Like we can go to Amir's room, you know, all with Israelis flags, and just to bother them there. Like
Yeah, that's cool that I can go into Amir's room.
When I go to Amir's house, I can be in the audience. They can talk about me for an hour. Literally, they talk about me, and I write in the chat like, guys, like move on, like I'm just listening, like.
I don't think I will go too much to the Amir's rooms, but the people that are super sensitive and need to have control of the rooms, like Ben, that would be hilarious. You know, I think it will drive him crazy.
The truth is they don't really care. They don't really care. They're just spammers. And the fact is, if they kick somebody from the room, it just gives them a dopamine, you know, boost. It's like a video game. It's literally like Super Mario Brothers.
And especially knowing, because it's like, how can we know if it's Edmund in the room? Like, you can't. You can't.
You can't.
So there must be a way that we can prevent him from streaming us on YouTube. I'm like, oh, come on, really? Are you going to worry about it?
You might be recorded right now. Who knows?
Well, one of my YouTubes is actually blowing up, and I'm getting like consistently 15,000 live streams, you know, when I'm on Clown House. So it's just the algorithm. I don't know because
committed yet so many phones. Can't you invest like in a microphone also?
Yeah, this phone I'm surprised isn't good. It's a fucking high quality, expensive phone.
No, but this one is good.
Oh, okay.
Really, for me, sounds like.
Can you interrupt Daniel when he's talking so to see if I can hear him?
Yeah, we can talk at the same time.
Yeah, no, it's just
sound muffled.
Yeah, I don't know why his phones are like
Anyways,
that
you know,
when he talks.
what I've learned is I don't want to talk. I just want to record. And, you know, occasionally I like to have conversations, but real discipline would be not having a conversation on this app. It would just be recording it. Because it's all spam.
I'm talking to you. You're funny. I mean, sometimes you're so fucking annoying, like today, that I have to kick you out of the room. But normally you're funny. I like you.
Yeah, I mean, I like trying to be funny and be experimental with comedy and imitations. I mean, you know, I'm an actor. I was in Annie. Many people don't know this, but I played Franklin Delano Roosevelt in my 8th grade play Annie.
Eleanor Roosevelt?
Franklin Delano Roosevelt. I sang the song Tomorrow.
Did you know, Daniel, one time, you know, sometimes I just go to Edmund's rooms, right? Like, just, I don't know, I just like to spend time with him there and just talk about stuff. And one day I go into one room.
Hold on, I thought these rooms are just him streaming other rooms.
No, just him, but he's there. And so sometimes I just have a chat with him. And so I went there and he was streaming something, but it was not Clubhouse. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? He was streaming a conversation of his mom and his sister to Clubhouse. It's so crazy. And he was having this conference call with his mom and his sister, and he was streaming that everywhere in Clubhouse.
But to himself, how many people were in the room listening to this
the room he had open, and Simon and I were there listening to a conversation with his mom and his sister. Like, this man doesn't know boundaries.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just including them in the game. Like, I was talking to my mom the other day, and Concrete listened to the whole conversation for like 10 minutes, and it's See, that's the thing is you realize that even your parents, it's all spam. I mean, my mom essentially wants to talk to me on the phone in the same way that I have a conversation here. Like, she just wants the conversation and the dopamine creation and the talk therapy aspect of it. And that's what happens a lot when I talk to my mom. I mean, she just wants to get her dopamine off.
You come from a big line of trolls, I understand.
Yeah, and if you think, no, my mom is definitely a troll type person, and she's got a horribly obnoxious voice, and you will not escape her eye. If you overquote her on a contract or a bid or something, like, you'll just watch her eye open up and say, "No way, no way."
How old is she?
She smokes?
No, I'm just saying she's got a very nasally Chicago accent. She can be, really annoying.
How old is she?
71.
Okay, she's like my mom. My mom is 72.
Yeah, that German girl that I was dating who did her master's in Switzerland, she just moved back to Germany today.
Oh yeah, what happened to her? That was just last week.
Yeah, it was like a three-week love affair, and then I helped her box up all her stuff, put her in a sent her back to Germany. Yeah, I helped pack her box. It was nice.
Wow, Pepe, ew.
That sounds kinky.
What do you mean, ew? That's like literally, people having sex, ew.
With your mama, dude, that's ew.
Every Palestinian has come out of the vagina of a Palestinian woman.
What? I'm sorry, that Muslim guy just got to me earlier.
Which one?
Whoever the guy was, he started yelling at me. I didn't like that.
Who was yelling at you?
Matsu. Because he was Matsu is really, really sensitive when you insult Islam. Like many Muslims.
He was insulting fucking Christianity and saying, and so that makes sense, about Jesus. And it's like, really? Do you want me to talk about your fucking prophet? And he's like, you motherfucker.
I mean, fuck yeah. I didn't say that they have a problem with insulting religions. They have a problem with insulting Islam.
Where did she say this? What the fuck is Islam? And if you guys this shit, you can receive it.
No, you inherit me with spicy corn. They start talking about enormous prostate and stuff like that. Like,
you remember me on this app when I used to go at Muslims?
Huh?
Do you remember me on this app when I used to go at Muslims really hard? I used to say way worse shit.
What is this? Is this a Christian
and I talk about bad.
No, I don't remember a Muslim, but I did remember
I'm the OG nigga right here on this app.
No, there was something for you.
But I made my home, that was my stick.
Yeah, it was your stick. Like Anne and Monica Scott, they, I don't know, they must have some kink with black people because they went into these black rooms and they were bashed and completely violated.
That happens all the time.
Every day.
That's because they take it. They weren't people like me. I'll dish it back to them, and so they actually respect me because I dish it back. And it's just like.
But they thought that they could be seen as nice, oh yeah, well maybe they will be good white women that they will accept, and they will bash them
Did you hear what happened to Anne in the last week or so?
No, what happened?
So there's this girl or woman named Miss. She'd go by Mahalo, and she's pretty well known on the black side of the app. Long story short, this is the third that I know of, big name person on the app that she was living with, and so this last one, I guess she was. The guy's name is Detroit, and Ann lives in Detroit. And so she ended up getting a hold of Ann and saying, hey, can I have a place to stay? I'm in an abusive relationship, yada, yada. And, I guess, she started talking shit. I don't know what exactly. Something happened in their in the house. And I don't know if Anne eventually asked her to leave, and she was like,
so she accepted her.
Yeah, so Anne let her, but then she was like, you know, like I guess kind of taking advantage of her or something. And then you have, long story short, this girl ended up like running her mouth about Anne, saying, "Oh, she's dirty. She doesn't wash her dishes," and she ended up like her. So Anne's dad just died recently.
Yeah, like
and she ended up like posting a PTR of like his obituary and his photos and stuff that she took from the house, pictures of. It's just really rotten. But then, so like the black side of the app is like half of them are like dogging on Anne because of this, making fun of her, and then, you know, there's some black people standing up for her.
What is it, like a full-time job or something for these people? Is it a full-time job for Anne or something? Like how long is she gonna continue to allow herself to get abused by people here? Like how pathetic can you be?
But that's why you just tell them straight up.
She tried to be good, I guess, but the thing is that it's just dumb. And it's not dumb because it's Anne, not dumb because it's the specific person, but it's dumb to get someone in your house and that you don't know. How do you do that? Especially when it's in a social area. Like, don't do that. You're exposing yourself, you're exposing your daughter. Like, you need to protect yourself. You cannot just like be like a child, you know, like you need to be an adult and think of the consequences. Thank God it's just that happened. Imagine, I mean, like she can, I don't know, like get people that can rob her or hurt her or do something bad to her. Like she needs to take care of it.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust them, especially with the number of death threats I had on here.
Can I give you a quote from Hamas leader Osama Hamdan and tell me what you think of it?
Which leader? Is he still alive?
Yes, he's not in Gaza. He's fat and comfortable. So he says, "We expect our great people to thwart the method of receiving aid today, just as they thwarted it yesterday. We trust that our people will endure hunger and not extend their hands to the occupier asking for aid."
Wow. That says a lot about the love that they have for their people, especially if this is a fat pig.
No, they shouldn't take aid that also has like Hebrew Zionist letter on it and like, no.
Yeah, we expected from our people to endure the suffering in the name of the Palestinians.
Honestly, I think
can you send me that on Telegram? Sorry, can you send me that on Telegram? Gonna keep it.
If that whole region of the world no longer existed, it would be a much better place. The whole fucking world.
No, I mean, it's not about not existing. It's just about being civilized, you know. Like,
that's what I'm saying. They're so uncivilized.
Gazans could be living an amazing life if they chose to stop fighting. You cannot fight forever. What?
I would say if Islam didn't exist.
Yeah, we would agree on that.
Because the Jews are so small in number, I feel like it's irrelevant. And the Christians, their book is generally pretty tame and mild. You know, all the past horrific things they've done had nothing to do with, like, doctrine.
Yeah, but have you heard? They control the world, so it doesn't matter if they're just two.
They don't control the world, but, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I think if neither Israel or the rest of the Middle East, it, like literally just never came into existence, it would just be a lot more peaceful.
Well, I'm going to
Actually, you are wrong. Actually, you are wrong, Pepe, because
civilization comes from.
No, it doesn't.
They control my house, Pepe.
Like the rules of like humanitarian comes from us. If you like, you're so wrong, and I think that you are just like, oh, it's too noisy. But basically, the fight that is happening right now, it's between morality and immorality.
I didn't say like if the Jews didn't exist. I was saying like if world, and there's the whole that whole fucking region. These people living next to each other.
Like you. Let's
They all hate everybody. Like all of these people in that region don't get along.
No, it's not that we don't get along. We do get along because in Israel we have like 25% Muslims, and it's okay. The problem is not us not getting along. It's about that there is an indoctrination within the Islam against Jews. That is the reality. And by the way, look at your own fucking state. I mean, look how many incidents you have there with anti-Semitism. I mean, just last week they literally murdered like 2 Israelis. The number of anti-Semitic attacks in the United States is the highest and growing the fastest from the entire world. So the problem is not Israel. The problem is this ideology, and it's spreading. There's like a virus. The world is right now sick, and I have to be honest. This anti-Semitic disease is not our responsibility to cure. It's a society problem, not the Jewish problem.
I'm honestly surprised it hasn't occurred. There haven't been more people killed. I mean, I'm being serious. Like,
are you working in a supermarket?
I'm checking out. If you were to look at, like when you did have attacks on synagogues and shit, like I don't know, like 10 years ago, like anti-Semitism wasn't even like close to as popular as it is now. But
right now it's crazy.
But now it's like mainstream.
Now it's crazy, and the fact that people feel that they can attack Jews in the open, or they can attack anyone really, just because of their religion. Like, I was watching the news that a couple of days ago there was this kind of like concert, like Christian concert or whatever, and the LGBTQ and trans people and whatever, they disrupted the concert, saying that they were provoking, that this is like far-right movement. It was a Christian concert, and people were there, like in a park that they hired. They were having their exactly, and so in the same way, like this is outrageous. Like it can't be that you cannot practice your faith, or you cannot you have to be threatened physically, for your own preferences. This cannot happen to Christians or Jews or anyone. And it should be stopped, whoever it is. So it can't be that because you're a Jew, you cannot go to a synagogue, or that you're going to get killed because you go to the Jewish museum, like this couple. They were Jewish, or were they? Yeah, they were Jewish.
One of them was Christian.
They all had ancestors. I mean, the Christian guy had Jewish ancestors. But
in America, this is happening in the U.S. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, but terrorism has always happened. Like, I'm gonna say, that's why I said, like, I actually think it's actually almost a miracle only 2 people have been killed.
This is beyond terrorism. This is common people feeling empowered to go and attack someone and kill someone.
He's not a common person, though. That guy was a radical.
Well,
no, it's being radicalized on social media.
But he was a member of like the Socialist Party of I forget which one, but he was involved in protests and stuff.
Yeah, but he is not acting on behalf of ISIS.
He's acting on behalf of a national domestic terrorist organization. They're communists and socialists. They're organized.
No. It's not an organization. People are being indoctrinated, and that is the problem. It's not like an organization that sent this guy to do this. He was like sitting at home on his Twitter feed, on his TikTok feed, getting enraged, and then he just took a gun and did it. And this is actually, it's also happening in Israel.
Those are the people who wants to control.
It's really, you don't have intelligence on them. You don't know where they're coming from. It's not like it's an organization that's doing it. It's individuals. And that is a problem.
Like,
and that is a problem. Yeah, exactly. And this is a problem of abusing this free speech and all those platforms that, you can say whatever you want about whatever you want, and there are no consequences, and there's no responsibility, and there's no accountability. And then someone goes and does something. It's like, oh, he's a loner. He's a crazy. No, he's not.
What you're citing is what they would call stochastic terrorism, and this was this was widely weaponized against right-wingers by the left. If we were to point out anything about race, for example, they would say, oh, well, do you know that people with your rhetoric end up going into schools and shooting people or black churches and killing people? And it's kind of like a way to like silence your opponent. Now, I do think that you may not agree with a lot of the rhetoric, but even somebody like me who's not, I've never really had a issue with Jews. I never had a real issue with Israel. I've always thought the Jewish or Israeli lobby here was obnoxious. I always thought they over-weaponized the term anti-Semitic. And I think a lot of us are always like, it's about time that like they can kind of get treated like the rest of us. Is it, you know? It was always off limits to target Jews, but now it is. It's like, oh, they were going after white people, and white people have been going after black people. Now you guys, all of a sudden, it's like, oh, you want to be reasonable, but you realize they're not going to be reasonable with you. That's how it happens.
I'm not sure I followed your line of thought.
In other words, if I was that, it may not be in your timeline, like on social media, because you probably don't care about this stuff, but if you were to look at the shit that black people in particular will say about white people, it's like it's violent. It's like very dehumanizing. Not that I care what they think, but it's like we're used to dealing with that, and it's obnoxious. And they're used to us demonizing and or dehumanizing them as well. Jews, I do think you guys had like a protected status where. Probably the one thing that would be the worst than saying the N-word is kike. Like that will literally get you deplatformed, lose your job, you'll be forever branded a bigot. Saying anything.
Hey, I'm live streaming over here. Can't you just say the K word?
Not anymore. Now you can say whatever you want.
Not anymore.
With no consequences.
Well,
that's the thing. It became legitimate to attack Jews, and it's not just like you're talking about blacks against whites. You know, I'm talking about like governments. I'm talking about UN people that are spreading like blood libels. Like there was like last week. I don't remember who is this UN commissioner of bullshit something. He said within 48 hours, 18,000 babies will die of starvation in Gaza, and the entire media was outraged about it. You know, nothing happened.
I talk to people that are like I was last night. To people that are they're not that religious, but they're kind of Christian like me. One of them's a left winger, or not left wing. I'd say liberal. And so we were talking yesterday, and none of us were Muslim or Jewish or anything. Now, all right. So here's what I see as kind of the problem. This is what at least as I've seen it. What you see right now is people protesting the war, and they're saying you guys are genocide and you guys are bad. Now, I know that a lot of Israelis are like, well, I don't get it. That seems like they're only doing it to us. Well, if you were to look back, like when I was in college, the invasion of Afghanistan and the invasion of Iraq, we had protests at universities. We were saying, you guys are killing children, you're starving children, you guys are genocidal.
Not against another nation of people. And by the way, I don't think that anyone was attacking like Americans in colleges or like murdering people. It's not the same. In Israel, we have protesters against this. We are allowed to. The protests that are local against Jews is nothing like what you're talking about. Nothing. I'm sorry.
I think that it depends on which group. I think you get the people that have been propagandized in the useful idiots for the Muslim pro-Palestine people. We know what the Muslim pro-Palestine people where they're usually coming from. So I won't even have to get into that. But then you do have like the genuine left-wing people that do think it's like horrific what they're seeing, and these are the same people that protested during our wars. Now, I would say this, and this is where it becomes very tricky. There's a lot of things that we are seeing, okay, that even amongst the right in America, we find to be pretty fucking disgusting about what's happening to the Palestinians. With that being said, it's hard for us even to gauge are they doing the right thing? Have they gone too far? Is this appropriate? It's like, how do you, we can, and I and many others that don't really, yes, you can say, like, we don't like what we're seeing, but it's really hard to say what can they do when you look at the totality of circumstances. Maybe you guys did go too far. Maybe you didn't go far enough. I don't fucking know. Like, I'm not somebody who can really give that answer, but it does look ugly. There's going to be people that protest it.
Yeah, but first of all, they're not protesting to stop the war. They're not protesting to release hostages. They're not protesting against Hamas. There's not a single protest against Hamas, which is a terrorist organization that is committing war crimes, crimes against humanity, and violates every fucking law in the book, written by God or written by men. Not a single person is going out on the streets of New York or Washington and protesting against Hamas. Not a single person. Make it make sense. Is that morality? Is that humanity? Is this justice? Is this anything?
Well, I think on October 7th, we saw the outrage and the disgust by pretty much everybody.
Do you know when the protest against Israel started?
The next day, but that was mainly by the Muslims, particularly in Europe, where they have a high population. You weren't really seeing the protests were quite a bit smaller, at least the ones that started the next day, because those were only Muslims. We have a small Muslim population here. But yeah, the Muslims didn't even apologize. They didn't.
Same shit. Yeah, when he won the first time, you remember the first time Trump won the election?
Right.
Yeah. Cool. And devastated.
Right.
Right. With the girls that's yelling, no!
Yeah, crazy bitch. That picture of the crazy bitch.
So it's the same here in Israel. Every time there's something good, Bibi is doing something good, that's how they react. Every time. When he won, the next day they went to demonstrate because of that. Because he won the last time. That's the only reason why I like Bibi. He makes them suffer.
So
go out of the.
So it's good to know that the Jews out over there, Harry, are the same as the Jews over here. Fucking retarded.
The liberals, yes. The retards, yeah. The libtards. How do you call them?
Yeah, libtards. Libtards.
It's not
liberalism.
It's not
liberalism or the leftist mentality, like I've been saying, is a poison.
It's not exactly liberalism as you have, because in Israel, I consider myself as a liberal. Because I'm not orthodox, I'm not conservative, I'm not go to.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that you're a liberal either. I would say you're a little bit more. You're a centrist. That's what you would be. Yeah, you would be considered a centrist.
Yeah, I support the gay community, but I'm not gay. I support.
Right.
I don't go to march with them, but I do support their existence.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, they need to get full rights like everyone. They need to suffer like us. They need to get married.
They need to suffer like us.
Yeah.
Fucking guy. Why they want to marry you? You want to get married? Then suffer like the rest of us.
No, in Israel, gays can't get married.
They can't?
No.
Yeah.
They have to go out to.
Oh, yeah. The revenues won't sign the Kitover.
Of course not, because it's religious.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, my gay brother got married in Israel, but he didn't. Obviously, he wasn't. The rabbi wasn't there. It wasn't like it wasn't recognized by the government of Israel.
Do you know what my beliefs are when it comes to Muslims in general?
Yes, but tell me.
I want them all out of English.
Yeah, who just means Jew?
Jew. Oh, so what does Jewry mean?
Again, that's a European
Jewish
term.
people. No, it's the Jewish people.
Yeah, again,
it's like
you're
saying
not
there's the
understanding
Muslim.
my point.
That's like saying there's
Again,
the Muslim.
this is so stupid here, right?
How is
because
it stupid? You said I was a liar. You claimed I was a liar.
Here's the problem.
It's literally
If you understand how language works, right?
when I'm saying the Europeans use the term Jewry, right? I don't care that it means that Jewry, that specific word, is only to the European countries, right? The way the Arabic people go ahead and describe Jewish people, they use Yahud, Yahudim, all that stuff. None of that translates strictly back to Jewry. That's not how that works, right? They go ahead and give it respects to a historical context on how the Jews call themselves, right? Now, if you're going ahead and using a European term, no, stop here.
English is a European language, yes or no?
English is not. It is a European language, but it's not an Arabic language, right?
So how can you go ahead to a European language? For example,
I'm not. That's the thing. You're making my point for me. Are you stupid? You're making my point for me. Maybe you're making my point.
If I take an article from Arabic and I translate it into English, the news article, is this not what the Arabic is actually trying to relay? I don't understand you. Yehud means Jew. If you're going to translate the word Yehud in a common understanding, if me and you understood Arabic and English, Yehud is a Jew. The same thing as if I told you in English, a Jew. Jewry is the Jewish people, the collective of all of the scattered tribes. Because you never read the Bible. I'll tell you, the Bible says they'll be scattered.
I've read it several times, but
so
again,
you know the scattered across.
You answered my point, and you even admit it, right? Not a single word goes back to the specific word of Jewry. Yes, Yahudim goes ahead and talks about the people itself, right? But it does not translate specifically to that English word. That is something that you won't find.
It's not what I specifically. No, it's not.
You went ahead and agreed with me on that, right? So you have to understand when you lie, it makes you look stupid.
It doesn't make me. You're literally saying Jews and Jewry have no connection when Jew is literally the transliteration.
Oh my gosh, this guy does not understand simple English.
What does Yehud mean?
Mike, listen, there's no
You're not making any sense.
He's making go in the chat. Go in the chat and go up a little bit.
Tell me a question, Alpha. Go. Tell me a question.
So you believe in Hashem and the power of prayers and the Torah and all that stuff? You're real. Okay, would you pray to the Hashem to destroy the oppressors, the murderers, and the unjust rulers on the land?
That's Bekataminim, yeah.
Whoever they may be?
Yeah, Bekataminim, yeah. If you knew who that actually was, yeah.
Do it for us, okay?
Do I have to pray for the oppressors?
No, pray against the oppressors. Pray Hashem.
No,
English, buddy.
Why do I have to pray in English?
You can understand and know that you're actually praying.
May the wicked and evil kingdom be destroyed, and all those who oppress the truth and pervert justiceness be humbled. And may the kingdom of David come upon the land, and they all know God and pray in unison. That's what the prayer means. You want to talk to me about Judaism?
No, I just wanted you to pray it. That's all.
Okay, so I just prayed for you.
So I just got
Thank you for praying for us.
Thank you.
I just got you some hasanat, man.
I just want to say one thing, Chucky. I didn't mean that you don't have an actual lineage. I don't know you. But I would say one thing. You should never be embarrassed of your heritage. Amen. You should never be embarrassed of your heritage, Chucky. Never. Because other people make you go against your people. You should stand firm. You don't know what you're talking about.
The fact that you prayed doesn't, take away that you're fucking dumb and ignorant.
You could say what you want. I have history to prove it. You're just trying to prove a genocide. You want to kill all of us. Yes, Alpha. You're not stupid, Alpha. You know what you're trying to do. You want to end us. You want to end the last one.
Committing a genocide are two very different things.
So Mike, if what you're saying
couldn't understand that Wikipedia is not a viable source. So
if what you're saying is true, yeah, Mike, if we're gonna look just at October 7th, they could have just went in and randomly started killing everybody, right?
They did that and recorded it, by the way.
No, I'm gonna tell you, yeah, Mike. So what they did was wrong, but the fact that you guys had a party running 5 minutes away from a military base and right across of a border from the people that you call terrorist is something that doesn't make sense.
Okay, so the fact that you had houses 2 minutes away from where you sent the bombs and stuff,
It's your fault. It's your fault the people were bombed. It's the same logic. It's the same logic. You're gonna defend shooting 1,000 people at a party. It's not. I'm not triggered. Your logic is stupid. Alpha, your logic is
people at that party that were killed.
Okay, there was 200 people at the party, and there was 200 people 2 minutes away from where you shot the rockets in Gaza. So you're a jahash. You're a fultan. You're a jahash and you're a fultan. Kasammak. Listen, you cannot justify. You cannot justify because they were at a party. They were at a party. You're 2 minutes away. Same thing. No, I'm not triggered. I'm telling you the same thing. Your children in Gaza. I'm not having a heart attack. Your children in Gaza are 2 minutes away. Same thing. Same thing. No. Alpha, same thing. Your children are 2 minutes away. Same argument. Your children are 2 minutes away. You want to justify shooting my people in the back of their heads? No problem. Your children are 2 minutes away. Your children are 2 minutes away. Same argument. Either you want to be a man. As an interpretative. Go, bro. If you want to be a Rajab, if you want to be a man, then you can be a man. Otherwise, I'm not going to argue.
I'm not arguing with you,
Fucking victimized person.
Bro, what do you want me to understand? You literally just said they were 5 minutes away from a military base that gave Hamas the right to shoot them in the back of their head?
So what I'm saying is that their plan went sideways, and they also came out and said it did go sideways, and that wasn't the plan, right? They said that. But why the fuck would you guys have a party 5 minutes away from a fucking military base?
Why would you have buildings 2 minutes away from where you shoot up?
5 minutes away from an open
Gaza City. Next time I'll show you how we wrote the party the night before. And you threw a party as the women that were raped, giving out candy, screaming Allah Akbar.
Your Jersey accent is disgusting.
I'm not a Jersey accent, you dumb.
Yeah, it is a Jersey accent. It's disgusting.
You guys attack me, you attack me, but never when I say
He's crying. He's about to cry. Are you about to cry?
I'm not about to cry. So you're okay. You're okay if they're 5 minutes away from a military base, but when your house is 2 minutes away from where you shoot rockets, it's no problem. Don't attack.
You're claiming that they want to kill all your people. You had the option to kill all your people, but
you never had the option. If you had the option, you would have jumped on it.
The option was there.
I never had the option.
Oh yeah,
what happened in 48?
No, hold on. Let me tell you where you had the option.
Are you honest? What happened in 48?
Okay, let me tell you where the option was. The option was when October 7th.
What the fuck are you?
They all say, yeah, their fucking name.
Oh shit. Girlfriends are back.
Oh, my ex is here again? Fucking bitch.
Your exes from... Wait, is that Texas from your exes?
Nah, I don't have any exes in Texas. I killed those. They're dead.
Well, that's something. I know Muhammad must have a pink ticket.
Perhaps if you ever came over my house and my wife,
Oh wow. Oh wow. Moving is exhausting. What do you have?
you do others, I mean, at the end, others see them as.
They went they went city to city, shot people, butchered people for 40 hours. I don't think you understand. Hello, you're gonna let me talk? I let you talk, Edward.
They had 6 hours.
They had 6 hours and they injured 3,000 people and shot 1,200 people to death.
So they couldn't kill.
Okay, so that's already 5,000 people that they went through city by city. At 6 a.m. in the morning. Hello. No, 5,000 people they encountered by 6 a.m. in the morning. They had 40 minutes to do everything. Hello. You see how they deflect? You see how you deflect? For 4 hours, by the way. It wasn't 6 hours. It was like 3.5 hours. They were in the area.
No, Israel says over 6 hours.
No. They were in the Gaza border. They breached the French. They were in the Gaza border for about 3.5 hours. They went city to city. Okay, no problem. We'll disagree on the facts.
This is Israel saying this. And you're disagreeing with your own country.
I'm talking about the people that are in the army. You think we don't speak?
No. Okay, I'm saying to you. Okay.
No problem.
6 hours.
Right.
They had control over
They were there for 6 hours. Okay. They were there for 6 hours.
So
we have it on video.
They kill everybody. They kill everybody.
They went city by city trying to kill as many as they can.
Why didn't they?
They got shot down. Half of them were killed in the land.
No, they had control.
They went back. No, they didn't. That's a lie. That's a lie.
The military was not there.
It's on video. It's on video. You're like literally denying what is on video.
Wait. So they wanted to take hostages. Yeah, Jahash. Why would they kill them?
ما كجحش.
Why would they kill them?
ليش بحكي عربي هذا؟
I don't know. Where are you from, Mike? When were you from?
From China.
He's from Bangladesh.
Yes, I'm from Bangladesh. Exactly.
He's a Jew man from Bangladesh.
Bangladesh, exactly.
Listen, yeah, Jahash. So Hamas wanted Hamas wanted hostages, right? Why would they kill them?
What?
If Hamas wanted hostages on October 7th, why would they go into cities?
The same reason why, because they got their leader, your leader, the one that maximized. You do prison swaps. You Muslims, you justify letting 1,000 prisoners free for one.
How would
you're a child, bro? What?
How would killing the people help them?
Who's killing the people? Maybe you should go tell. Why don't you tell the people in Palestine? Maybe I'm answering you. I'm answering you. No. I'm answering you. You don't let me talk. Okay. Their goal was to kill as many people possible. You could deny it all you want. That's what they did. They said they were going to do.
They said they were going to kill people and go back.
That's what they said they were going to do. You're saying something different. They said it.
And then you're not making sense.
You fucking idiot, man. Shut the fuck up.
Well, what do you mean I make no sense? They said it. They said it. They said it. Bro, what are you talking about? This is from their mouth. They said it.
What is it?
Yo, bro. Bro, you have no mind or what, bro? They said it themselves. They said it.
By the way, the people that thought like this guy, wallahi, they called them slumlords in Jersey.
You told me what
this guys.
I'm not saying one thing that was true.
One second.
Get mad. It's all land.
Mike, 1 second. I think Mike is over the age of 26. I think his brain is fully developed. I don't know if it is. Are you over the age of 26?
The funny fact, just keep making fun of me, but you can't answer
one thing. I'm not even laughing. I'm thinking about if you're under the age of 26 or over 20. We're dealing with a kid.
You can't answer one thing. You call me a kid. It says a lot to have much you have.
Are you a kid, Mike?
It says a lot. You can't answer one thing. You deny that you came in 48. You have shame. Because you have shame. You Arabs have shame. You Arabs have shame. You Arabs are women. Arabs are women. You have shame. Because you have shame. Yes, you have shame. You're embarrassed of what your leaders told you to do in 48. You're embarrassed of what your leaders told you to do.
How did it come in 48? When the Jews came there. The Palestinians were living there already, bro.
What are you talking about? 200,000 people. Who were they ruled by? By the British? They had
had no state. The Palestinians never had a state.
That doesn't make it
That's
right.
why when you guys lost
That
the war,
doesn't
you went to
mean
Jordan.
anything,
You went to Jordan. You guys are Arabs. You're not no Palestinian. Why are you so embarrassed of who you are?
Wait, why do we have to be ignorant before we have
I'm ignorant. You guys don't even. You guys are embarrassed to call yourself
Listen, I
Arab.
think the Romans should have finished the war. How
You
about
think
that?
the Roman? You don't you claim to be Judeans that were left in the land?
Yeah, the Romans should have finished the war.
Yeah, don't you claim that? Don't you claim
Yes,
to be Judeans that were left in the land?
Judeans, Venetians, all kind. I mean, 4,000 years.
You're nothing. You're out of some Egypt. You're out of some Egypt and are embarrassed of who your
No,
fathers
the
are.
Jews are from Egypt.
You're embarrassed of your fathers.
Moses came from Egypt. What are you talking about?
We took the land to
Go back to Egypt.
Pride
Go back to Egypt.
Pride. You're embarrassed
back
to
to
be an
Egypt.
Arab. You started a war in 48, you lost. You started in 67, you lost. You started in 73, you
You know
lost.
what Mike
You
is?
started in 90,
And you're
you
losing
lost.
a war
You
now.
started in 2000. No, we're not. You're the ones crying. You're the ones crying that we're killing babies. You're the ones crying. Face the consequences. Face your consequences.
Why are you crying? Face the consequences.
I'm gonna go eat some good dope.
Laugh all you want, but you guys.
Please allow 1-1 to speak, please, guys. 1-1-1 has been waiting for the, but 1-1-1, please, brother, please, for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, don't say anything problematic.
Yeah.
Go on,
I'm just telling that all what happened after 7th of October is set by the fucking Netanyahu administration and Mossad, and somehow they don't know that they will reach themselves.
You don't care about Palestinians, bro. Just say the Jews.
Hey,
You just want to kill the Jews.
Mike, the mic is on 1-1-1. Stop coming up to Mike. 1-1-1 is a Gazan. It's from Palestine. Let him speak. Let the Palestinian.
I want him just to finish his phone because I want him to hear me.
No, 1-1, go on, bro.
Yeah, but at the end, because he's speaking on the phone.
He's staging a
This
phone
guy
call.
is, I think, Kurdish. He's like Kurdish or somewhere.
He staged this phone call so he can run one.
Yeah.
Why does it matter? You should just speak, not wait for
Yeah, but
someone that is
I'm
not
doing-
gonna listen to you
what
either
I'm
way.
doing that, just
He's
to
not
let you know.
gonna listen to you either way. The rest of us are listening.
Yeah, what I'm telling that Gaza, they've been trapped between Israel and Hamas. Hamas, maybe they want to do ideology, jihad, whatever. Israelis, they use them behind their back to make this war. Even they choose this day with full of 200 people to take hostages. More than 6 hours, nobody interfere. This fucking, what do they call it? Attack. At the end, you see what happened.
Oh, joyful.
Netanyahu, he has a long history with this kind of conspiracy theories. He created 9/11. He's behind ISIS. He want to bomb Iran.
Fabulous.
He created
Fabulous.
9/11.
Oh,
Let's just English.
take you to federal.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Oh, you don't know that Mossad, he...
No, go ahead.
Maybe she doesn't, maybe why doesn't English that. Sorry for that. But at the end, what happened October 7, this Semirovich, or what they call it, this guy... Motrich, yeah.
Poland, he's from Poland.
Yeah.
I honestly didn't even know who he was talking about. He was talking about some Russian guy.
Yeah, whatever his fucking name, I don't pronounce.
Yeah, it's
I wish we could take a time machine and go back when the second temple was being destroyed. So I would have.
Please allow 1-1-1 to speak. Come on, guys, please.
I mean, this guy, before he became, what they call it, a minister of the economy or whatever, he was studying, or he made like kind of papers, research how Israel to reach to the big state. That was in 2017. And he created kind of like a scientific paper that, okay, we need to create an enemy. This enemy has to be stronger than, or in how to attack Israel. So we have to help them to attack Israel so they can we can revenge by using all the people around the globe to help us and support us to demolish Gaza. Then we go to the West Bank. So we have to create this enemy. This is what his master degree or PhD or whatever paper was. Then those people, they like his approach. So they hire him to be the leader of that Israeli, the Home party. Then in 2019, he came to power with Netanyahu together to implement this study. Okay? Then we see around 2022, he became in the government, and we saw how they helped Hamas to reach to the power, to smuggle things, so they can, even this Sinwar, something to do with him. He's of course, he hasn't meant to be kind of to be used by Israelis, but they be spied on them for long hours to understand that what is their approach. Then something kind of like Iranian people or the Irani lobby in the United States, the originally Jewish, they helped them to support this Hamas in such a way to reach to the point to this attack. The Israeli intelligence, they get to know when they will start it and how they will start it, and they create kind of this what they call it. This party was big party, supposed to finish Friday, but it went over to Saturday. If you have some kind of a news about this party, they helped it to be also extended to Saturday. So those people, they will come out and take hostages from as much as a big number of hostages, so they can prolong this war against Gaza. At the same time, we don't know what's going on.
Can I ask you a question here? I want to say, because it doesn't seem like you give Hamas any credit in terms of, and I'm not ideologically aligned with Hamas at all, but they did build a government in Gaza. They did restore order. Gaza was cut off from the world, and they still managed to build multiple universities, educate their people, build infrastructure with the limited resources that they had. So I think you should give Hamas credit for keeping Palestinians alive for the last 17, 18 years before October 7th.
Yeah, I don't say that this Hamas was against Palestinians or they being like traders. No, I'm saying that the AI things, the intelligent programs and projects, they control them from far away to lead them to reach to this point, to implement this Semirovich or whatever this asshole, his study, his project, and they reach to that point. That's why you see always this guy, always in the media. When we talk about October 7, or we talk about any settlement with Netanyahu, that guy always he gives speech because this is his project actually. I have the document in Arabic, but translated from kind of his study, but I don't have it in English. So this guy, this is what happened in Gaza to his plan. Together after they discovered, I think 2004 or 2006, they discovered this oil and gas in Gaza, and they tried not to let any company to take it out since that time. Also, Netanyahu was in kind of like helping those Hamas with Qataris to give money millions of dollars to support them in to survive, to buy things. They allow them to, to lead them with, with the tunnels to build up some kind of base, so they and rockets, so they can use them to reach to this October 7th. And you remember, like 3, 4, or 6 months before this attack, they have agreement with Hamas. Okay, do not attack us because we're going to bomb the other party in Gaza, the one called them, what they call it, Saraya al-Quds or something like that. Who's the other party that Hamas in Gaza? What is the name?
Islamic Jihad, and you're saying that Israel made a deal with Hamas to bomb Islamic Jihad?
Yeah, in Europe.
No, I'm sorry, brother. That can't be right.
Yeah, but it happened. It happened that they bombed Jihad, Muslim Islamic Jihadi, but they
wouldn't have made an agreement with Hamas to do so because
no, the agreement do not bother. Do not bother, Hamas, do not bother. We are taking off those people because we have kind of hudna or peace talk between us and you, Hamas. So do not bother. We are taking off this jihadi, Islamic jihadi, whatever they call it, Jihad al-Islami. So it happened. They bombed those people, and Hamas hasn't interrupted. And since that point, we can reach to, there is something is cooked out to reach to, after a few months, to October 7th. Especially after the agreement that they're going to set up a kind of trading road or map between India, Jabal Ali, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel, and they use that kind of things to let Iran to push for this 7th of October, using the agreement with Iran and Hezbollah, Houthis, that they're going to strike at once if Hamas started. And what happened? It was a trap. Endless.
Can I just push back on something you said? So it's been well documented that the Hezbollah was caught off guard by October 7th. By Hezbollah and by third-party news sources that Hezbollah was caught off guard. They didn't know about October 7th.
Yeah, but they've been with agreement that to support them when they start.
When they started, I don't think they had an agreement, but they did support them. But you're saying that you said that they had an agreement beforehand, which isn't true.
If there is some kind of leak,
you can't know about something and then be surprised about it. And Hezbollah and Hamas were not speaking anyways. Neither was Iran and Hamas. They were not speaking. They were both Hezbollah and Iran were both mad at Hamas because Hamas did not protect al-Assad in Syria. So they were not on speaking terms at the time.
Yeah, but many kind of leaks between Hamas and Qatar. They said that we've been trapped or what do you call it, cheated, because we thought that Iran will support with missiles and kind of Hezbollah will share the war, and Houthis they will strike in the same time. That's what we got to hear from those people in Qatar. But at the end, they blame Sinwar that he took the decision alone without, being ensured that those people will support him and help him. But at the end, they've been trapped, and they have to finish it. Until now, they have to finish it. And of course, Netanyahu, he want to finish it, but he doesn't want to finish it to take, off Hamas and return the prisoners.
You know
No,
that
he
Chaplain
wants
and
to finish
Zionists
it.
agree with you?
Excuse me.
Do you know that Norma, who thinks that all Palestinians, even if their children, should be destroyed, you know that's not when a Zionist agrees with you. I don't know.
Who? Yeah, but to destroy what? Who?
No, I think Norma is going through a seizure or something like that, probably.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's just like randomly saying shit.
But I meant at the end, Netanyahu, he doesn't want to finish it. He want to take the whole 2 million Gazans out of Gaza. That's the whole idea. That's the whole goal. Is not to finish it to just, okay, well, if Hamas, they said, okay, take your prisoners and leave us alone. He will not. He will not support that. Because there is 2 million people there. He want to get rid of them or keep only 500,000. So 500,000, they become a minority. They will live like, the other Palestinians living in Palestine between as Israelis. So there is no kind of the second solution or two-state solution anymore. You got the point?
Cash in that pink ticket, Edward.
I just want to ask you a couple of questions. One. So going off that last point you said about what Netanyahu plans to do and all that stuff, right? Now, here's what I don't get from the whole Netanyahu playbook, right? Because no answer I found makes any sense. I get he wants to move the 2 million people. I get he wants to basically kick them out of the land, right? And I get that he keeps on using Hamas as a way to justify this, right? But with the 500,000 people that he keeps and incorporates them into Israeli society, right? What is the end goal they're supposed to be?
You mean, because I believe that the Palestinians, they will not leave the Gaza at all, because they will not, Egyptians will not accept them, Jordanians will not accept them. So he has to kill them. He has to keep it like that until he kill most of the Palestinians. You see how many killing every day.
No, I understand that, but you brought up always say how he wants to keep 500,000, and I agree with you. He does want to keep the 500,000.
The minority.
Yeah. So, but what's the play there though? Because the reason why I'm asking this question, right? Anytime a people wants to go ahead and keep a minority, right? It tends not to make sense in the grand scheme of things, right? It makes more sense to completely get rid of them entirely, because there will always be a sort of resistance. And the reason I bring this up is every single genocide that happens, right? This is the main problem. They always keep the minority. They don't realize that an uprising can take place with that minority and drive them out, right? So what is his whole goal with that minority?
Just to show the whole world that he is caring about Palestinians. At the end, he's giving them what they call it, the indigenous in Canada. They give them free of tax. They give them food sometimes. They give them some, skills nobody can get. So he want to show the world, you see, this left Palestinians, we care about them. Give us more support, you European Union, Americans, This is how it is. This is the plan. All the time they do this in England, in Canada, in America, and everywhere.
Then my follow-up question to that is, okay, we're saying that, right? Now, if this is a question that follows up into my next one. Have you ever noticed Chinese workers in the Israeli settlements or in parts of Palestine?
Indians, you mean?
Chinese. 90s.
No?
Okay. So now my question into this is, right? You talked about they want to save, like, these Palestinians looked moral, quote unquote, all of that stuff, right? But this is something that was asked by, I think, the foreign minister of China, and they were apparently tasked to go ahead and have no communications with the Palestinians. Yet somehow they're claiming they are having communications with the Palestinians. I thought for the long time, right, like you're claiming, they have no contact, they're not in the Israeli settlements, all that stuff, whatever. I'm kind of wondering how China has been talking with the Palestinians.
I'm not talking to us. I don't know those fake news pop up recently, but I don't know what's going on.
Okay, yeah. Because I've been trying to figure out why the Chinese are saying something that I couldn't completely verify with other sources.
Maybe Chinese, maybe somebody just playing AI all the time.
No, the Chinese have been saying that they've been in contact with the Palestinians in Asian media circles and stuff, right? So I tend to keep like in contact with some of my Asian friends back from home, and they always talk about how the Chinese are in support of Palestine.
I mean,
right?
Brother Sam, I think they would only have two options. They either get in touch with Mahmoud Abbas, PA, or they get in touch with Qatar and talk through Hamas. Like, I think this would be the only two options they have. I might be I don't see any ways for them to get in touch.
Yeah, again, with what I read from whatever the foreign minister said in China, in Chinese and all that stuff, it made no sense to how they were in contact with Palestinians when I know they're not in that. But you're right, it could be those other two sources. Okay.
Yeah, but at the end, they want to keep it as it is. Keep killing few Palestinians every day until we reach to the minimum. And I don't know how they allow themselves to do that. Because 2 million is not easy to banish them even in a year to keep 200 or 500. So something has to happen. And I believe the Hamas, they are like doing that they want to do something against Israelis and to revenge, but at the end Israelis are controlling this shit with Trump and those things, to make it prolonging this problem, to keep it longer than it is. They're just talking about negotiation, but there is no negotiation. This is like bullshit. Today negotiation, tomorrow just fuck it up, like what happened before.
I'll be very honest on the American front, right? America and China, both, right, are in the position to go ahead and end Israel as a country. It's not like they're not, right? Both of them are in control in two very different ways, right? America could stop selling the weapons or giving the weapons to the Israelis, which will open them up to so many attacks, whatever, and Israel would be finished as a country, right? The second is China gives a lot of surveillance technology and support, right? Again, without that, they'd be finished as well. So it's like what they're trying to do, at least from the American and Chinese perspective, is they're playing global politics and who is the most morally justified government, right? And who should be the superpower that the world listens to. America's lost that platform, especially when Donald Trump took that stage in 2016, right? And it's been slipping ever since, right? Which is why I say Donald Trump is easily one of the greatest presidents in U.S. history, because he's made sure that the American veil of bullshit has been lifted. Now, the question is that, and you're talking about why they're killing only slowly. They're trying to rebuild that veil of moralistic integrity and trying to keep that whole, like, innocence of Americans and Israelis and all that stuff while carrying out whatever they're carrying out. Right? If it comes to a point where they can't justify it anymore, then they might just go ahead and massacre them in one fell swoop. and call it a day. Or they might get folded before that. We don't know, but we'll have to see it play out because this is the first time we're having social media really go ahead and portray what's actually going on.
I don't know what to say, but at the end, I heard today, this afternoon, they decided to take Netanyahu off the cabinet, to kick him out. But I don't know if they're going to do this to keep the war or to stop the war. That's from a Jewish journalist. He said that Haredim already make a kind of meeting to withdraw from his cabinet, so he will lose his power as a one united party. Then he will kicked out because he doesn't have the percentage or whatever they said. But is this because they're going to finish it? I don't believe. But they're going to make it more like to take Gaza in another way, not just to leave Hamas to come back or Palestinians to stay.
To answer your question, this is something where I go ahead and dub it as a collateral damage analysis, right?
So when that you have some, like I'm reading this 2 hours ago. Did Netanyahu accept the ceasefire proposal from the U.S.?
Oh no, he's just going ahead and playing that, so then he can go ahead and bomb and discriminate him.
Listen.
I'm just reading it.
Y'all wrote some depressing motherfuckers up in here, okay?
That's just my life.
What?
It's okay to be Eeyore.
Don't be an Eeyore.
He wants to be Eeyore. Sometimes he needs.
Don't be an Eeyore. Be a Tigger like me.
Oh my gosh, I love Tiggers. Can we hang out one day?
Yes, of course.
Anyways, just getting back to my point, right? It's called It's called the collateral damage analysis, right? And this will answer.
What if it doesn't happen like that? What if there's so much fucking pressure that Bibi Netanyahu just is no longer going to be in charge and the Israelis are going to change their government?
So that's the thing. That's what I'm about to answer.
No, this has been going for 78 years. You want to say the fact that you may think that this will change is impossible.
Yeah.
They always do this. These animals always do this. They will never change, and nothing will change them. The only thing that will change them is for the whole Western countries and the Arab countries to stop anything that has to do with Israel, cut off their aid, and stop investing in the economy. That's the solution for it.
That is true. That's exactly the point here. Collateral damage, right, is the Israelis going ahead, and this is any government at this point, they go ahead and have to look at themselves socially in the world's eye view and say, there's a point of no return where we can't come back from this and save our reputation, et cetera, right? They've understood that they have passed that threshold and they're trying to push the blame onto Netanyahu alone, right? We all understand that the problem is Zionism, right? Not just Netanyahu, right? So if the Israelis go ahead and have a coup and kick out Netanyahu, does that mean they'll stop what they've been doing? No. Israel has had leaders that have done the same exact thing to the Palestinians for 70 plus years. It might. There's a small chance that it might. But most of the time, not really, right? Again, Netanyahu was voted in for the expressed idea to completely eliminate the Palestinian state, right? Which he has done valiantly, right? Now, there's a problem for Netanyahu, right? If the entire media is against him, right, it makes Israel look bad, right? Now, if it makes both him and Israel look bad, Israel's entire thing is to oust that leader, right? He has had his use, kick him out, put another leader in, conduct the same operation, right? That is the Zionist agenda right there, right? Now, if tomorrow the West wakes up.
Wait, hold on a second. So, so then for all everything that we're doing, people just protesting, nothing's gonna change. Nothing changes. Let all these people who are genocidal maniacs, that just kill people, just let them do it. You know, it is what it is.
No, this is no, that's not the point.
That's what you're making it sound like.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is that that's how they put in self-preservation, right? The point of the resistance, right, and labeling it specifically to Zionism, which has worked tremendously throughout the world, right? Remember, other countries have taken steps to do what? They've taken steps to go ahead and kick out people who are Zionists. They've labeled them as war criminals. They're arresting them too. Like, Israelis can't really go out to other countries anymore, right? So now what we've seen is that it's not working this time. They're actually folding in on the pressure, trying to use Netanyahu as an out, but it's not going to work, right? What's now left is the Western powers are starting to see that their own moral standards are being questioned severely by their own citizens. Remember, France, who stood valiantly against with Israel, right, is now going ahead and speaking against it. Spain understood it can't stand with Israel. What do you say? The other Western powers are starting to wake up to say, UK as well. They're all starting to say
Canada.
Exactly. And these are all people who stood with with Israel, right? Not Palestine. Now they're starting to stand with Palestinians, right? So now the commentary has become, what will America do? And the pressure is now on America to go ahead and change its stance, which, frankly speaking, I think it will, because there's a point of no return that Israel has already crossed.
Can I give you my opinion? And I don't even think it's a point of no return that Israel has crossed. I think because of Putin making Donald Trump look like a loser the other day with the Ukraine and Russian ceasefire, you know, you don't hit one thing about a narcissist. You don't hurt their ego, right? So now he has to look like the hero of the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip and all that. The United States have to do that because of what Putin did to Donald Trump. And like there was supposed to be a ceasefire. They traded hostages, and all of a sudden Putin started bombing the crap out of Kyiv. So now Donald Trump he feels like his ego's hurt. So now he's going to pressure, 100% he's going to pressure Netanyahu to do a ceasefire.
Do you want to jump in
again?
The Penguin.
Because it works far longer than the thing when Trump comes introduction. What did you guys think of the airport? Like,
I don't care if the Arabs gotta buy fucking Trump. Give him another boat, another airplane, okay? Give him 3 airplanes.
So, the star on he runs it like it's a good luck charm. He outlines it with his pinky and his. I'm glad that he kept reminding us what his name was because, you know, I would have forgotten it.
To take Hamas quickly and build Gaza quickly and change all the ships, but they found out that he cannot do it. That's why England, Canada, some countries France, they want to stop this shit because this is kind of killing people every day.
Old are you? Are you like 14, 15 or something? Like he was like belittling, right? Which is like, I mean, it's whatever, right? But so afterwards, he's complaining about this guy was being rude and this stuff, and I said to his followers, like, whatever, I was like, wasn't he like trying to like imply the guy was like a kid or something? And they were like, just stop being rude. He was at that so that he could be softer on him because obviously he wouldn't be as harsh towards a child. I was like, really? What type of like yoga stretches are we doing? It's crazy. But I didn't even know he was on the tab.
Yeah, so I went in the room, and he said, "Are you an atheist or are you a theist?" And I said, "Well, I signed like a 10% probability that God exists." And then he goes, "That's a category error." And I go, "No, it's not." And he gives me examples of category errors, and I go, "No, it's not." And then I'm like, my degree of belief is just my own personal degree of belief. It has nothing to do with, like, I can always just be more or less confident in stuff, obviously. Then we moved on to, if I'm an atheist, why am I not a Christian? So the problem of animal suffering. It's like trillions of animals that are in excruciating pain right now. And then he said, if God tried to make himself not known to you, would you know God? And I was like, yeah, I wouldn't know God if he was actively trying to trick you. He goes, well, see, that means you're in a non-revelatory context. Therefore, you could never know anything about God, given that you have no revelations. And I tried to point out that God trying to trick you and you just being in a context where God hasn't given you a revelation aren't the same contexts. And then he got really mad, kept trying to interrupt me, and then told me he was going to move me down. So I called him a retard who was incurious, and then he kicked me out of the room.
Is that your first interaction with him, or you've talked with him before?
My second one.
Yeah, so he, like, I'm sure you've noticed this, but, like, so he already has this, like, pre-written script for, like, how he wants the conversation to go. So, like, if at any point you say something that diverts him off that script, that's when he gets really mad and calls you, like, a retard. So.
Yeah. He tries to control conversations, but he's like a retard.
Yeah. I think he's, like, either really hard, like, Calvinist or something, too. So, like...
So he thinks that babies are being tortured in hell just for the crime of existence?
I don't know exactly everything Calvinists believe, so I don't know that, but, like, his thing about, like, wait, how would you say in English? Is it, like, determination or something? Like the absence of free will or whatever? Like, he has, like, a script that he does with, like, other Christians, like, where it's the same thing. Every argument he has is, like, he has to go exactly the way he wants it. Like, he doesn't know how to react. It's always just, like, you have to go down this exact specific path. If anything diverts from that, he just gets mad, like, kicks you. I'd say he's about 70 years old this year. I mean, yeah, he's old, but, I mean, I don't know how that... You'd think that he'd be, like, more relaxed than if he was that old.
Yeah, well, he's just like a bully who gets off at trying to dominate people in conversations, but he's too stupid to do so in, like, the normal way of just being smarter than people. Just to do it by, like, controlling the conversation in such a rigid way that no one can ever speak more than a word. He's an embarrassment. An absolute embarrassment. Like, what kind of fucking joke of a person can only win conversations if they let you say one word at a time? That's like saying I can only win fights against people if their eyes are blindfolded, their arms are tied behind their back, and they can hop on one foot. That is the equivalent of what Darth Dawkins is. He's a pathetic man who has to control people in order to win verbal conversations. He's a low IQ, bad reasoning piece of shit.
Another thing is, like, I'm not saying it's never happened, but, like, I've heard him quite a lot on Discord, and I've never seen him convince anybody, like, ever.
I mean, someone that was convinced by his, like, pathetic tactics, like, deserves him.
If you haven't seen him already, though, look up, like, there's a guy who used to, like, record him on Discord and make, like, funny little, like, edits and compilations of them on YouTube. So if you haven't seen those, they're worth the watch, I think. There's a guy on here too that used to be on Discord, and he was, I'm not sure he was like one of his cronies. His name's like Arthology or something. On Discord it's called like Darth Barth, you know what I'm talking about?
There's a guy here named Barth. Is that who we're talking about?
Yeah. He used to be one of like Darth Dawkins' cronies back on Discord.
Okay, so we got Destiny debating Darth Dawkins. We got.
That's funny. I don't really like Destiny, but Destiny had to have slammed that guy to debate.
Darth Dawkins freaks out about politics. That sounds fun. You have Pine Creek shows how to handle Darth Dawkins. Let's hear him freaking out about.
If you find, I think the guy's name is, what's the guy? Oh, Tom Rabbit, I think it's the guy's name on YouTube. He's the guy who used to report him in the Discord server. He has quite a lot of funny videos.
All right, let's watch Darth Dawkins meltdown.
One, guys, I kick people for dodging my questions. Are you maintaining that you? Sir, just if you dodge my questions, if you want, you can giggle like a school child all you want. I don't put up with people dodging my questions. Now, I'm not trying to dodge my questions. I'm going to kick you just like anyone else. Now, I asked you, asked me a question right out of the gate. Did I answer you? I mean, I guess I'm trying to compliment you. I feel very honored that I've heard myself. Listen, if you keep on acting like a fool, I'm going to treat you like one. Are you maintaining that you are suspending judgment about the existence or non-existence of God? It's a legitimate question. Yeah, he's just running, Darth. Yeah, please don't interrupt. So, are you maintaining that you are suspending judgment about the existence and non-existence of God? I'm always in a position where I'm willing to be convinced. So don't give me slogans. Okay, I've been doing this for 14 years. I probably know the thinking and the slogans and the cliches and catchphrases better than most atheists do. What you just gave me is a form of sloganeering. Do you maintain that you are suspending judgment about the existence or non-existence of God? Yes or no? I'm currently not believing, but I'm open to the possibility. That's not a clear answer. Are you claiming you are suspending judgment? I'm in a constant state of suspending judgment. Okay, so that's a claim. Let's see if the claim squares with your actions, okay? So when you invoke propositions, do you invoke propositions with or without referencing the necessity of God? Which of those do you do? And if you say, I don't know, I'm going to kick you. I don't reference that. I don't reference it. So that's right. So by choice, you've made a judgment that it's not necessary to reference the necessity of God, correct? I don't think God is necessary now. Okay, so if you say God is not necessary, that's an indirect denial of God. So an indirect denial of God is very much a denial of God. So we can stop at this silliness that you're neutral. You have now admitted that you are indirectly denying God. If you say God is not necessary, then God cannot logically coexist. So you have denied the existence of God. So explain to me why God doesn't exist. Well, I mean, I'm just saying that I don't believe. So listen, if you try one of the atheist cliches, I'm going to kick you. Now, you're an atheist YouTuber and streamer, and you shoot your mouth off all the time on a multiplicity of the videos. If you dodge a reasonable question of mine, I'm going to kick you. Not because I don't like the answer, not because I don't agree with it, but because you're purposely being evasive. Now, I want you to explain to me why God does not exist. And if you pull another cliche that you're neutral or undecided or you're spending judgment, I'm going to kick you because you just said that God is not necessary. To say that God is not necessary is an indirect denial of God. So now that we're clear that you do deny God, either directly or indirectly, you need to explain to me why God does not exist. You asked me how God does exist, and I answered you. You need to explain to me now why God does not exist. Go. Okay. I deny your version of God. No, stop. Hey, listen. I'm not trying to stop. You're baiting and switching. The issue is you deny the creator-creature distinction, correct? I deny that God is necessary for creation, yes. Right. Okay, good. So stop with the bait and switch and saying I deny your God. That's a classic bait and switch from global atheism to local atheism. Now, if you continue to dodge, I'm going to remove you, which I would rather not do. Okay? And I'm sincere about that. I would rather not remove you. But because I treat all atheists the same way, that when somebody persistently dodges my reasonable questions, then there's no reason for me to continue to interact with you when you're deceptively dodging my question. So explain to me why there is no creator. Well, I deny your particular version. Okay, that's strike two. That's strike two. Repeat it for the second time.
You guys are such a fucking cunt. You just can't handle, this is the definition of a bully and a frame lord who can't control. If someone wants to frame questions differently or ask slightly different questions or slightly different understanding the terms or concepts, you can't walk in someone else's worldview for a minute. If it's anywhere outside of even the tiniest inch outside of his worldview, he will fucking kick you out of a room. He's a fucking dickless, ballless piece of shit.
That's what I'm saying. It's all script. It's all just script, and it's such a specific script. You have to give him exactly the answer that you're looking for, or otherwise he has no way to pivot or anything.
Yeah, it's the mark of an inflexible mind, which is also the mark of a stupid person.
atheism. Denying Christian God is an expression of local atheism, not global atheism. You are a global atheist, correct?
I mean, I feel like I deny
Answer the question. A global atheist is there is no creator.
I'm not a hard atheist.
Okay, sir, listen to me. You already have 2 strikes against you. If you try to dodge anymore, I'm going to kick you. I don't want to kick you. Do you want to be a mature adult and stop evading my questions? Stop giggling on the microphone like you're a schoolgirl. This is embarrassing for a man of your age. Now, is atheism true because there's no evidence for God?
I think atheism is the most likely conclusion because there isn't.
I'm not getting a straightforward answer. I'm going to ask you one last time. If I don't get a straight answer from you, rather than getting a circuitous, obfuscatory answer, I'm going to kick you. Is atheism true because there's no evidence for God?
I don't believe in God because there's no evidence.
Okay. Is atheism true because there's no evidence for God? Yes or no?
Why is it a bad thing to not solve 100%?
Goodbye, little boy. Bye, little boy. Okay. You see, folks?
Fine, but he wasn't willing to work within my bounds of being an agnostic atheist. He called it like a bait and switch and all this other kind of stuff. But basically, he was trying to paint me into a corner and trying to get me to admit to things that I don't necessarily believe and play his presupposition game. I wasn't allowing him to do that, so he kicked me out. Of course, this is no surprise because generally this is how presuppositionalists operate. And as you'll notice,
Hi, Wednesday.
Bro, I've heard your real voice before.
You have?
Yes.
Fishing?
You're at a pool called unemployment.
Oh, was that you on the other line when I called unemployment? Hi, Edward. How's the terrorist going, Edward? How are you? I'm here. So stupid, Edward. We got your ass. We got you too, Wednesday. We've reported you to the FBI, Department of Homeland Security. You're finished. You're all wrapped up. We got you in the box now. You're in big trouble. Big trouble. You're in bigger trouble. You're a terrorist.
A room from a house that you are in, etc. If
we got your ass. You're finished.
Public.
Oh, you better be. They're gonna kick your door in.
Can't join a room.
They're gonna arrest you. Take you to a black site overseas. Maybe Egypt.
And there's
no one knows where they go. If you come back, let us know where they took you.
There's no risk or possibility that anonymous user can do anything other than listen in the public room, and therefore they should have every right to be there. About blocking, because we did hear some, questions about that, where the reality is right now, a moderator cannot remove an anonymous listener from a room. There's a bit of philosophy behind that about what the function of blocking is and what the function of privacy controls are. So what we want to say here is normal blocking rules apply. If you couldn't get in a room because you're blocked by a speaker, you still won't be able to get in that room in anonymous mode. I saw a lot of people ask about that. And if you are removed from a room, you won't be able to re-enter as anonymous either.
Awesome, thank you, Adam. That brings up one of the questions that we've got, which is why can't hosts and mods remove anonymous listeners from a room?
Yeah, I started to talk about that in the last paragraph and realized we getting ahead of myself a little bit with the question, but it's because I know that people are jumping at the bit to understand this. So removing, I mentioned that there's some philosophical underpinnings to what we think about removals and privacy controls for. So removing someone from a room is meant as a remedy when someone is being disruptive. It is not meant as a privacy control. So it is when somebody's stirring some things up and really, really disrupting the experience for other people. Privacy is meant to be achieved by the different room and house access types that we've had. We've got private rooms, private houses, friends of friends rooms, etc., where we want people to be using those to limit the scope of who can see the room, who can join the room. So anonymous listeners, again, they don't have any ability to be disruptive in the room. Noted footnote about the gifts that we are reviewing. But the main ways of interacting being voice and the chat. So we made the decision to stay true to the purpose of removals and leave them be for removing people who who can be disruptive.
That makes total sense. Thanks for that context. So one thing I kind of want to add here, which I don't know if anyone's kind of picked off on, but we for a while had web listening, and that was actually completely anonymous. And as many of the members of the community noted in some discussions I listened to this week, people removed from a room often come back, as like you said earlier, in burners. So as you explained, there's a little bit of context here and some history. So you couldn't be in a room as anonymous unless you had the ability to join that room already, and that makes total sense, and that's a really good kind of benchmark for understanding what rooms you could be in. You're not going to be able to join if you couldn't already. So that's super helpful, and that was also the case. That was not the case with web listening, so that's super important. I think that hopefully covers most of people's questions about anonymous listening. I'm sure if you've got some more, you will let us know, but I'm glad we were able to talk about that. But we got 3 more features to talk about. So Allie, what is next?
Yes, we do. So the next is the ability to see who viewed your profile.
Yep, it sure is. And this one was one of the most requested features from our user research. It's pretty similar to what you would find on a variety of other platform apps, from LinkedIn to the wild world of dating apps. And I kind of have this quippy philosophy that if it exists on both of those, it probably should be considered for Clubhouse. So the feature, it shows who's viewed you in the last week, and that's a rolling window of the last 7 days from this moment. So obviously anybody can already look at a profile that's not private, and we're just adding the ability for you to see who viewed yours. People requested this very, very highly, and it's easy to understand why. You're on Clubhouse to make connections, and this is a great way of helping you connect with new people. Connect with new people, not directly at first, but in the sense of understanding who's maybe interested in you, who's checking you out, maybe you check them back out. And the data shows it's working. As we peer in to seeing how people are starting to use these features, exactly as hypothesized, many new connections in the form of friendships have actually been forming from use of this feature and people having a little bit of an icebreaker to see soft touch interactions before they step up to the bigger, scarier reach out. You view someone, you like what they're about, maybe you add them, then they see that you viewed them, maybe feel safe and add you back. Now you have a new friend, and that is what Clubhouse is all about.
A soft touch. I like that. I like that phrasing. So one thing I heard, and it would be great for us to kind of talk about in this capacity, who's viewed your profile? Is this a privacy concern?
I don't believe so. So if I understand the concern correctly, from listening in on some rooms, it's that people have a misunderstanding that everyone could view who viewed your profile. That's not at all the case. So your list of profile visitors is only visible to you, and it's never shared publicly, and it is limited to the past 7 days. This is a fairly standard premium feature, as I mentioned, across many kind of network apps, LinkedIn, Tinder, and other dating apps. I know there was an assumption that anyone could see who's viewed anyone else's profile. Just to repeat myself, that is not true. Only you can see who viewed yours, and we don't think that that is a violation of privacy at all.
Okay. You know what's really interesting about this one? There's a use case, I guess, that people are using this feature for. So a couple people I've seen are interpreting who's viewed your profile as a way to see who, which mod removed somebody from a room. Like, for example, if I kick you out of this room right now, if you tap your profile, you'll see that I was the last person to view you, so you'll know it was me that kicked you out. But that's not really the case, right? That's not real. That wasn't an intent.
Neither is it an intent, nor is it real. So if somebody viewed my profile, and then after viewing my profile, kicked me out of the room, yes, they would show me that they viewed my profile, because in fact they did. But I'll remind you that it's actually not a requirement to view someone's profile to remove them from a room. The most common way, as we look at the data, that people remove others from a room is by long pressing on their face, pulling up that contextual action sheet where you can directly remove someone from the room. That pathway is not a profile view, does not trigger it, and as I said, when we looked in the data, it's actually the most common way people are removed from a room. So if you did get booted out and you look at your profile views and you see someone at the top, chances are, no, that is not who removed you from the room. That is very simply who last looked at you, which, as a reminder, can come from anywhere in the app. It is not only people in the room with you who might be looking at your profile, but those who are looking at replays, traversing friends of friends, in search results, looking at events you may have RSVP'd to. There's a myriad ways that your profile can come up on someone's screen to be tapped on, and that would show in your views regardless of where it came from.
Got it. So this is, I'm going to just take a little side excursion here because I can't ever say this one enough. It's a great opportunity to remind everyone that if you're hosting a room or moderating a room, be super judicious about who you give your moderator badges to, because we will never be able to share with you who ended a room, who kicked someone out of a room. That stuff is not something that we can share. That is a violation of our privacy policy. So be really careful who gets the green bean, and just want to reiterate that for the millionth time because it is worth saying time and time again. So that is everything on who views your profile, I think. Allie, what's our next feature?
All right, so this next one's for all of you who have been sliding into our inbox asking how to add your Instagram or link up your LinkedIn. Maybe you do not have access anymore. We hear you. You can now add links to your profile page. Yay, this is exciting. But heads up, this one tends to trip people up a little bit, so we're going to break it down. Back to you, Adam.
All right, I know people have wanted this for a while. This being to add their Instagram, their Twitter, X Twitter, and as well as other links. This is a good moment to step back and highlight something that those not all of you may know or realize. So we used to have the functionality where you could add your X, Twitter, or Instagram profiles to your Clubhouse by officially connecting it, signing in and proving that you owned that account. A little while back, first X and then Meta both removed the ability to do this through the API. And so we could no longer provide verified access for new connections to those platforms. We couldn't make the new connections. And so that feature, not by our own doing, sort of quietly sunsetted for anyone who didn't have it already connected. We decided to move by force to this unverified model where people can freeform put links on their profile. And so now with Clubhouse Plus, you can add any links you want. Your LinkedIn, your TikTok, your favorite playlist, your Pet's IG page. You could add Barack Obama's LinkedIn if you wanted to. There's no longer a representation that the link there is an account you own, if it is linking to an account, or that it's a page that you own. It is simply content that you want to point people to. And you can add up to 8 links on your profile as a Clubhouse Plus subscriber. You can change it. Now, if you had your X or Instagram accounts connected before, that will not be impacted by whether you are a subscriber or not. We have migrated those links into the new format for you. And so even not being a subscriber, those links will stay until you remove them.
This one, like you said earlier, super requested feature for a long time, especially people that do rooms as part of their businesses or any stuff like that. So 8 links is super fun. Let's move on to the last feature, which actually I haven't heard that much about. But I think it's actually super fun because it's something that everyone can participate in to some degree. So let's talk about viewing profile photo history. Again, I think it's really fun, but might need clarification on what the limitations around that are. So tell us a little bit about viewing profile photo history.
Absolutely. All right. So I'm sure this has happened to all of you. You change your profile photo and ask the room to PTR really often because you want to show them something, right? Or you want to change it to be your temporary profile photo, not just to display something, but that's who you want to be represented as for some time, and then you want to change it back and forth and back and forth. We all change our PR for whatever reason. But then when we want to change it back to something, we have to re-upload the photo. So one thing that we wanted to solve with this feature is that problem. We wanted everyone, not just Clubhouse Plus subscribers, to be able to easily switch back to any previous photo that they have had and chose to still keep on the platform. At the same time, doing this allows people to sort of build up an album on Clubhouse that represents them. And that is a great thing. That is a very sort of standard thing that many social profile having apps will have. We decided it's time for us as well. We want to encourage more self-expression, more ability for people to get to know you by browsing through your profile. Following down that line, we've introduced something that's been missing for a long time here, full-size photo support. So the entire photo that you select will be uploaded and viewable in the gallery mode when you tap in to view them, including proper pinch and zoom. And it'll just be that squiggle, it's called, that the sort of weird looking square circle prop for the avatar display in rooms and around the app. Full-size photos, long time missing, really rich, immersive graphical experience that we think is a huge win. When you pick a profile photo, obviously anybody can see it on Clubhouse, whether it's from your profile or from an avatar in a live room. So we think about these as photos that are public, right? They're photos that were public at one point in time that you made available for anyone on the app to see if they bumped into your profile. And so selecting those into an album and making it accessible from your profile photo was a natural extension that felt well aligned. We decided that we wanted to make this compatible with the Clubhouse Plus experience, but make it sort of be reasonable about access. And so the starting point is that if you are friends with someone, you can view their photo history and vice versa. Anybody who you friends means they have added you and you have added them back. In that case, you'll always be able to see the photo history that user has chosen to keep. The benefit for Clubhouse Plus users is that they can see it on non-friends, so they can see anyone's profile photo history, which again is composed of photos that at one point in time or another, every user who put that photo there said, this is okay to be viewed as my photo all across the app.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Thank you, Adam. So another question that's been coming up, similar to the who viewed your profile question that we spoke about earlier, is whether this crosses any privacy lines.
So like I said, profile photos are public. We're public at the moment you chose to upload it. And so you've already signaled that it's okay for this to be viewed. Of course, if you decide you don't want a photo visible anymore, that is in your control. You can curate and delete your own photos, and they will be stricken from your album's record, and no one will ever see them again. So ultimately, you control what photos others see on your profile, and we think that is a reasonable and thoughtful privacy model, and we stand behind it. A really important call out, and this one, I've been waiting this whole session to clarify this, is that your photo history starts from Clubhouse Plus launch day only. I have heard people think that perhaps it goes back to the beginning of time of when you joined Clubhouse. Not true. I've heard people think that it somehow reveals the photos on your iPhone or Android camera roll. Not only not true, literally not possible. We would have no technical way to access that and pull those photos forward. So it starts on the day that we launched Clubhouse Plus, which was this past Tuesday, May 27th. We took whatever was each person's current profile photo and made that the first photo in their album. Nothing before would ever be there. From there forward, every time a new photo is changed or added, it will append your photo album, become your current profile photo, and it lives there until you choose to delete it.
And
love it. One thing that I'd love to clarify, because I heard this a lot. This only applies to profile photos. It's not about photos that you've shared in the house chat or in a back channel message or anywhere else. This is just your profile photos, to your point. So anything else people should know about profile photo albums?
I think just to reiterate the things I said, you can curate and delete your own photos anytime you want. It's worth reinforcing the album. It just started this past Tuesday, May 27th. Anything you've ever used as a profile photo before this past Tuesday, not included, never will be. So no need to worry if you have some random PTR based on a room from 3 years ago. It's long gone. All new photos only. Similar for if you have a photo from before that had something outside of the crop area, right? That is absolutely not something that will ever be seen because the whole photo wouldn't be seen. And in fact, in those cases, we don't even have the photo outside the crop area. We only uploaded the cropped part. Now we are, again, uploading full-size images, something to be very aware of, and full-size images, and people will be able to browse them in the gallery. So if you want them cropped, if there is a part of that photo you don't want on Clubhouse, crop it in your own Photos app before uploading.
It's a very good pro tip right there.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. So thank you so much for walking us through all of that. Those are the 4 core features, and hopefully that gave everybody some context and answered some questions. If you still have questions, as Joe said, we will take those in town hall next week. So make sure to submit those questions. You can also send in your feedback, and that is going to be the best place to send that is clubhouse.com/what's new.
All right. Before we wrap this up, I want to give a big shout out and thanks to Adam for his coming out party and doing it for this. I think hopefully, big applause. This hopefully will go a long way to clearing up some misperceptions. Again, this replay will be available. It's a 36-minute room, so please share it with people who might have questions or want to know more about it. As Ali said, Town Hall is next week. We will definitely talk more about Plus. So let us know what you want covered. The link is at the top, so RSVP now. Thank you all for coming. And thanks again, Adam. Thanks, Allie. And thank you to the hand, who's been very quiet and stealth this whole time. So thanks, everyone. We'll see you really soon. Let me cue up the plane. Thank you.
This has nothing to do with me. This has to do with them and their conscience, them and their relationship with their ancestors. So now, when you get a chance to scream and
creation is not God. So those Muslims who believe that the Quran is the mind of God, point. It's not a talking point.
I want that proven. I want to see that they systematically implemented a warning kind of system before the
Jewishness ends. Well, hell yeah, they're gonna take advantage of that.
Oh yeah.
La Normal is going crazy.
I have an interesting question for you.
Oh.
Just to hear your thoughts on this. The Nobel Science Nobel Award system. Approximately 25% are Jews. When they make up 15 million, a very small percentage of the world population. And out of that 25%, a vast majority, I don't want to say all, the vast majority are white Jews. What have you come across this or thought about this, or do you have anything to say about this? Yeah.
I think we need to make a distinction between Europeans who happen to be Jewish and Europeans. The vast majority of Nobel Peace Prize recipients are white, right? In general, they're European. There's no doubt that Germans, Russians, Polish folks, you know what I mean? Extremely brilliant people. I'm not taking that away from them. But if you look at the ones who other people would point to as Jewish, and you instead ask them how they feel about Judaism, most of them will tell you that they're atheists. They were not practicing Jews. They were scientists.
So how do we get this 25%, 1 out of 4 winning Nobel Science prizes?
Edward, it's obvious. They're educated. They're very smart. They're very dedicated.
Who's giving out the prizes?
I don't think it's.
Who's giving out the prizes, Edward?
That's obvious. Well, I want you to speak on this. I want your thoughts. I don't want to bias your opinion.
There's no way you can bias it. The facts speak for
I can also give a hypothesis if you
Why
want.
can't we admit that they are very smart and they're very educated?
I would like Eze to answer. I'm literally asking Eze for her opinion on this.
I don't think it can be. You already know there's no shame in my game.
I know.
Ask me twice. Jews give Jews prizes. Does that answer you?
Okay, so
how relevant? Your question is so irrelevant.
You question Nobel Prize.
It is so irrelevant. You know, if they win Nobel Peace Prizes, so what?
Let me ask you a question.
You don't have to listen to my question. You can always leave the room. Anybody could ask any questions they want. I have a question.
A Nobel Peace
Edward, you don't have to tell me that. Come on.
How many?
You're telling me
what do you mean leave the room? What do you mean leave the room?
You're telling me my question is irrelevant.
Hey, your question is irrelevant. Don't be sensitive.
You're irrelevant.
Don't be sensitive.
You don't even know what I'm saying. You're irrelevant.
There's something to the volume of Jews receiving the Nobel prizes. There's something.
Minus.
There must be corruption there, bro. There's no fucking way 15 million of the entire world's population are receiving the majority.
There is a way.
Can I ask you a question? Wait, hold on.
25%.
How many black women, brilliant black women actresses, have ever received an Emmy or an Oscar? Whoever's playing the music gets to call the tune, right?
Yeah, makes sense.
It's not that there weren't any brilliant actresses. It's that they weren't.
It's that they're not white.
There we go.
They don't get good movies back. Listen to who gets the good movies.
These individuals are brilliant.
This second literally says black people don't make good movies.
No, they don't get rolling good movies. Not they don't.
What do you mean? Yes, they do.
You know what?
They always get the
They
track
don't get
roll.
nominated.
Oh.
Here, I'll give you an example. Denzel Washington.
Yeah,
Denzel Washington is a brilliant actor.
Morgan Freeman.
Yes, but you know when he got an award?
Freeman. I don't remember.
You know when he got an award? When he played a drug dealing thug.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know when Halle Berry received her award? When she played a whore.
Exactly.
Crackhead whore on her knees. That's what got her an Academy Award. Because that's where some people believe black men and women belong. And who are those individuals in those roles as producers and directors and the rest of it?
Well, what do you think?
White European Jews. White European Jews. Yes.
But can't we also, Eze, can we admit that Jewish people
made the movie that resurrected the Klan? Make it make sense.
Okay, but Eze, can we admit that also Jewish people are very smart when it comes to science research and?
I think that's what I said from the get-go. I never said that they were smarter than anybody.
No, not you, Isaiah. I'm talking to Jinder. I mean, you could say that I don't know. Like the culture of Jews, they emphasize education. But are they the only culture that emphasizes education?
Yeah, but they're also
They're called having money.
But when it comes to education, they're also very philanthropic, right? They invest a lot of money in education.
Yes, they do. No, I just think it's money. I just think it's women.
Hold on. Is it? Let me ask you a question. Philanthropy is when you write the check and you don't need the
No,
photo
we don't work hard neither.
Wait. Hold on. When you don't need the photo op. Philanthropy, according to Judaism, is when you give it in secret. But what happens when that philanthropy helps you hide? You gave away $2 million, but you made $50 billion. Is that still philanthropy?
That's good business.
And again, I go to the smart. I go to the smart part. Yes, they're pretty smart.
No, gender. Yeah,
I don't know what you guys talking about this. If you allow me just to talk for a minute. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Just allow me, please. Edward Habibi, don't get mad. You know, I mean, you're my friend. You know, when I said maybe I said it in the wrong way, that my tone was different. You know, when I said how relevant. You know.
No worries. I apologize.
No problem. The reason why I'm saying that, and we have to be careful. Number one, you know, I'm not here to eliminate this. Okay, because you know, I am not going to incriminate Jews, and at the same time, I'm not going to what's the opposite, applause them or any, you know, and for them winning whatever does not matter at all. We have to know. During the Enlightenment age and the Reformation, Enlightenment, the Industrial Revolution in Europe, where they were discovering everything, but at the same time, they were, you know, exacting, administering injustice upon people, Africa, everywhere in the world, in a way that is so inhumane. It didn't matter. You know, if they were smart or the agenda, you know, they were smart, Europeans were smart and Africans weren't smart, maybe, or that way. So what? I mean, if they were, Europeans were very smart, yes, you know, they were the Industrial Revolution. But at the same time, what they did, you know, to this world, wreaked havoc everywhere, that's what matters. And the same thing is, I want to talk about their actions, Zionist, on Palestinians and others.
We are discussing in particular the Nobel Prizes that they have over the years. We're talking about this very subject.
They are rigged.
We have to admit, We have to admit and say that they are smart.
I'm not going to admit, no.
They're dedicated to education and so on and so forth. We can't deny that.
I'm going to say one word. Please. Okay, let me just say this and then I'll stop. Hey, Jindal Habibi, I don't give a shit about them if they're smart or not. What I care about the Zionists, what they're doing to my people. Okay? They're smart or they don't, they shove it up to whatever.
We're talking about totally two different things. We're talking about the Nobel Peace Prize.
Even the whole Nobel.
That's what we're just talking about.
It's rigged.
We're just talking about two different things. Okay?
Well, here's why. Let me tell you why I brought this up.
You shouldn't say they're smart. They are not smart. No. They're like God creates all people the same. There are no people. All people are the same. No, they are not smart.
I'm not claiming that they are smart
are the same. All people are the same. There are no. You don't see one people smarter than another.
When it comes to education, research, and so on and so forth, they're pretty good at it.
No, they're not. They're not better than Africans. They're not better than any people.
But that's the thing. That everybody else, pound for pound. For example, let's just take either India or China, right? The two most populous nations on the planet. There's more research and development and papers being written in those countries, but than pretty much any other country. But it goes under the radar. It doesn't get like published in the Western journals. Now, and the reason I brought this whole thing up, there's a reason. Neil deGrasse Tyson, I was watching a video from the other day. It was from back in 2009, 2010, when he said this. And he said on stage, he said, he goes, and you know who he is, right? He's an astrophysicist. He's African-American.
Oh, no, who let this abnormal?
You guys know
DeGrasse Tyson, right?
He's actually Puerto Rican and black. He's mixed.
Okay, Puerto Rican black. Okay. So he said, he goes, I lose sleep at night. 1 out of 4 Nobel Prize in Science winners are Jews. And Muslims, only about 3%, less than 3% of Nobel Prize winners are Muslims.
Danicus, the world's greatest artist, is in the room. Hi, Danicus. How are you, Danicus? Have you done your part for Israel yet today? I am recording terrorists. We're submitting this video footage to the FBI, to the Department of Homeland Security. And we're going to have their doors kicked in and get them arrested. I'm sick of it. Bye. Back to wherever the fuck you came from. Take care. We'll call you. Don't call us.
To the Muslim and the Islamic Empire, where most of our sciences are based off of, and the foundation of our sciences come from, for these Nobel Prizes, that they've already proven that they can innovate, they can come up with new concepts, new ideas, and push the boundaries of science forward. They've already proven that.
Okay.
And they're not doing it now.
Okay, I'm gonna give you that, but you know the Islamic world has not produced any new knowledge for the past 500 years, 1,000 years. What? Yeah. What new knowledge did we come up with? What did we? I mean, guess who?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, we came up with all those things that the modern world is built upon. But for the past 500 years, nothing came out. Nothing
came out.
What about here in the United States?
No, just look at Gaza alone. Look at the scientists in Gaza alone, and see what they got.
Not only the United States, you know.
Gender is right to an extent, but the problem is it's not 500 years. That is not true. The story of Western ascendancy is not 500 years old, bro. What are you talking about? 500 years old, we were.
Not only that, but consider the wealth of information, the wealth of knowledge that the Muslim community has given us in general in terms of astrology, in terms of the calendar.
Astrology?
Algorithms, mathematics.
Whole science, not in the modern history.
But it continues, it evolves.
No, Muslims do not care about education.
Are you comparing
Muslims don't care about education?
Exactly. Islamic world doesn't care about
Who is this guy?
Care about
This guy is he's also the same guy that said people in Gaza were living good before October 7th.
It's two different people. Hold on, it's this.
Oh no, that was 111. Sorry, this is
111. Have you checked the video?
Yeah, this is something else.
Listen, guys, listen. This is very simple. Jewish people have been a minority in their whole history. The only way that they survive has been because they couldn't go to military, they couldn't go to government. The only way that they could survive was through education. So
that is bullshit. It's not true.
Wait.
This is the German talking, by the way.
He's feeling value education.
He's feeling guilty. If I'm saying this,
all Semitic people value education.
Guilt. What your people did.
Give him the point.
You killed Jews.
Wait, now they're also highly networked. So when they see a talent, independent of where that talent is from, they connect to each other. They jump on that talent.
Yeah, they call them vultures.
And they just promote that talent. That talent doesn't get the Nobel Prize. The person who promotes the talent gets the Nobel Prize. This is a key thing for Nobel Prize. These people who get the Nobel Prize, they are not the one who did the work. Their students did the work. So when they see a talent and they're highly networked and they're highly value education.
So they call them.
It's you cannot call it a con, man. There's something value. They don't care about the identity of the.
I want to say something.
I haven't landed my point. Islamic war, they only see where are you from, what your accent you have, are you Shia, are you Sunni?
That is not true. That is absolutely not right.
That is
Okay, Jandib, brother, I do want to address something you said. Hold on, Wayfair, I know you're Islamophobic, so respectfully, calm your tits down, stay in your fucking lane. Jandib, I'm going to read you the list of people the Muslims have invented within the past 500 years. You said we haven't invented anything. We can go over the list. It's a big list. I pulled it up on ChatGPT. Did you want me to read it out, Brother Jandib, or is it?
I understand that part, Amir, but we have not accumulated new knowledge within the new age, the new times that we live in. Okay?
That's what I'm telling you. The new stuff. I have the new stuff for you.
We exchange information, and so we learn about new information, but we have not produced new knowledge to the world.
Okay, let's go over the list. So we got the medicine and biology, a pioneer work in malaria treatment. Dr. Hakim Muhammad Said, Pakistan, was a key figure in reviving traditional medicine.
Okay.
The second one, artificial limb advancements, neuroscience contributions. We have the GSM cellular technology in Egyptian American, data compression, algorithms, Nasser Ahmad, Indian American, space and aviation, first Muslim in space. His name was Prince Sultan bin Salman Al Saud, Saudi Arabia, flew aboard the space shuttle Discovery in 1985. NASA contributors.
Tell him who.
We got a skyscraper in sustainable architecture.
Amir,
tell him
I think I know what I'm just.
Amir, I'm not talking about that. This is all piggybacking on the knowledge that has been created over the past 150 years. When you say someone flew on a space shuttle, they flew on a NASA vehicle or on a...
Just a minute.
Okay?
Well, can we define what a PhD is? Jindib, aren't there millions of not Palestinians, Muslims in the world that have PhDs?
Yes, of course they are.
Okay. So
we are very highly educated. I understand.
Okay, so to receive a PhD, you must add to the body of knowledge of that field. That's the only way you can receive a PhD. Not by taking courses. You have to literally write a thesis paper that usually is hundreds of pages long. It must add to the body of knowledge. Period. So you can't say that Muslims haven't. They have to.
I know what the problem is. Jindib is right in one aspect, and I think that's what he means, but he didn't elaborate. We are not producing new knowledge stemming from Muslim majority countries. But Muslims, if given the right environment, do flourish for sure.
I absolutely agree with you. Yes.
Japan, so the issue is these countries. I understand. I know. Thankfully, that is changing in a lot of Muslim majority countries, and there are developments. So
that's what
you mentioned. I totally agree with you.
That because there's more of a focus on religion, that there's less of a focus on science.
It's oppression versus.
There's a lot of things.
Because the way the West has just destroyed these countries.
Organizations. There are many factors.
Well, oppression is inverse to.
Right. Wow.
Be that as it may, there's no way anybody is going to convince me that 15 million people and 7 to 8 billion people are receiving the biggest chunk of Nobel Prizes. There is
25%. Statistically, it's impossible.
There is no fucking way that is possible. No fucking way.
No, it's impossible. It's impossible. Statistically, it would be impossible.
It's illogical. It's illogical. It doesn't make any sense. It's unreasonable.
There is a
thing. Is a Western thing. Is a Western creation. It's a Western organization. It's a Western thing. Right. Okay, so
yeah.
I know why you're surprised with this stuff. I'm not sure.
It's not surprising.
I'm not surprised, but it is important for people to understand that such things, including IQ tests, are made by a certain group of people for certain environments.
Yeah, the white
For
teens.
instance, for the IQ, it doesn't necessarily measure things.
That's like pseudoscience. Yeah, you're right, Prince. It doesn't. You can't. I mean, you can't take the same IQ test. I could take an IQ test and then give it to somebody in I don't know, Morocco or Yemen, and they would fail that IQ test. Why? Because they don't have the same body of knowledge that I have. And if I take, so IQ, and we don't even understand, and we don't even have a standard for IQ tests. And I don't know if you guys seen, how there was supposedly Ashkenazi Jews have higher IQs per average IQs, which is insane because you can't standardize IQs over given two different human beings. You can't even standardize an IQ because people's brains are unique and they're different. Everybody
I
thinks
would
differently.
have thought it was the Ashkenazi Jews, honestly. I would have thought it would have been an Asian country, like the Japanese or the South Koreans or something.
Wednesday, don't
I don't believe
confuse.
in it. I'm just saying it just doesn't sound right. It sounds like that's it.
If he draws Muhammad.
I love bomb him.
Okay, that's good. So you're the chillest Muslim I've ever met.
System, in terms of in their society where manufacturing, electronics, computational power, this type of thing is important. That's not IQ. IQ is you could take somebody, put them out in the wilderness, without any knowledge, and they can problem solve. And I'm just making this up. They could problem solve and come up with a solution to keep themselves alive, or to get water, or to get food. And you could take, so with this IQ test, Ashkenazis are smarter than other people. Ashkenazi Jews, number one, are from different cultures and societies anyways. So it's not standardized to begin with. You can't even say that. You can't, say that Japanese people are smarter because they produce more.
Let me give you this information. It's important information. Who have created the transistor? The transistor is the main thing that's for computers, everything. Yeah, the transistor. Who got the Nobel Prize for?
Why don't you tell us? We don't know.
Yeah. There is two guys working for Bell Labs in 1947, John Bartin and Walter Bratian, or whatever, physicists, okay? But who created before that? The guy called Muhammad Atallah, an Egyptian-American engineer and physicist who made groundbreaking contributions to semiconductors technology, a foundation of modern transistors. Key factor that Dr. Atallah, 1924 to 2009. What happened? He got this basic of the transistors. Then after that, those guys, they got the Nobel Prize. And he's American. You got the point here? That's why you don't see Muslims famous getting this kind of prize unless there is somebody agreed to give him this fucking prize. Even if he's signed.
One. Where is this Muslim guy? What happened to his career? I'm really curious. I love this story. Where is he?
Yeah, this is from Deep Seek.
If you
No,
ask.
like his originality, probably based on the name, is one of the Arab countries, somewhere in
No,
Middle
he's
East.
I think he's an Egyptian.
So now, question: why he didn't get any position, anything?
Wait, do you have a problem with Arabs or Muslims?
Yes. Why scientists don't get position?
What's the problem with Muslims?
Egyptian.
Wait, let me just speak.
His name is Muhammad. And he created the fucking phone you are talking from.
So why Egyptian government didn't give him any position?
Because the Israeli government killing all the Egyptian scientists. You
So he was killed? He was killed?
Wait, Ben.
You know, just a minute. Who destroyed the
You better him get mad at you because
scientists and the future?
No, I didn't get he was killed.
You don't even have to. You don't even have to go that far. Just go to Iraq invasion. Admittedly, and even the CIA.
Oh yeah, that's
They kill Iraqi scientists. They kill Syrian supporters. They kill
Let's hear Prince was speaking. Let him land.
No, it's well established fact that the Mossad went to Iraq and assassinated hundreds of Iraqi scientists.
Yeah. It's a common practice standard.
And when the Egyptians were building a nuclear facility in Egypt, they did the exact same thing.
But my point is this: the governments, like for example,
Okay, can I speak now? Thank you. No, your message I couldn't. Do you have a problem with Muslims?
I have a problem with Muslim government. They do
Why?
people who are
I'm asking you a question. Do you have a problem with Islam?
with governments of Islamic countries. They don't.
So do you have a problem?
This guy does not sound German. He sounds.
He is Iran.
They don't put people who are educated in our.
Do you have a problem with Americans?
Taiwan.
Guess what, Taiwan?
I say I live in Taiwan. I just want to tell you their success story. I want to tell you their success story so we can learn and Muslim how they become this successful.
Are you Muslim?
They have a
Are you Muslim?
Yes, I just want to tell you how these people become
If you're Muslim, say the Shahada.
No, he's not
Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, ashhadu anna Aliyan Waliyullah. How do you want to go?
Yeah, why you don't love Muslims then?
Muslim
Let's hear what he has to say. Let him land.
Government. Fuck Muslims.
Exactly, fuck them. That's my problem. In Taiwan, they had one
I feel like you've been messing with some men.
Wait, they have one scientist.
Good.
They have one scientist. He was in like TI. One scientist. They brought him back in 70s. They gave him everything they could. They forced people of Taiwan to give their money to him. He made TSMC. Right now, TSMC is the only semiconductor manufacturer in the world. In Islamic countries, governments see scientists. They just want to abuse it. They want to take as much as they can from him and just throw him away. That's the attitude of Islamic governments. That is what I'm saying is the problem.
I think that is changing now, though. I mean, that has been an issue. It's going, but I think it is changing. And in the West Bank, Palestinians built the first VLS laboratory in Rawabi, in the West Bank. And that's being done under occupation. So they are looking to build these semiconductor. Amir, can you mute Prince? I think he has this in his pocket. The Palestinians are in the next year or two looking to build an actual semiconductor factory or manufacturing plant in the West Bank, which is a huge achievement for any country, especially for people that
don't even have a country and are living under occupation. So I think we have learned from Taiwan and from Asian nations. Ironically, the West hasn't learned from the Asian nations because we don't, when it comes to manufacturing here in the U.S., we don't know how to manufacture 99% of the goods that we use ourselves. Even if you give money, if we gave money to the U.S., we still wouldn't be able to build manufacturing plants, or we could build them, but we wouldn't know how to run them. So I think people are learning from Taiwan and China, South Korea and Japan, Thailand, Vietnam even.
The challenge of the West is that it's forgetting. Like right now, this Trump, like look at his cabinet. Just all of them are jokes. None of them are educated. This is the only cabinet in the history that everybody knows the name of their members, because they're just like a bunch of clowns. It was not like this.
I definitely agree with that.
It was not like this. In the West, they used to value education. It's
I think it started going down in the 70s, to be honest with you.
It's with the TVs. It became with the TVs and Reagan and then Bush and Clinton, and whoever has the whiter teeth, whoever has I don't know, these now we are here.
Well, Trump wants to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. The problem is manufacturing is a science. It's a very advanced, very intricate science that depends on multiple systems to be engineered and work together. And that's the principle he's not understanding. You can't just set up manufacturing plants in the U.S. if you don't know how to manufacture. And
do you think the U.S. would fail at manufacturing things?
Yes, because you need experience.
So the past 100 years, about 90% of technology is at your fingertips, and everything you use came from the U.S. and from research at university in the U.S.
Research and manufacturing are two different things. Manufacturing, you need experience. You need experienced.
And aren't American companies set up shop in those other countries for tax purposes and cheap labor and so on and so forth?
They don't run the company. They're not the ones in charge.
I don't see America would fail at manufacturing or coming up with
any country would fail at manufacturing.
Innovative ways to manufacture things. I don't see that. I just don't see it.
Show me where America has experience.
Where America has experience in terms of innovation, industry, and technology.
No. You're mixing up two different things. Manufacturing, and then there's research and development or innovation. Innovation is one thing. We have innovation.
Okay.
But when it comes to manufacturing,
if they are the ones who come up with the idea of new innovations, do you think we're going to fail at manufacturing it?
Yes.
Why?
Yes.
Why would they fail?
I'll tell you. Manufacturing is a whole different science. You could come up with the innovation, but the innovation, coming up with let's say a new technology, a new type of product, that doesn't mean that you know how to manufacture it.
Why? If it's your own invention, your own product, you won't know exactly how to manufacture it.
Edward, can I respond to Jindal? Okay, Jindal, it works like this. Edward is right. Researching and inventing something is totally different from manufacturing. I'll try to grab a video of Tim Cook speaking about it, okay? What he says is that, Trump has been pushing Tim Cook personally to bring back Apple manufacturing to the US. And what Tim Cook said was, if we have to bring back even 10% of what we manufacture in China, it will take me 3 years and $30 million.
Okay.
And even after that, let me complete. Even after
it takes time and money. He didn't say that we can't do it.
No. And he told the reason. And even then, even for the 10% of the manufacturing to be moved to the US, I'm not sure if we will succeed because we don't have the skill levels that are required to manufacture what we do in China.
Okay.
And he gave a very good example of one particular manufacturing tool, a manufacturing skill. He said I think it's called soldering. He said there's a typical type of soldering that we do for our phones, for manufacturing our phones. In the US, if I had to search for one skilled solder, then I will probably find 10 all over the country. Whereas in China, within the region where we have the factory, within a day I will be able to find 1,000 solders.
Right. So it would take.
It's going to take a lot of time skilling those products. Now, let me give you one more quick example. You know this shoe company called New Balance, okay? They if you look at their products, they will proudly announce, even Skechers, for example. Skechers and New Balance are the only two shoe companies in the world, sports shoe factories in the US companies, which manufacture in the US. But if you really look at what is the percentage of the total production that they do in the US, you will be surprised to know that it's less than 5%. So they say that, number one, we don't have the skilled employees that we need to manufacture more in the US, number one. Number two, of course, is the cost. They say if we had to manufacture everything in the US, then we will end up, we'll have to increase our cost by 3 to 4 times the price of the shoe that we are selling at today. So these are the two reasons. So there is room. Maybe if the US starts today, in the next after 10 years, after a decade, they will probably be able to manufacture 10% of what they are manufacturing today overseas.
Okay, so it's not a lack of, it's just a lack of skills, maybe not enough money is invested in developing those skills, maybe the labor pool is expensive, maybe a tax system is shitty.
And experience. You need to have the experience and money.
Again, all it needs is time and investment and money. It does not.
I'm not saying it's not possible.
Right. It does not mean that America does not have the infrastructure to not being able to manufacture everything.
Hold on, can I? No, I agree with Jinden. That what they did was they took these skills out of like public school education, right? They used to have like welding. They used to have technology. They used to have like home economics where you could learn how to cook or learn how to sew, and even like once you got to high school, you even learn how to be a mechanic, right? And then also they took these technical schools out. They kept on pushing kids, especially in the middle 90s. Late 90s, early 2000s, just go to four-year college instead of going to like one of these schools for plumbing or HVAC and stuff like that. So that's why we don't have these skilled workers, because they kept on telling young kids, don't go to these schools, go to a regular school, regular college, and you make this money. These kids don't know. There's no skills like that. All the skilled workers who knows how to do HVAC, who know how to do elevator.
Because there was a much cheaper alternative. Yes, I agree with you. There was a much cheaper alternative. Yes. I mean,
on top of that, they wanted kids to go to regular college so they can get a loan and make debts,
There is a really bigger factor here that you have to be very careful about. In Asia, people have loyalty. When they start in a job, they don't change job. In the West, there's no
that's why you live in Asia. So stay in Asia.
No, I haven't found a job. The thing is that...
So what the fuck are you talking? You haven't found a job, you're telling us people who work about why to do a job?
No, when you are in advanced manufacturing, you need a skill, and a skill built over time. People change job all the time.
But something important. Those countries, Arab countries and Muslim countries, back in the 40s, 50s, 60s, they have even the best scientists in that region. They send them to get their education abroad. But after 1948, after this fucking country called Israel came to the region, they start to hunt those scientists. They go behind find them in America, in United States, in England, and everywhere, and hunt them, kill them. If they hadn't touched them, we could have nuclear power, we could have supersonic planes, everything. The countries couldn't protect those scientists. Until now, even in Iran, they killed the scientists. In Iraqi scientists, they are motherfuckers. They kill
Can I make a quick point? Because they trash them. I totally with you. They trash them. They go them in the West. They find the Muslim scientists. They did this to me personally. They trash them.
Yeah, so we cannot blame the government. We have to blame
Can we with the fucking derogatory?
All right.
Can you just stop relating him?
Huh? Excuse me?
Can you just let him speak? You guys just like keep running over your mouth over him. And he's like, he coming from another perspective. Why aren't you open to another
Which one?
perspective? Wait.
Well, Lathan is able to speak.
And I give him back his idea. I answer.
So, can I just bring this back to what I was saying, just to make my point clear when it comes to manufacturing? As someone who has a degree in supply chain management, I cannot set up an assembly line. So it's not just the skilled workers here. To set up an assembly line, to design an assembly line to make a specific product, there are thousands of variables that go into making a product, even something simple. And so this is what we are missing here in the U.S. No matter how much money we bring in, we don't have the experienced manufacturing engineers, those that have actually worked in the field, because the field isn't here in the U.S. So we would have to import, not only do we need the money and the infrastructure to build the factories, but we would have to literally import the Chinese and the Taiwanese and the Vietnamese to be able to run the factories for the next 5 or 10 years to show us how to do it. That was my whole point.
Yeah, Andrew, I want to add to that, and I also want to add. I gave two examples. Jindip, if you are listening, I gave two examples in the two extreme. One was high-tech iPhone manufacturing in China, why it's difficult to do it in the US. And the other one, on the other side of the technology, which is just basic sports shoe manufacturing. Both of them are impossible to be recreated in the US in the immediate future. Okay, so there's only one thing I appreciate Trump about, which is his push for manufacturing, but he's doing it in the wrong way. Okay, that's not the matter. I'll tell you where the US can actually focus and bring back manufacturing into the US. Take, for example, pharma companies. You need high skill level, high technology, high research, a good scientist for that. You don't need a lot of people to manufacture medicines, to manufacture antibiotics, for example. US pushed out all its pharma companies just for profit. They don't, they cost a bomb in the US now. You can't buy a medicine without insurance. That's the situation. That is in spite of these medicines being produced in third world countries. Why? Because the profit margins are so high, and in most of the times, like Jindip said, these medicines were invented by the US scientists or any of the Western scientists. They have discovered or invented them. Okay, but yet they end up paying so much to buy those medicines. That's because it's these people who are the people who own these companies in the US who make money out of it. It's the Wall Street that makes money out of it.
Do you know who they are?
Sorry?
Mostly who they are, who own those companies?
Zionist.
Oh yeah, I don't want to go into that. They are all big corporations who own into the company. Yes. No, I don't want to. No. That's what I said. I don't want to.
Yeah, you have to say.
Why don't you?
We all know.
This is where we start lacking congruency if we're not saying how it is.
Well, we all know this, though. I mean, why you keep saying it? You know?
You don't understand.
He said they look for money, and that's it. There's no any manner or any kind of research or a deep research, something like that. It's just for money. And even they fake this is fucking medicine.
Triple one. No, let me just conclude. Triple one. I believe the whole of America is controlled by Zionists. I don't have to say it again and again when I'm talking sub-subjects. You get my point?
Why?
So I don't have to say it.
No, it's because we understand. We all know. Like, we all know.
I think that this is a problem, big problem.
No, but we keep...
You don't know me. Triple one, you don't know me. You haven't heard me enough on this app to make a judgment.
I understand, but
you don't understand.
But if you
don't want to mention it, something like that.
No, it's because you know, if we keep saying it, we all know this, and then what happens is the conversation becomes a loop, and it just keeps looping back and forth. You know, it just loops on its on itself and steps forward.
See, when I believe the whole of U.S. is controlled by Zionists. And every institution, every bank, every large company is controlled by Zionists. And I don't have to repeat it. Everybody knows it, okay? But when I keep mentioning it again and again, somebody will come and say, oh, why are you dragging Jews? Because many people will equate that to mean Jews, okay? So I don't want to divert our conversation. Our conversation at this point in time is about manufacturing. Why U.S. cannot manufacture in U.S. That's all it is.
Can I give a quick fun fact to Faiz? Actually, I think you'll find this interesting, Faiz, because I know India went to the moon. You know, they had probes. They sent probes to the moon about 15 years ago now. So the U.S. landed on the moon. Apollo mission. The Apollo mission landed on the moon. Today, if we wanted to go to the moon and land on the moon, we would have to reinvent that technology because we lost that technology because we lost the experience of how to make those engines for those rockets to be able to land on the moon. Because the engineers and the manufacturer work together, and and we're able to fix the issues in manufacturing, vibrations in the engines and the parts, in real time, and they work together. And that knowledge they did not write down. They did not record it. Hold on, let me land. So they didn't record that knowledge. Because they didn't record it, they have the blueprints of the engines. But the blueprints do not represent the actual engines that were used, so they would have to literally go back and reinvent that technology and do testing and research, development, testing, everything from the beginning, just to be able to go back to the moon again. So that's a parallel example.
Do you believe that they've been in the moon?
They want to.
This is.
No, they never landed on the moon. It was just a mirage.
Yeah, and the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
The Earth is flat.
Yeah, the Earth is flat. What else was on? They didn't land on the moon.
You believe that they've been in the moon, and that's why.
No, I don't.
No, we do.
I wanted to make sure they landed. I went to the moon and I checked, and there was no one there, and I came back.
That is a definitive answer right there.
Yeah, Elon Musk, he has the technology. Why he cannot go to the moon?
Elon Musk doesn't have the technology to go to the moon.
He keeps killing people in his
He does not.
Why? He has the rockets.
People in his states. He's tried several times, and there's a lot of fucking death that have been happening from there.
Well, but the rockets that he has are made to go into geosynchronous orbit around the Earth, not to the moon. He does not have the technology to go to.
Hold on, because I thought you guys moved on. I did put it in ChatGPT, and they say they don't have all the. Because we went past that. It says no, the United States government did not exactly lose the information or technology to go to the moon, but much of the original hardware, technical blueprint, and production now, how from the Apollo program 1960-70 were retired, dismantled, or archived after the last mission, Apollo 17 in 1972. So we just thinking about other things. It's not we can't go to the moon.
We can't go to the moon because the engineers are no longer alive that built those engines. We can't.
We can't go to the moon. We
cannot. We cannot. And NASA said this themselves. We cannot go to the moon. Not unless we reinvent. We have the blueprints, but we have to actually build those engines.
Since why haven't we gone back to the moon until now? For decades, the focus shifted to low Earth orbit missions, like the space shuttle.
Okay, never mind. You don't understand what I'm saying. Yeah, we already know we didn't go to the moon.
No. There is something called Von Allen Belt. Von, I will write it here. Von Allen.
I think I've had enough of your
No, just come to the point, 111.
So did we or did we not go to the moon?
And put this
He says no.
I put it in the chat.
We went to the fucking moon, bro. Stop it. And if he starts saying the Earth is flat, I'm out.
I think it's probable we.
Wait, you don't know the Earth is flat?
The Earth is not flat.
Yes, it is, Wednesday.
It's not flat.
Wednesday, look it up on GPT right now.
And in the Quran, it says it's shaped like a
Guys, we try to be more.
Y'all are hilarious.
Okay? Can we be intelligent little? Yeah, it is written there, Von Allen Belt. Put it in ChatGPT. Tell him what is this. Can we reach?
I don't want it. I'm done. Your brain is too much for me.
No, you're not going to find anybody that's going to say that we have not gone to the moon.
I say we have not gone to the moon. We have not gone to the moon.
Okay, you got one person that says that we haven't gone to the moon. One person.
I'm already on the moon.
No, Muhammad said that we have not gone to the moon. No, I said the Earth is flat.
I mean, Edward, have you seen it? Sorry.
That wasn't funny. That was dumb.
Sorry.
But no.
Can you just make something intelligent? Go
Yes.
and check.
How are you guys saying intelligent when you're talking about we haven't gone to the moon? You know,
That's possible. That's a possibility.
Take this.
You will get your Palestinian brother. How could you say this about your Palestinian brother?
No. I just don't.
He's a Palestinian brother. How could you guys demean him like that?
I don't know.
I highly doubt and suspect that 111 has any Palestinian. I don't know. I don't want to go really hard.
In the Palestinian passport still.
Okay, I'm sorry, but are you sure about that?
Yeah, and Gazans were living good before.
Okay, I'm gonna be upfront. And you have not been drilled in your lifetime.
I'm going to right now. I am a Palestinian from Gaza, and I have a passport too. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, I believe you because you have cynic's accent.
Okay, I graduated astronomy. Just
wait. Now I have to say something
about anything.
How?
Astronomy.
Yes. And you said we didn't go to the moon. Astronomy. And we didn't go to the moon. Oh, come on. This is ridiculous.
Astronomy or you don't.
Wait, who doesn't believe we went to the moon?
M1.
Yes.
Me too. No. Muhammad.
If you give me time, I can predict you.
I was gonna say Edward, but if you believe we didn't go to the moon, I don't.
No, I said the Earth is flat.
Oh.
If we didn't go to the moon, then the Earth is flat.
The two are not necessarily connected.
It's not like that. I can explain to you if you give me time.
No.
Guys, I'm the board and I just say no. No.
What about Amir? Amir,
These Palestinians they're eating their own Palestinian brother.
I knew Amir was going to do this. I
I knew he was going to do this.
Just give me time. You have to.
No!
You have to.
No, listen. We're not going to go. Listen, you're Ludwig. You're Ludwig of the Middle East. We don't need this.
No, you cannot. You cannot.
Oh my God! At least I would understand Ludwig. At least he stops at. Well, I don't know if he believes that we went to the moon. I don't know.
Okay, who is the first step in the moon?
Triple one. Let me give you some.
Well, my cousin Sulaiman.
You start a room on the topic. Whoever is interested can go into that room.
Yeah. Just start a topic, room topic saying U.S. never went to the moon, and I guarantee you 90% of the people that are going to be in there, 90% are going to be flat earthers, and 10% are going to be crypto pros. I'm sorry. No.
Super one. What is the COVID virus vaccine?
Oh my God.
What do you think about the vaccine, Triple One?
I haven't taken this.
Triple One. There's a film that you should watch. It's called Hidden Figures. You might enjoy it.
You think that I'm really faking the news or the information, right?
Yes.
No, we think you believe it.
Like at this moment, I think Edward is part of the Illuminati.
Oh my God! This is insane. We know you believe this, Triple One. What's 111?
And Antarctica is also, there's a wall there, right? There's no South Pole, right?
Yeah, we're in a prison, and over the wall is another different continents.
Right.
There's more continents than 7. It's more.
So you believe?
And those 5G networks are freaking crazy. They go into your mind, right?
So you believe that?
Explain to me why we have to wait. Is 111? Does 111 stand for 7?
No.
But Edward, explain to me, why do we have so many fake videos in space and on the moon and stuff like that? Why do we have so many NASA fake videos? Oh my God, you do believe it's fake, huh? It's a possibility. I hope. Oh my God! Another one. You both say that.
I know why this guy thinks what he thinks. There's a video of the guy that went to the moon. There's a journalist guy who said, put your hand on the Bible and swear you went to the moon.
Yeah, nobody can swear.
And he won't do it. The guy refuses.
That's one reason.
The guy thought about it, and
I've seen too many videos where they were showing people supposedly in space and it was fake. And you see the green screen behind it and something goes wrong.
We didn't have green screen back then.
I don't believe you. There's plenty of fake videos.
They did not have green screen.
We had AI back then, so I think we had AI back then, so I think they had green screens back then.
So you cannot argue with conspiracy theorists. You can't. They will always.
Muhammad is really talented when it comes to poetic writings. Well, that has nothing to do with conspiracy theories. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I do all this as possible.
So you believe that being in the moon, but they lost the technology.
Yeah, see, that's highly improbable. That's very questionable to me. We have plenty of fake videos, like stuff of screens and people on screens.
111 can go to their own room and talk about this. Thank you.
Why? Why are you scared to talk about the truth?
We're not scared.
Yes.
Is the ceasefire happening? Not happening? Is there any updates on the ceasefire?
Check.
Let's talk about the ceasefire.
Yes. Ceasefire. Hopefully soon. Just running away from the moon landing. You know you don't believe this. There's so many reasons why it would be.
I mean, that is quite popular.
There's so many motivations why it could be fake and reasons.
They brought back moon rocks, and the moon rocks have been studied in laboratories all over the world.
Could have been drones.
It could just be like a meteorite.
Drones?
Because drones could be meteorites. That's 2 points.
No.
Okay,
Teddy, you too?
I think you should get together with my nemesis. His name is Ludwig. He hates my guts, but he'll be buddy with
I
you.
think it's cool, man. I think it's cool.
Yes, I think you should stop doing in the living room and maybe people jump in. Even Dean, I think some of the things Dean.
Let me ask one question, okay? Please.
No, well, I'm about to tell you.
Just wait.
Just one question. Go on. We allow Palestinian voices. Go on.
Here's an interpretation.
Let me ask this question. Who was the first guy in the moon?
Mr. Booty Clapper.
I told you my cousins.
You saw his video when he just jumped to the.
My cousin Ahmedan.
Why is Booty Clapper?
Jindip's cousin went to the moon, okay?
No, when he jumped to the ground.
If they had AI, they were twerking at that time.
I seen a Mickey Mouse on going to the moon. Have you guys seen a Mickey Mouse?
I saw that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I watched it when I was in Saudi Arabia.
So
Deep down really believes in that.
Yes. Finish the question.
No, go ahead.
I have one.
That guy, everybody saw that jump from the spaceship to the moon, right? Everybody saw that video.
What about it?
I wasn't born at that time, but I've seen it.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Me too. I wasn't born, but who took that video?
Who took that video? You're right.
You want to say?
That's very problematic. It was Edward. Did you take that video, brother?
Back into the rocket and pretending to come out from
Answer me.
Okay.
Why was the flag waving?
They had cameras. They had cameras. They had a doom buggy thing that they used. How they took the picture?
1963, this technology. Remember?
They did have that, yeah.
So, but
1963.
Yes, they had remote controls for TVs back then too.
We went to the moon.
They put the camera.
AI was involved.
The waving flag, and physicists will tell you that's what it would do. That's the vibrations when they set the flag down into the ground, and the vibrations traveled up, and because the gravity is so much less on the moon, the vibrations themselves translate to larger waves.
Does 111 live in America? You live in America, right?
No, Canada.
Okay.
Are you trying to say something stupid?
You can drive down to a Smithsonian, aerospace museum in America.
What date was the moon landing?
Small capsule, and there is a
Can we go back to this? I have
Which is older, AI or the moon landing?
BBC says Hamas officially says it rejects new U.S. Gaza ceasefire plan backed by Israel.
Good.
This came out
An hour ago.
1 hour. A senior Hamas official has told the BBC the Palestinian armed group will reject the latest U.S. proposal for a new Gaza ceasefire and hostage release deal.
Oh, it's about 3 hours ago.
That's from the BBC. Let me see where else.
Yeah, they understood it's fake and that.
I think the reason is because Israel will still be able to basically perform operations for something 12 hours a day or something like that over a period of time.
Yeah, and that's the latest. So I think BBC was able to get the story first.
Let's see. If there are changes in the agreement, we don't know exactly. We have the leak of the agreement, but we don't know, if that's the actual full agreement or not. So let's see if they come back and modify it again, because they modified it 3 days ago, so they may modify it again.
You can check it in Al Jazeera. They always give the.
Anyways, Wednesday, have a good night. Gentlemen, have a good night. And
You as well.
Oh my God, the moon landing is the AI is actually older.
Good night.
1950s.
Watch the video. Watch the video I put in the chat.
I'm gonna just like leave, and when I come back, I hope the subject is done.
You got it, Wednesday. AI is older than
No, I never said it wasn't. I'm just saying I'm gonna leave, and I'm gonna come back, and I hope you guys have changed.
What?
I don't know for what we're here for.
Oh my God, you're Americans, guys? That's right.
You're Canadian.
Yeah.
You like
American. That's why you believe in that.
Do you like
American
boots?
dream.
Do you like
Americans
boots?
now running away from the United States.
Yeah, we're all going to Canada, yeah.
They're coming here,
I don't think we are, but okay.
Yeah, you're going to have
No, you guys are gonna be our 51st day.
I don't know if you guys heard about it. I talked about this earlier. Israel approved 22 settlements. It's like the biggest expansion of West Bank settlements in decades.
Yeah, and
it's very disturbing. And I think which country was it? Was it the UN or no? I think it was the UK or something. They came out. They started accusing Israel of now thanks to this settlement, they do not want to they don't want to get out of West Bank. They want to grow and just get bigger and bigger in the West Bank and just pretty much take over all of it. Lebanon's leader urges U.S. to pressure Israel to withdraw troops. We want Israel out yesterday, not tomorrow. Hundreds of people are starving. Hundreds of starving Palestinians from Gaza food warehouse in deadly incident, says UN agency. Chaos erupts on first day of U.S.-backed aid distribution in Gaza after weeks of hunger. Iran says it's ready to compromise with Trump, suggests U.S. understands its red lines. What else do we have? Well, yeah, American charged with a plot to throw Molotov cocktails at U.S. Embassy office in Israel. And this was a pretty big one, right? So this is coming from a hostage. That was a hostage under Hamas. Every time I was sure this was the end, former IDF hostage in Gaza says one of her biggest fear was Israeli strikes. And they're actually scared of the Israeli strikes versus Hamas, kicking them or, punching them or whatever. Let's see what happens. Sanctions on Syria after Trump pledge. He's removing the sanctions on Syria, so Syria will get back in line. Hopefully,
they already opened, I think, the embassy in Damascus, the American embassy, today, this morning. They already put the flag back with the foreign ministry and American diplomat. That's the next.
What happened on 7th of October? I know there's a lot of things that are questionable, right? But do you agree to what took place on 7th of October?
What is what?
Do you agree to what happened on 7th of October?
You mean I support or not support?
Yeah.
No, it's a stupid move. For me, it's a stupid fucking move. He could just, this Anwar, be patient and deal with a smart way, with foxy way, not just to go attack, and you saw the camera recording him and his wife and two sons running, hiding somewhere, 6th of October. You saw that?
No, I missed out. I didn't pay attention to his family.
Yeah, I think the fucking Israelis, they just hunt this footage and they put it in the media to say that how much his wife bag expensive.
Oh yeah, they did. They talked about the bag.
For us as the Palestinians, we don't say that. We say how much he's coward to take and hide his wife and two kids while the others are suffering in the ground. If you are Palestinians, you will think like that. We don't need to hide your wife, but while you just put the wrist in front of the Israeli guns. That's what is running since that fucking day and now. He's a hero? Okay, you got what you want? You became a hero? Okay, what about the rest? My families, the other families, in Shijaiya and Jabali, and all of them we can't contact them anymore. Because of what? You want to show that you are a fucking hero. Okay, thank you. What next? You understand what I meant here?
Yeah, I hear you, but the thing is, I don't think he was trying to hide anybody. Because if
he was running in 6th of October. The camera shows the 6th of October, one day before, and with only his wife and two kids. He's hiding them. Some Palestinians, they said, because he's a big banana guy and he has to hide his wife, and because they're going to kill them. Yeah, but they killed the whole fucking Gazans. They are not just killing your wife and you and your brother. Even this Haniya, he's really a poor guy. He's the head of Hamas, and he ran with his family out of Gaza. And this Mishal, he ran out of Gaza, like almost 6 months with his family. Why? Because this Sinwar, he wants to control everything himself. He doesn't want anyone to share his opinion. So they left everything and they went to Qatar. That's what I got to know. Then he controlled with the other guy, what's his name, Taif, to make this move, this action, without any kind of fucking Israelis. They are criminals. They will not leave you. Even they've been giving you a trap. This is a trap. That was a trap. They just waited for him to make this act or move. And he did it. Until now, we cannot finish it. And what is the mean to go and take a bunch of prisoners or hostage from somewhere to ask for another prisoners to go out? That means you are not doing this for Palestinians. They are not doing for Palestine or free Palestine. They are doing only to get some people out of the prison. Then you give those hostages. This is your goal. Something wrong here. They are not going to open the airport for you in Gaza. They are not going to take all these sanctions around you because they are afraid of you. No.
That comedy guy is still streaming your room. That's him in the bottom.
No, I can't kick it on.
I think we should write on Clubhouse. Unemployment money. He was really upset about that day not getting his unemployment.
Anyway, you asked me a question and I answered to you. Everybody has agreed with me that it's been a trap. That 7th of October been a trap, and everybody understand that, or everyone understood this kind of a trap, endless. Until now, you see, they are just negotiating, and who gave the prisoners, who's taking the hostages, and those stories, endless. Who's suffering? The civilians, kids, normal people is just suffering. They are dying every day. Why then, for example, if you keep the hostages or give them back, you are done. You are dead person anyway, because they ask to gain guarantee from Trump that if they leave Gaza, the Mossad will not follow them where they are going to kill them. Motherfuckers. You already caused your fucking killed most of the Gazans, and you don't want to die? Oh, then don't give up. Keep the war, keep fighting until you die where you are. Like Sinwar died where he was. Okay, keep fighting, because at the end you will die anyway. So keep fighting in your fucking room, in there in the tunnel. Keep fighting. That's what I hope, because at the end it is going to finish anyway. You want to say something? Say it.
Something.
Okay. They wanna save leave. They wanna save leave.
No, I don't want to say leave.
Those assholes.
You said you want to say something. Say something. So I did. You said you want to say something. Say something. So I did something.
No, you opened your mic, so you want to say something. So they want to guarantee their life. They are afraid from death. Oh my God. That's why you can imagine that those people, they are not Hamas. Maybe they are like kind of like idiots. Something going on wrong here in Gaza, and it doesn't want to end, and they don't want to end it. At the same time, they are asking for safe, way to leave Gaza and keep their safe in a safe place outside Gaza. What do you think, Amir? What do you think about this?
I don't know. We're going to have to see what happens with the ceasefire, and then after the ceasefire, we'll just have to see, inshallah. I hope it, something works out with the permanent ceasefire, and then hopefully they can maybe, start doing some sort of reconstruction and come to a final, full and final ceasefire. No more killing.
Yeah, but Gaza is gone. Gaza is gone anyway. The land is gone. They will not give it to Gaza anymore. They will not give it to Abbas. They will not give it to anyone. They want to get rid of Gazans from Gaza and anyway. So by killing or give up and just say that we want to leave. This land, they will not keep any Palestinian in. Because they promised Trump to give him his tower. And some investors they are coming also to build up Gaza, but not Gaza, the Palestinian Gaza, no, the Israeli Gaza or American Gaza. They might change the name even. Fucking hell.
Hey, Echo. apparently this guy, this idiot, what's his name? He's recording the room, the anonymous account of the audience. You see it at the bottom. Who was the guy, the idiot, the mental retard, comedy comedian? His real name is what's his real name? Do you know his real name? I know his real name. I actually have a picture of his as well.
I can't remember.
Yeah, this is the biggest problem with the clubhouse.
Is he Arab or what?
No, he's just a white person. The crazy mental retard. He's got about 30 phones. That's all he does. Records other people's rooms. He's got no job, no nothing. And so if you check his YouTube channel, barely like 20 views, 30 views. Idiot.
He just take it and put it on YouTube.
Yep.
Yeah, but this is against the terms and conditions for YouTube. Anyone can.
We can't kick this anonymous account out. I can't kick it out.
Why?
It doesn't give me the option. When I click on it, it just gives me anonymous listener.
Where is his name?
Is the account that he's streaming from, his name is Comedy Comedian.
Yeah, but maybe he's using another phone. He's here, but he's not.
Yeah, he's using the other phone.
Anyway, it is all recorded in the clubhouse anyway. He doesn't want to pay money to get this recorded rooms, so he is doing it himself.
I mean, recording without consent, that's a big thing, you know?
Yeah, but can you report it?
I can't even report this anonymous account. I can't.
Can you report in each one down? Then the clubhouse will check everyone. Then he will know that they have and take his account of. Yeah, he's gone now. Maybe he's the one. You can just click in each one.
It's still here. No, it doesn't give me the option to report.
What do you mean doesn't give me the option?
When I click on his profile, it just says anonymous listener. It doesn't give me the option to record anything.
Yeah, but anonymous can record or stream. Yeah, but you go to that room where he is streaming off and report him because he's already opening. He's streaming from there, so you can go report him there. They will know. That's the only way. To go, click his, go to the room, click his profile, his streaming, and write down the report. They will know.
But this asshole has 34.
Is what?
This asshole has 30 phones.
No problem. They can just, you just click in that account. They will shut down that account. The one he's streaming from. You understand me? You just go.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to put the link in the chat for you guys, if you guys can report his account.
You can report.
How do you know which account it is?
I know.
That account there. The one he's
I'll put the link in the chat right here.
But that's an inference. Like, you don't really know.
Yeah, that's the one that he's streaming from his home.
No, but how do you know?
I know. I have connections. Somebody texted me his profile.
Oh, you've got ESP.
Somebody texted me his profile, so it's right here. This is his. This is the account that he's using to stream it from, through this anonymous account to that other account. Fucking bitch. He's got 1,200 followers.
Please report this person's account. He's streaming my room through this anonymous account in the audience. I can't kick anonymous account out. I can't.
He said, what room did this happen? And what is that in the room he's streaming?
He's streaming the mayor's house, this room that you're in right now. He's streaming from this house to the other house and recording it with a.
Yeah, but is there an option streaming? Because I can see that hate speech, nudity or sexual, unauthorized sales, false information. What
Put anything. The fastest one is to put maybe a terrorist. I don't know that. Fucking domestic terrorist. It's a clubhouse terrorist. Recording rooms, like doing crazy shit. Fucking.
Impersonating someone maybe. Details. He is streaming our room. From Amir Club to another room. This is live stream. That's it. They will know. They will investigate and they will know. That's it. You do it to the guys the same. You click on his fucking link, profile, and just drop explanation that he was streaming. So they will see many reports, and they will go check, and they will find that he is streaming in the same time. So they will block his, or they will take this account off. He said this room is live on YouTube. Yeah, write down that this room was live also on YouTube. But what do you wanna improve or prove for others? That we hate this fucking shit. What they are doing to Gaza? Yeah, we hate what you are doing to Gaza. Fucking assholes. It is about 11% what?
Yeah, if he removed the West Bank, because the West Bank wasn't part of it, right? Before the
No, I'm saying no, but you've been something about your 6.5% didn't make sense for me. The 6.5% is Jewish land ownership, let's say acres, divided by the total acres of mandatory Palestine, which includes that which was carved off in 1946 before the partition plan. So Britain created Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan to the east of the Jordan River. So if you look at just the area to the west of the Jordan River, 56% was given to the Jews. The remainder, 44%, was given to the Arabs. So if you took that which was purchased legally and divided by that acreage, or square miles, or whatever you want to call it, comes out, and put it into ChatGPT and you'll see the answer comes
So
out
they,
about 11%.
are you adding the one in the West Bank, the area in the West Bank?
Yeah, it's specific, the denominator.
No, but I'm saying let's take West Bank out of the picture. 47, 48, right?
Yeah, no, I'm saying there's two parts to the area to the west, right? There's, here, let me bring this map. There is the area given to the Jews, and the area is given to the Arabs, right? So the Jewish portion is 12% of the entire portion of that to the west.
So this is before the 67, right?
Yeah, this is in 1948. Sorry, 47. The plan came out in 47. And it looks like this. I'll show you. Let me show you the.
Are you sure? Because it wasn't the Jewish state, right?
No, but it was that which was allocated to the Jewish state or the Arab state. So here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. There's something about that 625. I was like, wow, that seems really small. But that's because you're expressing the Jewish state area divided by the entire mandatory Palestine area. And we know that in 46, 78% was given away to Jordan. There's only 22% left. And that got divided by 56 and 45. So the Jewish state got 12.5% of the total, and the remainder was given to the Arabs. So let me show you what I'm talking about. So,
with that golden age that you mentioned, it has got nothing to do with the neo-Islamist Muslim Brotherhood and other sort of movements that we see today. So I wasn't talking about Muslim Brotherhood recent. They're from what, the night? But their narrative is.
I can't really show the bottom because the bottom is the Negev. Oops. Okay, did that work? Did my PTR change? Yeah. So the blue part, right? Is that which was allocated. So I asked ChatGPT how much of that area was legally purchased, right? Because you can say 6.5%. If you look at just as a percentage of the blue area assigned to the Jewish state by the UN, it's 12%, or between 10 and 12%. So I cut it down the middle and said 11%.
And this was legally purchased by the Jewish folks.
Correct. The 6.5% that you're quoting is doing the total that they own divided by the entire mandate of Palestine. Which, of course, doesn't make sense because the area to the right or to the east of the Jordan River was already cleaved off. So we can't include that.
Amir, can I buy a Camry?
David, Josh, welcome to the podcast.
We're talking serious stuff.
Thanks so much. It's great to have you.
Well, everyone knows that Emmett Rothschild was Montefiore bought out land from the Arabs. It was legal purchases. The Mufti didn't like it, but what can you do?
He actually said in the appeal commission that it was all purchased legally.
That's a Zionist talking point.
I mean, it could be.
Actually, in the appeal commission report, in one of the appendices, there's an interview with him, and he says all of the land that they had was purchased legally. I think that was 1938. That report came out, or they did the research.
Was it after the white paper or before?
I have to check. Well, I just remember when the appeal commission came out, was it 39? Was the final report? One of them?
I mean, I have to look into it, but
so that's the 6.5%.
The Grand Mufti told his Arab population not to sell their land to Jews, but not everyone listens.
Grand Mufti of Jerusalem actually was worried about the Zionists.
Who is the Duke of New York?
That's why he told them not to sell.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're bringing to light on here.
Yeah, that's how you pushed to Hitler. He wanted to land for his, he wanted a nation for his own people. Oh. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Does that calculation make sense?
exercise control over their actions in a way that is necessary for moral responsibility or be the ultimate source of or originator of their actions.
Yeah.
So it kind of, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I think like a compatibilist or somebody who affirms some sort of determinism and libertarian, or not, they wouldn't, sorry, not libertarian free will, but they'll affirm a free will and they'll say that you're still accountable for your actions because, you know, you're the ultimate source of those actions. But that's different than what a libertarian would say. A libertarian free will would be the first definition, which is the one I would affirm. And I do think we have it, you know, the ability to choose among available options. But you brought up Robert Sapolsky. I was interested. I don't know, Sasha, are you there? Sasha, I think is kind of familiar with Sapolsky. Has some thoughts about it, but Sapolsky did a debate with Humer. Did you watch that, Alfonso? The Michael Humer debate?
No.
Oh, it's really good. You
I watched the one with Dan Denman.
Okay, yeah. So Michael Humer affirms free will, and like, you know, in the sense of libertarian free will, and it's an interesting discussion. I would strongly, I think you'll find it to be fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Robert Sapolsky and Michael Humer, Huemer, and it's on YouTube, but you know, it's free or whatever. But they both go back and forth, and I think it's very interesting. I affirm Michael Humer's position, but I think that you can kind of see the two up against each other. But yeah, if you're determined, it seems like it casts a lot of doubt on a lot of different things, like deliberating between, you know, like weighing options for and against, or weighing reasons for and against affirming some particular conclusion. Seems like if you don't have any freedom over that, it's kind of interesting to wonder how it is that we're coming to true conclusions. You know, if you just say that it's evolution, that it's just some kind of, you know, thing that comes from evolution, I don't know why, you know, evolution would ensure that most of our beliefs would be true. And obviously there's disagreement among people. So if we're all evolved, you know, if we're all evolved and we don't have any freedom in choosing what it is that we believe, and it's just evolution that's ensuring that we come to true beliefs, then why is it that we all have radically different beliefs? So I don't know. There's a lot of things to talk about there.
How do you choose your belief, Andrew?
So I think, for example, if you see evidence that's on par with something that's
using it, right? Because you're giving something to be convinced of. That's the whole point.
Well, no, I'm saying if you're equal.
Andrew, when someone says they can choose a belief, that means they can just choose something at will without any prior knowledge of or any experience of. So when you say you provided data, information, experience, you're being convinced.
So two different positions that are opposed. So if you have two different positions that are opposed and you have equal evidence for both, or you can't discern much difference between the two, you can just opt to choose one. Well, I do believe that's
possible. Convincing of one versus the other.
Well, you may just prefer it.
Let me ask you a question, Jay. So do you agree with the definition, that the first definition of falsehood, right, which is you're able to choose between available options? Is that correct?
The capacity or ability of a person to choose between different possible courses of action, and then exercise control over their actions in a way that is necessary for moral responsibility.
Was that the first definition you read?
Yeah. The first one.
You read two.
So it says, so there's A and B and C. Okay. So so the capacity or ability of a person, and then you have A, B, and C. A is to choose between different courses of action. B is exercise control over their actions that are necessary for moral responsibility. And C, be the ultimate source or originator of their actions. So there's a gradient there. What do you think? I'm going to post it up if that's okay, JCC.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm curious if you would agree with
free will as the capacity to choose among available options. Do you think that's something you agree would be a free will? Or
Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is,
well, it was for a question for James. Oh, sorry.
No, yeah, I don't agree that that's actual free will. That's why I brought up antecedents.
Okay, so
there are so many antecedents leading up to that event that you don't have control over that will influence your decision-making process in said event.
Yeah, but the question is that, okay, but the question is, do you think people have the capacity to choose among available options, or do you don't have that capacity?
No, I say we do have the capacity.
Okay.
However, just because we have the capacity to choose from options available to us, that we can make rational decisions on what we want to choose, whether it be for moral reasons or for other reasons, does not entail "quote unquote" free will, as far as I understand.
Okay, that's fine, because I mean, I think that that's like our different understanding of what the meaning of free will is. But my claim is that we have the capacity to choose between available options, and I believe that, and correct me, Alfonso, if I'm wrong, you don't think we have that capacity?
Well, it's a little nuanced, right? I think I would claim that the difference between you and I is we have the capacity to choose, but that capacity is informed by an action-reaction, right? So, if you offer me chocolate and vanilla ice cream, I have the capacity.
That's not a difference. I don't know why you say it's a difference between you and I, because I don't disagree with that.
Well, let me expand. Let me quickly expand on what I was trying to say. I have the capacity to choose between chocolate and vanilla, but it's not freely that I choose one or the other. There's something inbuilt. There's a course of actions that have led me to choose one from the other. It can be very subtle or it can be very strong. So if we're not talking about two flavors of ice cream, but rather, choosing to kill someone, right? Okay, let's see. Instead of putting me chocolate and vanilla ice cream, you put two people in front of me, right? And one is.
I'm gonna send you some prayers with the talk. I'm gonna send you some prayers with the talk.
He goes, I live in America. What do you want me to do? The guy was a trap. He goes, you don't live in there. You don't have to live there. Just get away or something. I don't know what his response was. That was funny as hell.
He was like, you guys need to leave. You guys need to leave. I was like, I live in America. Where the fuck am I gonna go? Where am I gonna go? That was funny.
Look, he's back again. He's recording again. This unarmed.
Yo, what's the YouTube account? I wanna
It's in the chat. It's in the chat.
Which one? 4 people down. Gotta keep them all.
I'm not there. I know these people. This unarmed guy is the one that's.
Yeah, where is he? What's the name? Unknown?
In the YouTube video, you can check him. I can't. It doesn't give me the option.
There is an option. 3 dots up.
Okay.
Go down. There is like audio. The people who can come on the stage. You just put it to the first one, the first option.
What is the first one? It says not needed.
Yalla, 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 yalla.
Can you give me the admin for 1 minute, please?
You cannot kick people from the fucking room anymore, motherfucker. You hear, motherfucker?
Unknown, right?
Can't do shit, motherfucker. You can't do shit now, motherfucker.
It's okay, brother.
You can't stop it, motherfucker.
I already checked the instruction. It doesn't give me the option, bro. Respectfully. I already tried it. Not just from this room. This cell phone.
We got this, motherfucker. We are recording you, motherfucker.
Sure, let me give
You afraid? You say something, you shoot yourself.
Title. Yeah, title, and then it says allow in room chat. I have it on blue. The room chat. Room chat has nothing to do with it.
Got you, Amir Edward.
Okay, pinned link. I have the pinned link. Background music, hand raising. Everyone can.
You hear this? Dr. Australia, they're freaking out.
Yeah, but hand raising is for people to come up here on the stage.
Yeah, I know, but you put it just 1 minute not to anyone can come up.
Okay, let me put change it to
asshole.
No one can.
Asshole.
That's what you're saying?
Yeah. Go down. Now you can.
All right, let's try that.
Go Amir PTR.
Still, I can't, bro. It doesn't give me the option. I'm telling you.
Really, he cannot give you the option.
Clubhouse with the anonymous account, you can't kick anybody out, man. If it's anonymous account.
His name is Anon.
Yeah, if that's not his name, that's anonymous.
That's really he's playing. There is only one viewer anyway.
Yeah, but that one viewer anonymous. That's anonymous. That's a short form. Alpha, can you show him? You become anonymous. Show him the magic.
How to become
Alpha is going to come back as anonymous now. You see, the second anon is Alpha.
Yeah.
Because he's paying for the monthly plan.
Yeah, but
Paying the monthly plan to record your terrorist ass, you motherfucker.
What's up, Shape? Leave this room, and then on the top it says incognito. It has a little ticker. You turn that on, and then come back in, and then you'll be in the audience. You'll be one of the anon.
So you
I can't. No, I cannot. No.
Oh my God, that's why they take money.
What's up, Shapeshifter? How you doing? You see? A bunch of anon now in the audience. I think the third one is Wednesday, I think. She left and she became incognito.
What's going on? Yeah, but they have two now.
Too many anonymous people, man. Too many. And one of the
profile, right?
One of the anonymous people streaming my room live on YouTube, man.
Oh, really?
Mayor PTR in there.
It's like live right now.
Who's this person? Oh yeah, this is the guy, man. This is the fucker.
What happened?
This is the guy. He's doing it. Check his picture, PTR. This is the guy on YouTube that's streaming my room live right now.
Oh, right, that guy, yeah.
Yep. And he's, I believe he's Jewish.
Yeah,
He's a house member.
He's gonna get like 3.
I don't know what his account is. Otherwise, I'll probably block him. If I block that anonymous account, then they can't come in. Either as anonymous or whatever.
He's gonna get like 3 views. I'd be really worried if I were you.
No, I'm not worried, but I'm just saying without consent, we have Palestinians that come in here that live in the West Bank. You see what I'm saying, Sheikh? And that's what I'm trying to avoid. Because there are some Palestinians that told me that, because I